to
He's
me.
doing what? Okay, okay.
It's the one worthy present.
He stole your gift, so you go right away.
So I pick this.
Oh, you can't take my bag.
Jesus, I mean, okay, so many
Santa's got
restrictions.
some special toys.
Too many
in there.
restrictions. Oh, now I win all my title Tuesdays. Yeah.
Wow.
Brilliant.
Fast mouse.
We can steal that too, right?
Okay, you want to steal
No,
that?
I made that mistake last year. It's like a fair play warning. A 50-minute massage.
That's a 50-minute massage.
From Danny?
Courtesy of Hans Niemann.
And James Canty.
Yes.
No kidding, I have no idea. Number 4, step right up.
Send one tweet from the chess.com official account. It's not bad actually.
Oh my God, we're letting him do this?
He's actually good.
That is actually worth a lot.
Actually, you can sell it to Vladi.
I can sell it to Kramnik.
Yeah. You want to trade? No. Come on.
Levon Aronian earned the last spot in this year's CCT Finals, and he did it in dramatic fashion. Nearly half his standing points came from the very last qualifying event, the Julius Baer Generations Cup. At the time, Aronian was coming off a disappointment at the CrunchLabs Masters, but he shook that off, qualifying for Division 1 in the Baer Cup with a strong play-in. Then he would finish in 3rd place overall. It gave him more than enough points to break a tie in the standings with Alexander Grishuk, and in just the right tour position to make it here to Oslo. Before that, Aronian already had a solid tour, one that put him in range to strike in the final event. The Chessable Masters was his next most successful. 2nd place in Division 2, and he nearly won it. Even though he was the last player to qualify for these live finals, it would be a mistake to overlook Aronian, who has more experience than anyone else in the field. Can he make it count?
We want to introduce you to some Norwegian delicacies that we often eat during the holiday season.
I gotta say that in terms of sweets, I think I've probably tasted them all. But in terms of traditional Christmas dishes, I'm not that good, so we'll see.
This looks still quite normal, like some salmon, mayo, bread kind of thing.
It's nice.
That's good. That's why I skipped my lunch.
It's amazing. I really like the sauce, and the smoked salmon is my favorite, so I'll rate this as a 5.
I don't know how to describe it, but it's really good.
I quite like that, so let's give it like a 4.3, something like that.
5 out of 5. Very good.
Tastes like sushi. Don't know if it's a compliment or...
Pretty good. 3.5.
Firm 4 with some potential to improve, if it would be served properly.
It's a New Year's drink, Julbrus.
Julebrus, I've had that pretty much every year for Christmas.
Tastes like Jägermeister. I had this one many times in Minsk, so it's absolutely the same. It's like a type of a root beer, but more Christmassy.
It reminds me of some sweets that you can normally eat.
Bon appetit.
Okay, improving smoothly, yeah. So, this is some eggs pancake, I guess.
Okay, this is more meaty. There's some pomegranates. Let's taste. Oh, frick. The first one was better, a little bit, but it's like 3 maybe.
It's really good, but I prefer the salmon.
I assume it's some kind of fish, but...
Yeah, I think that's
it's pork.
pork, and it's this potato tortilla.
Not a huge fan of beetroot, but in general it's nice. 3.8.
All the stuff you're serving me, like apparently, apart from Julebrus, I've never had it at Christmas.
Denis Lazavik only recently turned 18 years old. That makes him the youngest player at these live CCT Finals, and the only teenager. Lazavik started this year's CCT strong, taking 3rd place in the very first event.
Denis takes a historic victory.
Wins in the first 2 rounds against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Jose Martinez are what got him there. By getting ahead of most of the field early on, Lazavik was in great position throughout the CCT season. By the time of the Julius Baer Cup, however, Lazavik needed another strong performance to be ensured of reaching the finals. Playing in Division 2, he lost in the 2nd round to Martinez, but revenge would soon come. Lazavik won 4 matches in a row, earning another shot at Martinez. This time Lazavik won.
And there we go, Denis gets the win.
He was in the grand finals. Enough points to qualify for Oslo. Now that he's here, what more will the teenager accomplish?
In the heart of Oslo, a city known for its striking vistas and fierce winters, a storm is brewing.
Oh my God! And Magnus cannot believe it!
But this is no typical tempest. This is one of intellect, strategy, and razor-sharp minds. The chess world has converged here to witness a clash of titans in the ultimate battle of wit, the Champions Chess Tour. From across the globe, the greatest minds of this ancient game have arrived. From the suburbs of Minneapolis to the cobbled streets of Paris, from the foothills of the Caucasus Mountains to the banks of the Rhine, the world is watching the Tiger City. At the helm stands Norway's pride and the tour's undisputed king, Magnus Carlsen.
Magnus Magic. How many times do we say that, Tanya? Every single game.
A man whose mastery of the chessboard verges on the supernatural. Magnus changed the climate of Norway sports forever when he won his first world championship in 2013. Today, because of Carlsen's popularity, chess is on TV, in the streets, and in the bars. But the hometown hero can't rest easy. A star-studded field is here to take Carlsen's crown. Alireza Firouzja, the young prodigy.
Alireza has done the unimaginable.
The future of chess. He twice defeated Carlsen to win the Chess.com Classic. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the French Grandmaster, whose blazingly fast style toppled Firouzja in the CrunchLabs Masters.
There we go, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is the winner of the CrunchLabs Masters.
These two tour event champions are joined by 5 year-long elite performers. Jan Nepomniachtchi, the 2-time World Championship contender. Wesley So, last year's CCT runner-up. The young and hungry Denis Lazavik. The German phenom, Vincent Keymer. And the Armenian-American legend and super grandmaster, Levon Aronian.
He chose the wrong square. Wow, black leaves the bishop hanging and... Oh, Jan blundered.
This is a battle of minds. Every move is a masterpiece in the making. It's the climax of the biggest online chess event of the year. The Champions Chess Tour final decides who is the king of rapid chess.
You never see this. Absolute hats off.
This is immortality stuff.
It's the Champions Chess Tour finals, live from Oslo, Norway, and it starts right now.
Welcome back to the 2024 Champions Chess Tour Finals, taking place live from Oslo, Norway. The city is beautiful and so has the chess we've been seeing. Day 1 delivered the excitement and we're thrilled to see what Day 2 has to bring. Here to cover all the brilliancies and the blunders, my name is James Canty III and I'm joined by Grandmaster David Howe and International Master Tanya Sachdev. How we doing today?
I'm good. I can't wait for more action. Yesterday was pretty spectacular. A great way to start the event and plenty more ahead, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. What was your highlight of yesterday?
Oh, there was so much that happened, right? We had the big swindles. We had Jan taking down Wesley. We had the big comeback by Magnus Carlsen against Wesley So. And then the huge bounce back of Denis Lazavik against Alireza. Denis is finishing day 1 with a 100% score. A flawless day for him, but I think the highlight for me was having the live audience right here in Oslo. The fan experience was incredible. The atmosphere, absolutely electric.
Yesterday was crazy, of course, especially with the live audience being here. Let's take a look at those standings to see actually what happened, especially if you missed it. Hopefully you didn't, but you're here today. Standings say, David, who's at the top up there, bro?
Well, it's a familiar name. It is local favorite Magnus Carlsen, having won 3 matches out of 3 yesterday, but he is tied with Denis Lazavik, who was so impressive, the youngest player, the lowest rated player, rising to the top, holding his own and also winning 3 matches.
Tanya, what happened with Magnus yesterday? Let's talk a little bit about Magnus. Of course, he's at the top there, but was it an easy show?
What are you even talking about? Magnus is doing Magnus things, you know? He's the GOAT. And then yesterday in his match against Wesley, it felt like Magnus could be human sometimes. But no, the GOAT is the GOAT is the GOAT. And that's what he did. He just came back from the dead in that game. I don't know how he does it, but Denis Lazavik also so impressive. We saw the gold standard there, the top 2 places. But David, to me, the surprise was seeing Alireza and Levon at the bottom of the leaderboard.
David, did any other matches stick out to you?
Oh, I mean, so many yesterday. Actually, Levon Aronian against Vincent Keymer, despite the fact that it might not have been a headliner, it was the 2 players at the bottom. Again, the youngsters coming out on top. Vincent Keymer winning that one, trying to rise up through the ranks there. And I have a feeling Vincent Keymer, Alireza Firouzja will be trying to catch their fellow youngster. There we see him, Denis Lazavik, who was so impressive, the player of the day.
Yeah, very strong, of course, as Denis is showing a incredible strength with this feature and also with this field. I mean, it's amazing to see how he's playing. You have lots to do, but at the bottom of the standings, there's Levon Aronian. Today is a very special day. Tanya, what does he have to do today?
And this was a very special match, you know, how this one ended. And we had Magnus as well later say that he would have resigned if it wasn't for the fact that he was playing right in his home city. This was the biggest comeback of all times that I've seen in the Champions Chess Tour, David.
Yeah, it adds a special twist, that extra flavor of having the fans on the other side of that mirrored wall there. I mean, the fans, we saw them with their headsets on.
Yeah,
they can hear us. How cool is that?
All right, we had a live audience. Man, let's take a look at that live audience. We got the live audience here in Oslo. It's honestly, it's cool. It's like Speed Chess Championship that was in Paris, which was the same way. Of course, they got the headphones. They got the setup. I mean, look at this setup. Wow. Let's talk about that mirror there. Tanya, I know we were down there yesterday taking pictures. What do you remember about that?
This is absolutely stunning. It's a one-way mirror. The audience has got a full view of the players, the action. The players can't see them, but they're cheering. The players have got the headphones on. And this is special, right? Because it's not only a joy and a privilege for fans to be here, rooting for their favorite heroes and their players, but even for the players to feel that energy. It fuels greatness in them. And that's exactly what we saw from Magnus yesterday. That's the magic that we witnessed. It kept him going, knowing that his fans are watching him.
That's awesome, of course. Well, before the event, we actually asked everyone in the field how they felt about the fact that they were playing in front of a live audience. Let's see what they had to say about that.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, it's going to be new. I really appreciate it when people appreciate your games, appreciate the moves. And I've been in Norway before in the past, and they're great people, you know. They love the game, they're very respectful. Yeah, I'm sure they come to watch Magnus, so it's going to be exciting.
I think I've never really experienced it like that, because from what I know, we will basically play with headphones on, and we will also not be able to see the crowd, so it will be more like we know they're going to be there, but we will not realize it very much.
More spectators, of course, better for us, like, and probably better for spectators, yeah, like, to feel the excitement, yeah, like, imagine like Karpov-Kasparov in a big theater hall, yeah, like, a lot of audience and everyone is like following. Of course, this is something we really lack, because everyone follows on the internet.
It's a difficult game, and to have people actually appreciate it is something that was always missing. And I do understand that it's new and it's complex even for us, but I think we have a chance to introduce people to it. I think chess was always a crowd sport. Unfortunately, COVID took away a lot of this.
Yeah, it's a bit complicated because I think we put headphones so we'll not hear them anyway. So for me, it doesn't make so much difference. But yeah, in general, I think it's cool. Chess goes this way to be more a spectator game.
Yeah, I think it will surely be a new experience. I mean, we'll be kind of cut off from all kind of visual or audible distraction. And even though you would assume that this is basically making it much easier for us to focus, I think it will be kind of a new situation, which I hope to adjust to well.
Of course, it's good. In every sport, probably we have the crowd, and in chess, yeah, if we have the possibility, why not? I didn't play in such conditions, so it's something new for me, but I think everything will be good.
No, I don't mind. It's gonna be fun. So, you know, I'm looking forward. We'll have to see, of course, with the headphones if we feel comfortable, if there's not too much noise. But at some point, if we want to progress with chess as a spectator sport, we need to be able to handle this and to welcome, you know, spectators from stage. That's, I think that's the way to go.
In an interview with Mike Klein after his exciting comeback against Wesley So yesterday, Magnus said, honestly, If we played this tournament in another country, I probably would have resigned. Tanya, how must it feel being a hometown hero with your countrymen buying tickets to watch you play?
It was absolutely everything, right? That's Magnus and his moment of vulnerability and brilliance, admitting that the same event, same position anywhere else in the world, he wouldn't have played on. I mean, what kind of a position was that? But again, you know, we've seen the arena. It's a one-way view traffic, but the energy, it's a two-way traffic. And Magnus could feel his fans wanting him to go on, and he just kept the game going, move by move.
Yeah.
And what a comeback.
It was amazing. And in other sports, you would see players, you know, they're struggling for energy, but it's the last few minutes and the fans give them that extra motivation to keep going to the final whistle. For Magnus, he didn't want to let anyone down. He knew people have literally bought tickets. He was like, okay, they want action. And he gave them action. It was really impressive, really nice to see.
That was good. In fact, I mean, you're at home. It always gives you that home field advantage in every sport. You're like, oh, we played at home. When you're playing at home, you just kind of get a little bit better. You know, I think that's what it is. That's what we see here, right? So now a little bit about the audience. You know about the headphones? What you guys know about the headphones? What do you know?
They can hear us, and that's so cool. I mean, apart from the fact those headphones are super cool to look at,
yes,
but they can actually hear the commentary while they're watching.
That's
so
correct.
follow the games, and it's really a beautiful view, right? They get to see the players, they get to see that jumbotron right on top, the energy, the atmosphere. It's all really amazing to see this happen. Chess being played in front of a live audience, you gotta love it.
It's like you can listen to either music or like, as you saw some kids vibing in there, and then like it's all silent disco kind of thing also, but you can also hear the commentary too as well. But let's get into these pairings. So it's a big day for a lot of players, of course, especially if you're at the top or the bottom. Doesn't matter, really. There's a big day today. Here we go with the pairings. David, let's start with you. What sticks out?
Yeah, and it is top versus bottom. Denis Lazavik joint first now against Levon Aronian, who has been struggling so far. Only one day done, but Levon really needs to rack up the wins now. As Wesley So against Vincent Keymer, Alireza Firouzja against Nepomniachtchi, and Magnus Carlsen. I think all home eyes, at least all the local fans, on him.
That's a big one, Tanya. What do you think?
Yeah, Magnus versus Maxime, it promises to be a feisty fight. We've seen Maxime beat Magnus not once but twice in the grand final of one of the Champions Chess Tour event, which he went on to win at the end. So he's done it against Magnus, you know, so he knows that he has what it takes. He also plays that brand of chess that forces Magnus into these complicated positions, which means we're going to get a fight. It's also a really crucial day because today we've got 3 rapid games, and it's the round robin portion for the players to get up on the standing. Remember, tomorrow for 2, it's elimination. They're going to be out. So get as many points as you can today.
Well, I'm super excited. I know you guys are too. I'm excited about these matchups. But before we dive in, let's actually get a quick refresher on the format so we know what's going on.
Chess Tour Finals are here. 8 players who have earned their spot will face off in an epic battle to determine who will be this year's champion of champions. Up for grabs will be $500,000 in prizes, with first place taking home $200,000. The action opens with an 8-player round robin. The top 2 finishers advance directly to the semifinals, while the bottom 2 are eliminated. The remaining 4 players will battle in a double elimination survival bracket. Again, the top 2 players advance, while the bottom 2 players will be eliminated. The final 4 players are headed to a single elimination bracket. The winner will be crowned our 2024 Tour Champion.
Here we are at the playing hall. But look at that, Firouzja ready to go. Is that Firouzja there? Yeah. Kind of like, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. But okay, there it is, Firouzja. Yeah, he's ready to go, locked in, of course. I always like to see what he had. He had a Prada jacket on the other day. You know, he's always stylish, so I wonder where the sweatshirt's from, but he's ready to go. What do you think?
Yeah, Gucci Reza, he's bringing on the style. He also brings on the style on the board with his brand of chess. Now, it's such a big day for him because he is at the bottom of the leaderboard right now. He needs to start strong today, and I think this first matchup for him, very, very important. He's the first to arrive. You know who had the most swag yesterday?
Who?
It's got to be Nepomniachtchi, right?
Oh, he was vibing. Oh, man. David, did you see him bopping his head yesterday? David, he had some moves, huh?
Yeah, and I hear rumors that we might be able to get a glimpse into the players' playlists today. So the head bobbing will at least understand what they're getting pumped up by.
Wow. Well, you know what? Mike Klein is in the audience right now. Let's see what the vibe is like in there.
We are here inside the spectator area for the beginning of day 2 and round 4. We've got 2 players on 3-0, Magnus Carlsen and the surprise Denis Lazavik. We've also got some players trying to avoid relegation. The fans are getting settled. Are you excited? Okay, now the hard part is training some very seasoned, very well-behaved Norwegian fans that they are allowed to yell and scream. This is a hard thing to train you to do. Are you going to yell today? Okay, they are actually listening to the broadcast, so they're going to have some information that the players out there are not. I'm going to be watching a little bit from here to get their experience, but that's the scene from the spectator area. We are ready for day 2.
Oh man, they were so hype, huh? Wow, they were screaming at the top of their lungs. No, of course we need them to do that, but that's what chess players don't really do that. So it was good, that was loud there. But hey, we got a featured matchup here. Let's start with this one right here, MVL and Magnus. Tanya, let's start with you.
Yeah, we saw a packed house there, right? And they've got to be rooting for the home hero, Magnus. But look at that stat. It's actually Maxime Vachier-Lagrave who leads with 3 wins to Magnus's 2. Again, he's done it before. Can he have a repeat? Will he stop Magnus on his streak today? I think, David, the key will be the kind of positions that the players get right out of the opening, who that suits more.
That's right. Maxime, fantastic when it comes to calculation. Great, intuitive, quick player. If he can stay ahead of Magnus on the clock, there'll be chances later on. And the fact that they've played 5 games, 1 match against each other earlier this season and 0 draws, bodes well for us. Promises entertainment. Magnus, meanwhile, might aim to target Maxime in the opening. He is known to be a bit predictable there. So when Magnus arrives, we'll learn a lot about his strategy. Maxime trying to get in the zone, though.
Already trying to be locked in. Of course, as MVL, is the only player in the field that has an edge on Magnus. That's huge. Even the psych part, of course, Gary Kasparov, as he said before, the psychology part is sometimes even bigger than the moves. Now, of course, Magnus winning 5-time world championships, obviously he's going to have his psych in check here, but this is rapid. MVL does have that little bit, maybe a bit of confidence, he should say or feel, but he still is playing Magnus. He's going to have to show up today.
Maxime is the 2021 World Blitz champion, but guess who's he facing? It is a 5-time World Rapid champion, Magnus Carlsen. So absolute speed monsters with the face-off. This is going to be a fun one. I also see Denis Lazavik there, ready with the white pieces. How impressive was the 18-year-old yesterday? Just keeping his calm, keeping his nerves, keeping it all together in those critical time scrambles. His big bounce back against Alireza in match 3 as well. Incredible stuff. And the stage is all set.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Den Laz was in his bag yesterday. Look at him, he's just confident, and I've seen this from him as he looks a lot older, as we talked about behind the scenes here. We was like, yeah, he looks older, even though he just turned 18. Last year he looked a lot younger, but now he playing these players, I guess, and just kind of the stress of chess. But he looks older. He feels, as you can see, like more experience competing with these guys, David.
There's something about being 18. It's a superpower.
18, right.
Shout out to Gukesh, a new world champion. Den Laz, of course. Still some way to go to catch up with him, but rapid chess, just really phenomenal play. And it looks like we're awaiting the arrival of 3 remaining players. The games will get going very shortly.
Who do you think arrives last?
You know what? If I had to put everything on it, it's going to be Magnus. Magnus, 100%, 100,000. You know what? Let's do it right here. On the table here, Tanya, 100,000, Magnus shows up.
He just does these things, right? We've seen the infamous World Blitz game with 3 minutes on the clock, arrives 2.5 minutes, goes down to beat his grandmaster opponent. He always seems to come a little late and still get the job done, even with little time on the clock. And we see the players, they're still waiting. But Jan, he's ready to take on Alireza. What do you make of it? Is he enjoying the music right now?
We're going to check. We heard from the back end. We can check to see what they're listening to. I'm excited to see what they're vibing to. That's going to be amazing, especially Jan. Jan was in the zone yesterday. He was just a whole vibe. So we want to see what he was listening to.
And I want to talk about Wesley, because the day 1 could have been completely different from him. He was winning against Jan in that round 1, had Jan completely entrapped, and then it turned around. He lost that match against Magnus, who has come this close to beating the world #1 in the Champions Chess Tour the way Wesley did yesterday, and then it slipped out of his hands. And with that, he finds himself in the middle of the leaderboard. The story for Wesley So could have been completely different.
Okay, you know what? Predictions. Let's go. Now, David, you up first. Predictions.
I think Wesley is going to take this one, the game we see in front of us. It just feels like he was so unlucky yesterday. Surely that luck's got to turn at some point. The other matches, Firouzja against Nepomniachtchi, I think is maybe the toughest to call. I would say Magnus a small favourite against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Denlaz against Levon Aronian. That one on current form, it's got to be the youngster, but the experience at some point is bound to shine through. How about you guys? Any predictions? It's difficult at this time format, right?
We got one prediction right. Magnus is the last to arrive.
Perfect. No, I bet that I'll send you my Venmo. I appreciate that, Tanya. That's 100K. I'm up 200 this tournament so far on Tanya. Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you very much, Tanya. Appreciate it.
Here's the world #1, the 5-time world rapid champion, the undisputed Champions Chess Tour king so far, looking for his 5th title. He starts off with the white pieces and the crowd, of course, goes nuts the moment Magnus Carlsen walks in.
It's time to play. Of course, Firouzja will be starting first, so we will start with that game. And then everyone else is, obviously, it's a staggered start, but Magnus ready to go, coming fly and ready. Can't wait to see what the late players are listening to as well. Maybe they're listening to nothing too as well. It just depends. Here we go. And game start.
The game begins. It's the Reti opening. Seems to be so popular these days. It seems to happen in every single battle, including in the World Championship recently. And will we see a transposition to the Catalan opening? At the moment, white is very solid. But Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's using his World Championship repertoire, having competed twice in the World Championship finals. And there we go. It is a transposition to the Catalan. The players really want this. They're playing their A-list openings here.
Ooh, 93. That one's a fancy one.
And it's amazing how we always see this World Championship hangover, right? Where you've got the Reti that was played between Ding and Gukesh, and now we see it so many times in the Champions Chess Tour. You know, you've got the Rossolimo, which was popularized in the 2018 match, and then it took the world by storm. The Catalan and the Magnus Jan match, and it continues to be a favorite. And right now, Knight A3 is the move that forces Jan to take a pause. Right now, that Knight jumps to the corner of the board, wanting to take that pawn. It's been snapped off. But in that bargain, Jan Nepomniachtchi has to give up his bishop pair, but he does keep the pawn alive.
He does keep the pawn alive, and now as black, he's aiming to improve his worst piece, which is the other bishop, the light squared bishop. As far as I believe, the recommended move here is bishop to c6. This is still some opening theory. The black bishop needs to challenge this powerful piece of white's along this diagonal. And okay, now it's 2 bishops against 2 knights. Does white have full compensation for the pawn that black still has on c4? It's a queen's gambit type of position right now. I don't like white's long-term potential with these pawns, but short-term, the bishops do have some power. And okay, it looks like the Battle of 1990 about to begin.
Right, Magnus and MVL here, of course. And we have the arbiter there. The reason why she counts down, guys, if you don't know, is because they can't hear her. So she uses, obviously, the 5-finger countdown to be able to do that. And we have another Reti. Are y'all ready today? Like,
Are you ready for the Reti?
Another one.
I love the countdown, though, that Judith does. You know, it's like 3, 2, 1, fight. And then we get going. Fight. And then every time it's the knight coming out these days, and Magnus does that as well. It really feels like this Champions Chess Tour Finals is a homage to the World Championship that we just saw.
Is this going to be? That's right. It is some type of Nimzo
B3.
Larsen again. In fact, I'm actually going to shout someone out in chat, the Nimzo Larsener in Twitch chat, as we have a Nimzo Larsen kind of position here that we saw yesterday actually happened with Magnus versus Vincent Keymer. Played very well that game.
Yep. In that game, Magnus was able to capture the knight on f6 and damage black's pawn structure. This is impossible this time because Maxime has also fianchettoed his bishop, but now chipping away at the black center with his pawn. As you mentioned, Tanya, this type of opening was used by Ding Liren in the World Championship match. Magnus clearly wants to avoid a mainstream opening battle, not going for Vachier-Lagrave's Sicilian, not going for his Grunfeld defense, the 2 openings that the Frenchman is synonymous with. Instead, a bit of an offbeat flank opening. And interesting to see the strategy here. He's forcing the Frenchman to burn up a bit of time on the clock.
Starts with the flank opening, but the first question is towards the center, right? Because there's tension between those 2 pawns, and Maxime needs to take a decision. He decides to keep it solid. So he keeps the tension on. He consolidates his own center before getting the king to safety. And Magnus proceeds. Development on the board, expecting shot castle by both sides.
and played short castle play. I mean, there's many ways you can go here. Usually you can play into stuff with knight to c3, queen c2, take, play rook d1. Like, it depends on how you feel in these positions, but definitely suits Magnus's style. Very slow type of play, but you also could, I mean, really spice this thing up by playing d4, taking and probably putting a rook on c1, knight b5 type ideas, put a knight on e5 at some point. A lot of stuff you could do.
Very flexible for white, hence the need for Magnus to take a bit of time. This is what the top players do, right? As soon as it becomes about planning, long-term strategy, deciding upon exactly what they should be doing over the next few moves, that's where they pause. The calculation comes quick, it's second nature to them. But here, Magnus gets the bishop pair. Now it's 2 bishops for white, both on their longest diagonals. But for now, the center is blocked. I'm expecting Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to plant a pawn on e6. He's actually done similar against me in the past, and he might even move this knight out the way later on to try and get these dark-squared bishops off the board. Very slow middle game. Looks likely he actually plays rook to e8 first, hinting at building a big pawn center if given time.
Keeps it flexible, not showing his cards right now. Even the queenside knight can come towards the center of the board. Yes, white has got the bishop pair, but it feels that black has such a healthy pawn formation, which once it starts moving forward in the center, Maxime looking for a fight then and not playing cagey with the e6 approach. Magnus says, no way, that pawn isn't getting to e5. Is Maxime going to insist with knight coming out to d7 and pushing that pawn forward?
Ooh, I think it's on the agenda soon, Tanya, but first he does build the pyramid, the great pyramid here. White-black's pawn chain here, really hard to break down. Ultimately, he's traded off his light-squared bishop, so he's put his own pawns on light squares. Great strategy there, trying to blunt white's unchallenged light-squared bishop. And this one is all about the little strategic nuances. Maybe we can zoom out for now. This game likely to liven up a bit later.
See what else we have here. In fact, I actually like, yeah, there it is, knight c3. Oh, a5 played quickly. Wow, he's locked in. He's already ready to go. Bird's eye view, where are we going? Let's take a look. Let's see what we got here. Anything spicy? That's what I'm always looking for. Anything crazy? Nothing.
So top left, we have that Catalan opening we saw earlier between Firouzja and Nepomniachtchi. Firouzja still down 1 pawn, but with a great bishop pair. That one looks roughly balanced. Magnus Carlsen, bottom left against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And I think that one we'll check back in on later. Maybe the hottest opening out there is the clash between Wesley So and Vincent Keymer. Wesley playing some interesting stuff. Also a pawn down. It's rare to see Wesley gambit anything. He likes to not sacrifice material unless there's a specific reason.
Yeah, let's head over there. It's some type of Catalan, I think. It seems like, I mean, seems like this was d4, c4, and then obviously Catalan type setup. Early bishop d2, he stole the pawn, played b5, keeping it, and maybe giving it back at some point. But yeah, we have to definitely head over there to see what's going on.
That's the top right board, and a knight has just jumped into that center. The rook was attacked on the corner. Look at those 2 bishops. Yes, you're down a pawn, but that last move by Wesley takes away Vincent's chances to get his own king to safety. I think, David, it's a great call. That's the position that we need to jump to right now. Vincent against Wesley, completely imbalanced right out of the opening.
I like that. In fact, you know, I actually learned, in fact, David really helped me a lot with this, but I was like, you know, the Catalan is so boring. And then I actually started studying it, and I was like, there are so many tactics in this opening. Now, of course, there are times where it's super boring, but you know, there's lots of tactics in the Catalan here, especially when they capture the pawn and black's trying to get it back. So in this game with Wesley, it's definitely something spicy with the king being in the center, black's king that is, and knight d5 happened, bishop came over to c5. So black is still not castling, and it's going to be a while there. So there are also pawn e4 coming, and this is going to get crazy. Pawn e4, you got queen g4, you could go e4, f4, everything 4, and f5. Like, this is very spicy, in fact, from a Catalan.
Everything for the score, right?
Ooh,
you don't even care about that extra pawn right now.
Wow.
Yes, black has got 4 versus 2 on the left side of the board, but how does that even help you right now? There's no passer, the queens are on the board, the king is in the center. I see the evaluation bar seems to like black, but we all know that our silicon friend, it loves material, very materialistic. But look at the position. From a human perspective, I'm picking white here, David.
Yeah, black's pawns will not help until the endgame, where they might decide things. But before the endgame, God placed the middle game. So, yeah, Vincent Keymer here has to survive what might likely become a ferocious attack. James, I liked your ideas, just pushing the pawn. Black at the moment, the glue to his position is that knight in the center. There we go. Wesley kicks it away.
He kicked that boy back so fast. Now knight goes back to probably f6, because we do want to probably go knight d7. I was trying to figure out, how is my king going to get castled? And you could probably go knight f6, knight b to d7, but then I go bishop b4 and say, you're not castling.
And to make sure that you never ever castle, once that knight goes out of there, always watch out for that d5 break coming in, because you want to open up the lines. You want to open up those central files, get your rook lined up against the black king. I think Vincent will be going into a bit of a think. I would be terrified facing this position, knowing that d-pawn is coming one step ahead the moment I move my knight away.
That's scary. I mean, f4, you can even go g4. I mean, hey, listen, that's spicy, but f4, g4, again, everything 4, but f4, f5, I'm castled, I have my pieces developed. These are things to pay attention to. Of course, first to develop is generally the first to, initiate attack and do other things, look for tactics and etc. As we see here, white is one move away from completing development. What we mean by that is connecting the rooks. Maybe the rook on a1 could slide over 2, but white is quick to do everything else. White is definitely a favorite here, despite the engine saying, okay, yeah, slightly better for white. From a human standpoint, could be even more.
Yeah, the key piece is this white dark squared bishop. It had that x-ray vision towards the black king, cutting off the king, cannot castle through check, hence the need for Vincent Keymer to find this move, knight to e7. I think that was the only way to keep fighting. Next move, he can finally get the black king to safety. And for example, if white tries to blow open the center, pawn to d5, open lines, open diagonals, I think black will just ignore that, castle his king. It does get a bit feisty after that, but at least he's surviving this phase of the game. Queen to d2, hinting that the white queen might go.
Hated that move. f6? That's the best move.
Wow.
But if this move stops
is crazy.
Vincent from going short castle, even if it's just for one move, I think from a human perspective, it's a great find by Wesley, because it poses problems. f6 is not an easy move to play right now, and he doesn't. He goes for short castle, and it's a big mistake.
Dang, engines say you have lost your absolute. Wow. Oh, queen b4. Oh my god. But in rook e8. Huh? Oh, b5's hanging. That's the idea.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think he was focused on one flank of the board there, Vincent Keymer, but not looking the other side. Queens are so versatile, these pieces. It looked like the white queen was jumping to the right. Nope, she jumps to the left. And yeah, this is just a simple double attack. And
check any reaction from Vincent. Nothing.
I think he missed it.
Yeah. Again, I think that was a moment which actually shows that human evaluation and human moves can in a practical way be stronger than what the engine suggests, because Vincent was dying to get his king to safety. But it's a bad move in the position and such an easy miss, queen to b4. So I think it comes down to this find by Wesley, the small move that he made on the previous move, and right now a double attack. The b5 pawn and the knight on e7. And it's not just the b5 pawn, right? That one drops, the whole house drops on the left side of the board.
That's crazy. c4 hanging, b7 bishops hanging. Like, this is already bad here. The rook was misplaced on a6, and you can see is immediately, especially from body language here, Vincent Keymer puts the fingers on the head here. He looks down. He realizes this is a problem. First things first is you have to deal with the knight. You have to. You're going to lose material. So the only move where you have a few knight c6 or knight b to c, but that loses material too. So only move is really rook e8 here, it seems. And then queen b5, and then what after that? That's just kind of busted. Wesley looking very comfortable, as you can see.
Yeah, it looks like a decisive advantage already for Wesley. So Vincent reeling from the shock. We can see that on his face. And that's the problem in rapid chess. It's so much harder to defend these types of positions than it is to attack. Attacking moves you can see in 2 seconds. Defensive moves, especially a position like this, they're so difficult to find. And yeah, Vincent suffering here.
And Wesley's going to be completely locked in for the next few moves. I think the big takeaway from yesterday is that you can get a winning position against these players, but it's job half done. You still have to convert. What happened against Jan? What happened against Magnus?
Right.
So for Wesley, he's done everything right out of the opening, getting close to an absolutely busted position for his opponent right now. But he's got to continue being precise. In this time format, one in accuracy, allowing your opponent a little bit of a counterplay, and you're looking at a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, Wesley is in great form. He was hitting Magnus yesterday. He was swinging on Magnus with gloves on, in fact, gloves off. He was hitting Magnus, but Magnus was swinging back and actually won. So Wesley playing great chess here. It's just kind of a reminiscent of yesterday, as David said too as well. It didn't go in his favor yesterday. Maybe some luck today. And I mean, sheesh, like this position is already, practically busted, as we are going to take on b5. c4 is going to fall. I mean, Vincent is down to 3 minutes here now. Also, black is rook e8 only move here.
Oh, he plays it, but not willingly, not with a great deal of enthusiasm there, Vincent Keymer. And Wesley does cash in. He restores the material balance, grabs a pawn. He's about to go ahead. And I think it might be time to shift over to allow Vincent to stew in this position. He needs a bit of a miracle to save it, but miracles have happened so far in the Champions Chess Tour Finals. Let's jump to Magnus Carlsen against Vachier-Lagrave, because that game
let's go over there.
up.
Oh. Yeah.
And here we see the overview. Wow, also what looks like a big blunder by Levon Aronian against Denis Lazavik. Maybe before we go to Magnus, actually.
Shoot.
Game-changing blunder on the bottom right of our screens there.
That's crazy.
Denis about to get his 4th match victory right now. At least a round victory if he takes a lead with this one. G6, a blunder given by our computer, and knight takes pawn is being pointed at. It's all that knight on e4, which perhaps loses its key defender. Tactics in the air. Will Denis Lazavik find it?
There's so much going on. Like after knight d5, from a human standpoint, practically, right? Knight d5, you got to always keep calculating. COE, baby, you already know from at home, right? COE calculation. Now, knight takes d5, knight takes c3. So d5 is hanging. So what is the idea?
Knight
Probably
f6?
correct. Knight f6, maybe king h8. So there's no check. Then you take on b7 because the queen's hanging. So like, but then there's a take on d1. Like, then you maybe take on a8, or do you take the rook on e8?
Let's
Like,
jump in.
We're going to show all of
What is
this.
this?
James, knight takes pawn. Okay, first of all, this black knight undermined. If you take this knight, white can actually take either piece, but this black knight will lose its defenders. For example, in this position, I think you can simply pin and win, because this black knight now cannot be defended. Pawn to f5. This is actually maybe tricky to see from afar, but now you catch the black queen embarrassed in the center, and the other variation you mentioned there, that is the tricky one. After pawn to g6, the blunder, knight takes pawn, knight takes c3, there is a pin.
This is crazy.
You have to jump out the way with the check. This is as far as some players would get to and stop. King to h8 now, queen takes bishop, and I mean, what's the count? Level material? But this rook is hanging in the corner.
All the rooks hanging. All of them.
Yeah.
In fact, c1.
The e8 rook, the a8 rook, the d1 rook.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Everything on pre, but the tactics work in white's favor. You're going to end up winning material here.
There might even
Denis,
be
he's about to make a move. I
seven.
think he's about to take that pawn.
Oh my
Will
goodness.
he
there's
take
a
the
queen
pawn,
of
Denis
seven.
Lazavik?
Did he do it?
He's going to win this game if he takes it. I think there's no way back. Levon, he's so all in
He
there.
does it.
Wow. Let's see if Levon, any reaction? Nothing. Yeah. Okay. No reaction. Brilliant move.
Wow, fantastic spot. Denis Lazavik, he's known as a positional player, and I think that's one thing we've just used to characterize him. He likes his long grinds, he likes not taking too much risk, but give him a tactical opportunity, he'll spot it more often than not.
And this was a direct shot, right? And he sat down, he calculated it through. Very impressive by Denis. And it comes down to that little pawn move that Levon made on the previous move. Every pawn move has its own set of consequences, and it left behind a key square next to the black king, the f6 square, where the knight can then jump to. I'm surprised by this miss by Levon, because, David, you know, we've got you here, and we're all going through the lines, but knight takes pawn wasn't that hard to spot.
No, and it's a typical kind of motif in this type of position. If you play it as black, which Levon does quite regularly, you always look for tactics.
Right.
And after all, calculation, James.
Over everything.
Checks, captures, and threats. And this is a capture, and everything else kind of rolls quite simply. Yes, it's kind of a long variation, but it's quite linear. It's not too many branches to think about there. And Levon, it's just a form issue, surely, here. He's just struggling for form.
Yeah, he's got the headphones on, but the rhythm is still missing on the board right now for Lev. It's been a tough start for him on day one and day two as well. This looks like it's going to be very tough to come back from this, right? Because like you said, it's a straight out variation. The e4 knight is hanging. There's a check on f6, and Levon head in hands, but it might be too late.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it's consistency and like having. It's hard because if you lose one game and you lose one match, then you lose another match, and then you just started getting not defeated, but it just hurts, right? It doesn't feel good. You're not playing the best. You know that you're not playing the best here, and then this happens too as well. It's very tough, but you have to take it one game at a time here and just hope for the best. Maybe you got to stop the bleeding, as they say, by either drawing, win a game, or one match could really change things around. But Levon is under fire here for sure.
And can we just talk about Denis, right? He makes it through to the Champions Chess Tour Finals in 23. He comes back for the finals in 24, earns his spot, wins all his 3 matches on day one. And here he is with a winning position in round one, right out of the opening against one of the greats. And this is a bold statement against his critics as well. Denis belongs here.
Yeah. I mean, he's at the top of the leaderboard right now, and the only other person up there is Magnus himself.
And also a cautionary tale for those of you just starting out the game or trying to think about chess strategy. Look at how Denis's pieces, the white pieces, they're all perfectly centralized. They're all poised for action, so it's no surprise the tactics work in white's favor. Black's pieces are mostly still at home. The black knight in the center looks impressive, but has been undermined. The other black piece is not making a great impression, still napping, despite the fact the games have started. So, 1 minute for Levon Aronian. I think we might wait to see this move. But we'll jump away very shortly there's action happening elsewhere. Magnus taking control, not winning yet, but with an advantage over against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Ooh, Levon. Yeah, let's move over. Levon in trouble here. I think Denis can pick his poison here. He can choose which piece to capture with a big advantage. It's time to jump to the home favorite, Magnus. And,
Wow.
Pawn to h4, the last move. He's
H4
coming.
for the score, baby. I like this. H4, 2 bishops. What is your knight on A6 doing over there, big fella? Even if you go to C7, it's going to take a while. E8, D6, it's going to take a while. So, yeah, H5 instantly looking nice for Magnus.
This is a Magnus Carlsen show, the position, right? Material is completely balanced, but white is dominating. You have full control over the C line, playing on the H file. Anytime the long diagonal, the A1, H8 diagonal opens up, that's great news for white as well. All the pawn breaks, E4 at... Oh, wow! I wasn't expecting it to happen right now, David.
Dang.
Great call, Tanya. The white queen is about to float into the black position. I don't know where yet. I don't exactly see the idea, but I think it's just to do with these two diagonals, right? The dark squares. Black is vulnerable. There's so many holes. It's like that cheese that I can never remember the name of.
Swiss
with all
cheese?
the holes. Swiss cheese.
Come on, David. Swiss cheese.
It just looks fantastic here. Attacking spidey senses tingling for Magnus.
Okay, well, you know, in fact, chat, what do you think is going to happen here? We want you to actually make a move. Download Take, and experience chess fandom like never before. Visit go.chess.com/takex3 or use command take in chat. What are moves? What's going to happen? So he takes the knight.
Okay, he's at least blocked white's dark squared bishop, which will struggle to get outside of its pawn right now, but the white queen is coming. Tanya, there's so many tempting moves here for white.
It's that black knight on E8 holding fort next to the king, taking control of the dark squares, but every single piece of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is in such a passive position right now. The queen on B7 tied to defend that white rook. Love that emoji, David. Tied to defend the white rook from entering into C8 as well for Magnus. A lot of pleasant choices. He's perhaps also calculating what happens in the most direct case where you can perhaps pick up the D5 pawn here. Pawn takes pawn because Maxime otherwise wants to grab on E4, but Magnus makes another decision. He comes in with a queen, attacking the rook. Rook C8 is what I'm expecting right now.
Yeah, not too much choice. The rook is undefended. Either you need to use the queen or the rook to shift. But there we go. The fans watching, who are you cheering for? Let us know. The players won't be able to see.
So takes, right, takes. Is there an E6? He takes with the queen, bishop G4, queen E1, king H2. Okay, no, nothing there.
Well, James, you're looking at pawn takes pawn right now and ideas of white's pawn shifting up, just opening up this diagonal,
E6.
right?
Maybe bishop G4 immediately.
Oof, bishop G4 is coming, pawn is coming. This looks fantastic.
And then E6. Queen C2, though?
Go
Maybe
back to the
E6
game.
anyway? Oh, my God. This is crazy. I
He
love this
does
type of chess.
take, and will he go E6? There's also an idea of putting the bishop on the left side of the board. That knight on E8 is a key defender in black's position, David. I love the move that you've got on bishop B5. Pick up that knight, put your pawn on H6, put your queen on F6, and say hello to G7.
Ooh, look at this type of thing. Maybe white has even better here, but the queen coming in and yeah, this just looks so scary. I don't think you ever hold this in practical terms. Look at the clock as well. 1 minute and you're defending this? Good luck. And James's move as well. Bishop to G4 with pawn to E6 to follow, blowing open this diagonal. Looks very tempting. For Magnus, the one pitfall is that he has too many strong moves and only 1 minute with which to choose among them.
As black, you could have an R and it would be difficult to defend this position. And you know, the problem of plenty, it affects most chess players, but I think Magnus usually ends up making the right choice.
Absolutely. I mean, bishop G4 is a very strong move because it follows up with E6. But I mean, anything can be played here. You can do HG first. HG, bishop G4, then E6. I mean, this is crazy. Like, you have a choice here. You can kind of do, I mean, it can't do whatever, but you do have a lot of moves you can play. So see what Magnus chooses here.
And in the meantime,
30 seconds.
In the meantime, we heard some applause there. That is because Wesley So takes the first win of the day, taking down Vincent Keymer. And there has been a draw between Alireza Firouzja and Nepomniachtchi, maybe the least eventful of the game so far. But this one looks like white, a big favorite. The fans going crazy out there.
They're loving it. And Magnus does go on to get rid of that key defender in Maxime's position. So many threats on the board. This is suffering for Maxime. He tries to keep that knight on E8 alive, blocks it. And Magnus, how does he break through? He does clamp down on the king side. 8-6. Once the queen lands on F6, it will be game over.
Yeah, the white queen just needs to
Can you
teleport.
go queen F6? Oh, no, there's a knight on E8. Sorry.
Yeah, maybe takes queen D8.
Not
Queen
yet.
C1, that's a nifty move.
Wow, that's great full board awareness. Real agility there from the white queen. The black knights, oh, they're so clumsily placed. Even just taking this one now and entering with the white queen looks fantastic. Just, okay, Magnus about to choose what to do.
You could go in with the queen to c5. You could pick up the knight on e8. Some really pleasant choices for Magnus here. He's got 10 seconds, though.
Oh, yeah, I keep forgetting the time. Yeah, he definitely has no time. I mean, okay, same with Levon, MVL here, but it's no time. But, yeah, he has more time than Magnus. It's possible to make a mistake, as we saw, even with the knights, as David said, the kryptonite for Magnus, when it comes to blunders, is with a knight. So let's just hope, hope for the best for Magnus here. If he can convert this, let's see.
What knights are you talking about? They're on c8, e8. They're way too far. I don't even see them right now.
Those aren't knights. You're right. My bad. I forgot.
They're just 2 extra spectators there in the arena. 2 extra fans. They've got their headphones on, camping out on the back rank for black.
Yeah.
Magnus's queen, meanwhile, lining up. He's not converting this the most efficient way, I would say, but he's allowing a potential endgame now if there are captures on the e5 square. Maxime wants to keep the queens on the board, but cashing in now.
Tactinos.
Playing on seconds.
F7 check, king takes, no mate, check, hitting.
Does a check.
Takes, check. Oh, he checked first, check. Yeah, this is going to be GG, sir.
He does gain on the clock and the board as well, picking up extra material. That h-pawn will decide. The b5 knight will be picked up next.
Yeah, it's a resi. Very close.
Okay, but knights, so tricky. Maxime, though, playing with his last few pieces. We see a handshake. Magnus takes the win. Magnus was about to make a new queen once those queens came off the board. What a masterclass. Starts off on a high again, day 2.
No surprise at that, Magnus. And this was a strategic masterpiece, right? Complete domination out of the opening. All positional factors, Magnus got the control on. And then in the end, as it usually happens, a tactical blowout that favors the world #1, takes the lead, needs only a draw to keep up the 100% score. And meanwhile, I think, David, all games have finished. And the crowd, of course, loving Magnus Carlsen.
And the crowd goes wild. I mean, when do you ever see that in chess? Like, let's go. It's just, the energy is contagious. It's also awesome to see, and it's great having a live final. So, pretty nice. I think all decisive games this round. Take a look at the scores here as we finish the round. There it is. Oh, no, we had one draw there. Alireza and Jan with a draw there. So, cool. And nothing, no bleeding there. Denis Lazavik wins, Wesley So wins, and Magnus Carlsen wins with 1 game to go.
And Alireza Jan, I think, is the one game that perhaps many thought would go decisive, just given their brand of chess, their style of play, the only one to end peacefully. Denis Lazavik, once again, just so impressive, taking that lead. How many comebacks are you expecting, James? 3 players trailing right now.
You know what? Of course, as more chess is happening, a lot of emotions. People are trying to figure out where I am in the standings. I think it's going to be more decisive chess. Of course, there is. But definitely in this round in particular, I think it's going to be all decisive games. No Armageddon. 100,000 on time.
It was a good round to be white. 3 players with the white pieces winning their games. Denis Lazavik and Wesley So obtaining big advantages early on, converting them quite smoothly, quite effortlessly, but Magnus was maybe made to work the hardest. Ultimately, he was patient, and patience paid off.
Very nice. Hey, what's up? What's up, guys? Live final. Yes, we see you all. Glad to see them. Perfect. There's so much going on here in Oslo, Norway. It's pretty awesome. With the live final, there's so much going on with the fans there. But Magnus is looking to finish the round. And David, what do we have from this match?
Yeah, and we saw Magnus trying to eke out some advantage. We saw Magnus gain the bishop pair in the middle game and close a mating net around the king. But let's examine how he put the finishing touches on that victory. The black king here caged by this fantastic white pawn, the alpha 0 pawn, locking in the mating net. So any tactics will always work in white's favor. Here, though, we left it with Magnus bringing his queen in, hitting the black knight, the sideline piece. The knight dropped back. These knights are real bystanders right now, but it took a bit more hard work. Magnus now with the typical blitz move, a great move for anyone learning the game. Just give your king some air. If in doubt, protect your king. And Magnus now just getting ready for the later stages of the game. Black played g5. Now the queen drops back, attacking this pawn. A reaction by Vachier-Lagrave, pushing his pawn forward. And after queen to d4, many ways for black to play here, but ultimately none of them are going to save the game. He kept the queens on the board, and after a capture, another trade, this check, intermediate move, a Zwischenzug, as they say. forcing the black king forward, allowing the white queen to give a series of checks. And again, it was all about Harry the h-pawn, as that pawn won the game. A few moves later, after the queens were about to be exchanged, we saw Maxime Vachier-Lagrave resign here, because after a trade, it's all about Harry. Pawn steps forward and crowns itself a queen.
What a conversion. Absolutely flawless stuff by Magnus Carlsen in this one. And he's got this knack, right, James? He just doesn't let go of his advantage. Plays perfectly. But again, I'm just so impressed with the chess that Denis has been showing in this tournament so far.
Yeah, he spotted his opportunity, he pounces. I mean, what more can you want from a young player? That killer instinct often defines the truly great players from the rest of us. And he showed it there against Levon Aronian, no less.
Yeah, Denis is playing out of his mind, but also Magnus too as well. It's going to be Denis and Matt. That's the matchup that we're waiting for now. Is when does Denis play Magnus, right? We all want to see, and of course, Denis is fearless. That's what you see. You can just tell he doesn't get rattled by anything, and you rarely ever see that. I mean, you see that in a Magnus, of course. He doesn't rattle. Of course, 5-time world champ. I've done this before at the highest level of the highest level, right? But Denis Lazavik coming in, being very young, very tenacious and hungry here. He is going to try to beat Magnus here. That is the match to watch. It's only them two right now up at the top.
Exactly. I mean, it's not surprising for Magnus with his experience in this format and everywhere else, but for Denis to show the kind of chess that he's showing, incredible. And the one player, one youngster who has been struggling is Vincent Keymer. He needs to get on the leaderboard, and Magnus looks like he's struggling with something right now.
He's like, yo, what's up with my music? Yo, hey, what's up with my music, bro?
It's all about the playlist. The players need to feel good. They need to play good. Yeah. And yeah, he wants some tunes on.
Yeah, hopefully this time, let's get this round up. And let's see if we can get the music playlists up this time. I know we have that, so it'd be cool so everyone in chat can see what are they listening to. What are your favorite players listening to? Any guesses, chat? Any guesses? What do you think your favorite players are listening to?
As long as they're not listening to us, then anything else goes.
Oh, he said, oh, bet. Okay, got the stream on, you know. It's on delay, so, you know.
Well, for Maxime, there's no time to delay anything, right? This is the final rapid game for him. He has to win on demand with white. The good news, he's got white. What are we expecting from him in this one? How does he start? How does he create his chances, David?
Well, Maxime is fantastic with white. He's one of the most dangerous players. Usually he opens with his king's pawn. He's an expert in the Roy Lopez, the Spanish opening, even in the Italian occasionally. But yeah, e4, I would say. I don't think you can take on Magnus in any queen's pawn openings when Magnus is maybe the more versatile of the two. Maxime has spent his whole career, spent 25 years just carving out this fantastic repertoire. He needs to use it.
He's beaten Magnus before, okay? So as we mentioned before, he's the only one in the field that has, you know, a plus record on Magnus in this format, actually, or at least in the Champions Chess Tour. He was able to beat Magnus twice in back-to-back matches, which is unheard of to be able to qualify for the finals, as we saw that live. So he's capable of doing it, but, I mean, Magnus is a force to be reckoned with, especially after yesterday gaining that confidence from a losing game, and he's in his hometown. This is going to be a tough Magnus to beat for MVL. Oh, okay. Listening. Which one is that?
Kanye West.
Kanye?
I think this is Alireza's playlist.
It is.
He's
Alireza
a Kanye
does
fan.
that. Yeah, he does. He listens to Kanye. He also has it on in his Instagram. He has a lot of Kanye stuff he posts on.
Yeah, he gets like a lot of captions out of Kanye lyrics. Yes, David.
It's a Caro Kanye West. It's a Caro Khan opening.
David.
Kanye inspiring one of the players, maybe both of the players.
Kanye play the Caro Khan.
Kanye. Wow, that's pretty good. I guess like Kanye. Okay, so
it's
now
the advanced Caro Kanye defense.
Nice.
And confirmed, it is Alireza's playlist. He wants that. He wants that action. Hell of a life, as they say. And it's the advanced variation. This one's going to be a long grind, most likely, with a very blocked pawn structure. Alireza playing a very trendy move, though, Alpha Zero-esque again. Pushing the A-pawn down the board, gaining space. Black very flexible with his pieces later on. Watch out for Black to play the move F6, which is what the top players have been doing recently if White ends up blocking any advances on the queen side. Jan Nepomniachtchi, look at that. He's listening to music. He's not even looking at the chessboard right now. He's maybe checking himself out in the mirrored wall, but also more likely just trying to remember his opening theory.
And he does create a wall, a pawn chain with his own pawns. And once again, we see the pawn point theory, right? That he is targeting the king side for his play eventually, while Alireza will probably be playing more on the left side of the board. And the alpha zero, the A pawn, it doesn't stop trying to get to that A3 square. And is that knight retreat, apart from heading to the D3 square, also hinting at a pawn storm on the king side? F4, G4, we might be seeing all of that. Right now, we're seeing Maxime trying to get his game going and bounce back against Magnus. It's 1e4, the king's pawn opening, and Magnus keeps it solid.
Magnus keeps it solid. This is what we talked about with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He's been playing this literally since he was about 5 years old. And Magnus responding in his World Championship style. Will he go for... OK, he pushes his pawn forward.
Will it be the Marshall?
Yeah, I was going to say, will it be the Marshall attack, the Marshall gambit there?
Ooh, he's hinting towards it. Not moving the D pawn, but it's stopped. This is the anti-Marshall, not allowing that central D5 break.
Yeah, the black pawn couldn't push 2 squares, so it pushes 1 square, and now Maxime creates some luft, some air for his bishop to retreat to, just in case it gets tracked down, hunted down by this black knight. So this is very much mainstream theory. I'm pretty sure both players have spent dozens, if not hundreds of hours analysing this position. But Magnus has to show his prep. He's used this, I mean, he's had this position before in World Championship match against Jan Nepomniachtchi in 2021. Nothing new here. But interesting cagey start to this game. Magnus really wants the victory. He just wants to lock this down and make a draw.
And someone for Maxime, he's got to try to get those central breaks in, right? At some point, you want to push that D pawn 1 step ahead, open up some lines. Magnus, meanwhile, trying to keep some counterplay on the queen side, perhaps hinting at an eventual B4 break at the right moment as well. Ideas of the black knight jumping to A5, a C5 advance to follow. Again, like you said, not a single piece traded off. All the pawns on the board, starts cagey, but once we get a break in, we know it's going to be fireworks.
Definitely. Of course, this is a very rich position. Roy Lopez is one of the richest openings that you can play. There's so many ways to play it. And of course, theory goes 30, 40 moves, deep all the way out, analyzed to a draw. Of course, small nuances like Rook B8, played here as it's made MVL think here because, you know, there's so many moves he could have played. Bishop B7, Bishop B7, Knight A5, right? He goes with the Rook B8 option, but still so much chess to be played. This is going to be a long game, I assume.
Yeah, a really long game. This Rook B8 move is one of the favorites of Daniel Dubov, who worked with Magnus Carlsen on several World Championship matches. Nice. Magnus actually played this one before, so I'm very surprised to see Maxime even spend any seconds there, even pause for thought. Eventually, he makes a non-committal move. I'm expecting Magnus to do the same. The plan tends to be to push this pawn forward, move his rook, shift his bishop back, just stay nice and solid, and just sit and wait for white to come at you. So Magnus there, he does indeed push that pawn. This is still well-known theory. And maybe a game we'll check back in on a bit later. Let's zoom out to the bird's eye view.
Let's do it as action is heating up on the other boards and bring up our bird's eye view. And David, we see there on the top left, Alireza indeed has broken out in the center with the move F6. And we see that Jan is the one who's pushing for advantage there. What stands out to you and where should we deep dive next? Because that's the one that catches my attention.
Oof, yeah, just to mention the others. Vincent Keymer against Wesley So. Vincent with a must-win situation. He's got a very tepid middle game right now. Nothing too much, nothing too dramatic happening there. Looks balanced. Levon Aronian also must-win situation against Denis Lazavik. I think that is pretty much opening theory still, so I agree, Tanya. Let's jump. It's Kanye West time.
Right, yeah, that one's of course, you can always get some fun games in Caro-Kann, especially towards the middle game that we're starting to see now. Knight went around the E1 there, trying to reroute to D3, also maybe keeping the F pawn available for us at some point.
Yeah, really kind of a really curious case study here of the players breaking all the rules. Look at this for white. We are several moves in now. We are 10 moves in, and okay, until this move, 7 of the 8 white pieces were still in the back rank. For black, I mean, you've not developed your bishop. You've locked it in behind your own knight. You've opened up the center despite your king is, despite the fact your king is still stuck here. Wow, this is yeah, a crazy position. I guess you got to know the rules to break the rules.
You know what, Bishop G5, like that's crazy that you put a question mark on a move that develops a piece. Like it's just insane that the engine is just like, oh, you're so bad at chess. Like Bishop G5 is a developing move, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, who's went to the World Championship twice, in fact, plays Bishop G5, develops a piece, and it's incorrect, right? So crazy.
I don't know it's incorrect. I think a slight inaccuracy, perhaps had a better option at that moment. But once again, from a human perspective, it still keeps a chunk of the advantage. You take your piece out. But look at Alireza, right? He immediately jumps in the center. He realizes that he can't play slow right now. If you do that, white just takes over. There's a glaring weakness on e6 for Alireza as well. So knight e4, asking some questions to the bishop that's just developed. Is it time to really give up the bishop pair and start playing against the black king?
It might be, Tanya, and often that's pretty much the trigger, right, for kind of accelerating the play, changing the nature. We see it from Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's going to simply develop his knight next move. An exchange there gains at least one tempo, meaning he doesn't have to retreat the other bishop. This white knight's going to come, this white knight's going to come, maybe pounce into the outpost in front of that weakness he mentioned. And yeah, as soon as a white rook ever lands on the e-file, I smell danger. For black, there's a pin here. This black knight cannot move, therefore the black bishop, the dark square bishop cannot move. I just sense so many problems ahead for Alireza. And James, you're a great attacking player. Nepomniachtchi must be loving this.
Oh, absolutely. Of course. We love attacking chess here. E6 is weak. The E5 square is ours. And we have an E-file. And the bishop's going to be very strange on E4. He's going to take with the bishop. It makes no sense to do DE. So eval bar goes up. I guess they wanted DE. That's maybe they did. But at the same time, whatever. We have a good position with white as we can first follow up with knight D2 here as best move, what the engine says. But it's just natural. Attack the bishop. He's probably going to move it. Correct. Maybe F5 or G6. Then we move the other knight. Maybe to F3. Knight E to F3 to put the rook on E1. Very easy moves to make here for white.
Mm.
Yeah, it just looks like a dream opening. It looks like a nightmare for Firouzja. He wasn't in a must-win situation with black, so it's slightly odd to see him take this much risk.
And this would be an absolute disaster, right? Because right now on the leaderboard, Alireza started the day being 7th. And if he loses this match, that's going to be a big roadblock to try to come at least in the top 6 and make it to the survival stage of the Champions Chess Tour Finals. Big trouble for Alireza, but we know how tricky he can be, how resourceful he can be. So still too soon to write it off. He does come back with the bishop. And as Jan takes a think, should we just zoom out of this one and take a look at some of the other action? Because I've got my eyes on all the boards. And there's a lot happening, David. I'm going to let you decide where we go next.
Ooh, pressure. The power in my hands. Tanya, you're choosing the most indecisive man in the world to make this decision. But like you say, there is action. Levon Aronian is making his move now. He's trying to go for it. Very committal stuff against Denis Lazavik. I would say Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Magnus Carlsen, the quietest of them all. Magnus looks in very healthy shape there. But yeah, it's either bottom right or top right. I'm going to go to Levon Aronian to see whether the most experienced player can bounce back.
Definitely. There's also a knight on H4. He's a very creative player. We know this Levon. I also like to call him LeBron Aronian, but this tournament, he's not LeBron. But he still is LeBron in my eyes here, of course. LeBron Aronian here. He's going to fight, and he's very creative, as we know. One of the most creative players, and one of the very few players to ever reach 2,800 in classical chess. So he can fight back here. He has a position that he likes. Knight on H4. You could go F4. There's lots of possibility. I have the bishop pair, right? I can even snatch off the bishop on G6 when I'm ready. But I need to figure out what how. It's always about the how. Let's see what he does. F5. Whoa, big fella.
Through.
Here we go. It's about to get spicy. Whoa. F4. Okay, that's a crazy move. I'm not gonna lie. F4 is insane. F4 is insane. Yeah. What if you take?
Yeah, that's a tough one to spot as well, right? Because your rook is lined up against the white queen, and Levon, he wants to just play fast. He misses that opportunity, but you can't really fault him, David, because with the rook on E8, do you really want to push that F pawn, opening up that line?
What was the idea?
That was bizarre. The blue arrow did represent by far the strongest move, according to the computer. Let's just quickly show that missed opportunity for Levon Aronian. It was reliant on some tricky tactics. Of course, there's a fine line between spending time finding the best moves or just playing quickly instinctively. F5 here. Of course, you could take, but then the position opens up towards the white king, hence the decision to shuffle into the corner. F4. If black had taken, then this white queen is attacked. I think, however, you can play this move. Bishop takes F4.
What?
The idea being that it looks like you're losing a piece. The white queen drops, the black queen drops, but now both of the black rooks are attacked en prise, as we would say, and after you take this rook, then I think you can safely take the other rook. And at the end, you have a slightly better endgame. So 2 bishops on an open board. Levon Aronian, this is far from winning still, so we can forgive him for missing this.
Yeah, you can't blame him for that.
He puts his king on the corner, and now the ball is in Denis's court, right? Because suddenly F5 makes a lot of sense. You've sort of broken free. You can push that F-pawn even one step ahead, stopping any chance of white actually getting that F4 break in. And it feels like the worst is behind Denis already. Because once you get that f4 move, how is Levon opening up the position for his bishop pair?
That's a great question there. Yeah, f4 is really annoying, I'm not going to lie. Because my idea here is like, you know, you have the mating ideas with like rook g1, gf, queen h5, and knight g6, which is a very nasty type of idea, but f4 stops all of that. So f4 is really kind of annoying, I'm not going to lie. Maybe I have to take on g6. He plays f4. Yeah, dang it. Darn it, Tanya. He played f4.
This is such a Dennis move, right? Just keep everything under control. Don't open any lines. And I think, again, from a practical perspective, f5 was a great choice in a difficult position.
Yeah, it's better to suffer, but at least with some activity and some hope of a counterattack rather than sit passively and wait and wait and wait. Let your opponent do everything they want. I'm expecting now Levon Aronian to snap off this bishop because it controls the outpost in front of a backward pawn. This e4 square is a nice landing spot for the white queen, potentially. Once that bishop disappears, the backward pawn on e5 could be a hindrance long-term in the endgame. If we make it that far, Levon Aronian is still with a small advantage, I would say. But, okay, the worst may be past for Denis.
I've noticed the one strength that Denis has, any game you study of his, he always plays with all his pieces. You know, get all your toys to the nursery. You'll see every single resource of his playing, and the g6 bishop has been snapped off. That knight on b6, I feel, is the one problem piece. Yes, it's developed, but you probably want to reroute it at some point and get it more towards the center of the board.
Definitely, that knight needs to hurry up and move. But in the meantime, okay, Levon plays the move I wanted, and the bar slides down.
I like queen f3, to be honest, because I just want, you know, I like keeping queens on. But queen f3, h4, h5 was the whole thing to lock it down. And of course, as Tanya mentioned with the knight on b6, one thing I remember is like using drag and drop method is what I like to teach. It's kind of like picking up a piece and putting it somewhere you would want the piece to be. Basically, the knight would be great on g5, but it takes forever to get there, right? So, you know, okay, I could go queen f3, h4, h5, actually king g2, swing the rook over, hide the king on f1. Creative, and actually just play for something, because he has to. In fact, queen e4. Now, maybe he still could try this idea with king g2.
James, I actually think this is a very tough position to pick whether we prefer white or black here. I want to hear your thoughts. Would you rather be white or black?
Well, I love the bishops, and I love opportunities.
So you're taking white?
I'm taking white.
White. David?
White.
Ooh.
Bishops.
You know, I'm from Vishy's school. Love the knights.
Okay.
I would want them to be placed more active, and I like that the queen on h6, white's king feels a little more unsafe. I'm picking Denis here. The knight does reroute itself.
Queen of predictions, spot on again. The knight is coming. And James mentioned the g5 square. Knight d6 is the launch pad. You hit the white queen. Maybe later, with a bit of luck, you journey over. And, whoops, my arrow's going awry again, but you journey over to g5. Oof, slow but steady.
He's kind of weird over there. Can I? Yeah, he went king h2. That's going to be too many tempi now. I wanted king g2, believe it or not, and go rook h1. The king is safe on f1. So king g2, rook h1, and like even rook... This is ridiculous, but you know, I like this type of chess. Like even rook e to g1, and then bring the king to f1, and then push h and g. And you have a nice plan of doing this. Maybe he could still do it. He played f3. I like that move. Queen e2, possible.
Long plan there, maybe. There's time for that.
You know what they say, long plan, wrong plan.
Wrong plan.
But James, I think you've been calling the action. We might be seeing that. We'll see how, because Lev is in a must-win situation, right?
Yeah.
He has to take this, he has to take the point to take it to Armageddon. Do you think this is a good moment, David, to perhaps zoom out? Because some of the other players also must win on demand.
That's right. Long plan. Will it be a Levon plan? We will see.
David out here today. David out here, bro.
Okay, I think we briefly check in now on Vincent Keymer and Wesley So. Still not the most exciting game, but Vincent with the foundations of a potential comeback. And then it might be time to jump over to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Magnus Carlsen or Jan Nepomniachtchi. Turning the screw there against Alireza Firouzja on the top left of your screens, but we're not quite at the time trouble stage yet. Let's see if Vincent Keymer can strike back. He's under 3 minutes against Wesley So. Wesley, will he get that win that his play has deserved so far? But luck not on his side in many of the battles. Knight in f5 will thrive, they say. What do you guys think?
Vincent looking good in this game, I think. I think he's looking... He has potential, a lot of potential here. Yeah, d4 break. I think he has some good space. A knight on f5 is that's what Gary Kasparov says. A knight on f5 like wins games or something about a knight on f5. But it's nice. And if bishop takes, we could take with the g pawn, you know, and see it's reminiscent of basically the Levon game, moving the king, putting a rook on g1. You got to be careful of a queen h5 at some point, but our bishop covers that. So I think white has a lot of choices here. Vincent could create something.
Yeah,
Tanya.
I agree. It looks really good for white. I mean, that knight you pointed out, the central pawns, the queen nicely placed, also eyeing the c file. The black pawns, the 3 versus 1 that we see on the left side is really not getting anything for Wesley. The one counterplay Wesley shows, jumps in with the knight. Again, these question marks, I don't understand because knight f4 was screaming to be played.
Knight on f4 for the score. Like, what do you mean? And he's like, knight on f5, cool. I'll put one on f4. Like, you know, touche, buddy. What do you mean, right? So, oh, this is getting spicy. And h3 is hanging, but he says, take it. What?
King g2 steps up and you're attacking the queen and the knight.
Yeah, and the queen's hanging. c6 doesn't work. Wow, this is spicy.
Only one move to save
What
the
is
game.
it?
He has to find that move that he just played. Of course he did. He had to defend his bishop, actually, there, Wesley, with his queen, because the bishop defends the knight. Now the queen defends the bishop. Everything just hanging together by a thread. But still looking very nice for Vincent Keymer. He might have to part with his bishop pair, however.
Yeah.
Get this knight off the board. It's too strong.
h3 is like, yeah, he's going to take it if you let him.
Okay, just a brief check-in on this game. It does look like Vincent with a small advantage, but nothing too significant. Let's actually jump over to Jan Nepomniachtchi against Alireza Firouzja, where...
Super spicy.
Oof, stuff is happening.
A lot is happening, and our blue arrow to the rescue. I mean, there's an e6 pawn that is on pre that looks extremely weak, and Alireza's king still in the center. David, break this position down to us because everything on the board is hanging.
Everything on the board is hanging. It's taking me a bit of time here to work out why you can actually, or whether you can start grabbing pawns, because the white bishop is also attacked. The blue arrow helps us, though. This is the right direction for Jan Nepomniachtchi. He plays it. It's also the most natural move, I would say.
Here we go.
But this is the dilemma, right? Bishop attacked, h2 attacked. Be careful there. But on the bright side, you might be able to snap off a pawn here and now.
Yeah, because the g6 pawn will be hanging after the flurry of checks that we'll have on e6. Once the king moves, the rook will grab that pawn and also defend the bishop on g5. So can Jan get greedy here, James?
Yeah, definitely. You always have to calculate. They always say, how far do you calculate? Always one more move. But then I was like, well, you'll never stop calculating at that point. But also, you want that kind of thing. He didn't go for it.
Jan
actually
did
thought
stop
queen e6
calculating that.
Yeah, queen e6 takes, king 87, rook g6, bishop h2, king g2, and then move the bishop because rook h1 was coming. So, you know, and g7's hanging. I mean, it definitely seemed very, very nice. But, you know, Jan probably saw something and didn't like it.
Is there e5 here? Because that knight from f3, it blocks the queen from defending g4.
Ooh, that's spicy. e5, Tanya. That's a spicy move.
This could get very chaotic.
Yeah, that's a great call, Tanya. And look at Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's bobbing his head, maybe because he hasn't seen this move, pawn to e5. It's very much Firouzja style as well, to muddy the waters, to mess things up. And, wow, there we see the fans glued to the screens, the jumbotrons there. But pawn to e5, the reason that is such a strong move is the white knight is overwhelmed, overstretched here. It cannot take this pawn, or maybe should not at least, because the bishop on g5 is hanging, although there you have to just work out a bunch of discovered checks against the black king, and the consequences are quite far-reaching. So he does
e5
with 25 seconds on the clock.
You better be. Oh, he's swinging. Look at Jan immediately stopped bopping. Immediately, he was jamming. Not no more.
Wow.
He's like, oh, that was a good move.
No, I'm good. Never mind. Psych.
Missed that one.
No, that was a good move though. That's a very good move. Look at the sleeves roll up.
Oh,
and he's
he doesn't
locked
like
in.
it anymore.
Yeah. The question is, what do you play? I mean, that's a very good question here. I mean, you might be able to do DE and run the king, but he took with the knight.
Takes with the knight. Apparently, that's a big mistake.
Everything's hanging. Maybe he goes f4. Oh my goodness! After bishop takes.
Alireza's got 17 seconds to figure it out. He does pick up the bishop, playing with fire, saying that you don't have a great check.
Oh my goodness! Here we go.
You do not have a good discovered check. He drops his knight back, hitting the black bishop, and look at this. The black king just moves. And the black bishop now is the one attacked. It drops off the board, but Alireza simply moves his queen. Look at the white knight. It is trapped.
Oh, wow.
That knight is trapped.
Unbelievable. I mean, what a stunning square for the knight, but there's no way home. It's far behind enemy lines. Every single retreating square is covered by black, either the pawn or the knight. And now Alireza's just winning this.
I think he is. I mean, you could try f4, knight h3, king g2, queen d6,
Just pick
f5.
up the knight.
You just pick
It's
up
a
the
free
knight.
piece.
Exactly.
Your king's hiding on g8.
Exactly.
Your pawn goes to g5. You block all files.
Wow.
This is turned around completely.
Crazy.
And Jan Nepomniachtchi's not vibing anymore.
He's not vibing. Can we get a vibe check though? We do want to know, what is he listening to? What is he listening to? Yeah, he's going for this f4 idea, which I thought, I mean, it's tactical. King g2, he takes the knight, you go f5, and he just runs for the hills and stares at you weirdly.
There's knight f4 check in the air.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, the one positive for Jan here is that the Black Knight is now kind of trapped, so if you can lock that out for as long as possible, maybe some counter chances, even some endgames might be holdable, despite the fact you're a whole knight down, because the Black Knight's so poorly placed. Also the clock.
Ooh,
now 10 seconds for you, Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, it was a head shake. Immediate. That's it.
Ooh, he moves
That's
his
it,
queen.
boys. Wow.
Watch out, the Black King is not well placed, so tactics will not work in Black's favor yet. The Black King can just move. There we go.
Does it? And now knight takes pawn is a big threat. He stops it by blocking the queen's attack. And Alireza gets the rook to join forces with the Black Knight. The f-pawn defended. Tripling down now on the f4 pawn.
He's going queen h4 too as well. Yeah, f4 is hanging. He went for g5. You gotta be careful because rook f3, I'm getting some material back. He takes, step out the way.
Ooh, the Black Knight now pinned though. Things are turning, things are changing. Jan made that move with just a couple of seconds left. Firouzja still winning. He's got the extra knight, but can he close this game out? He's trying to trade rooks. Great move there for Firouzja.
That's it. Great move. Ooh. Great move. Rook h3 was stellar. And resignation.
Oh, when Jan reacts. He's so furious right now.
Carol Kanye! Nice job.
Jan was so close to getting this one. He had trapped Firouzja's king in the center of the board. But just how tricky is Alireza? And we saw Jan there with the frustration at the end.
Alireza takes the win, but there's drama happening elsewhere. We see Vincent Keymer fighting against Wesley So. Meanwhile, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with a big advantage a couple of moves ago against Magnus Carlsen. That advantage slipping away, but look at that, 2 minutes against 6 seconds for Magnus. White has an extra bishop.
Ooh.
Oh, shoot.
That's an extra piece.
Bishop. Okay, well, listen, you know.
B5 is hanging?
We saw this yesterday, though, so let's just not get excited, okay? We saw this same thing happen yesterday with Wesley.
I'm getting excited. Armageddon incoming right now, James.
Armageddon incoming.
I think we should get excited because the fans are clearly excited out there.
Yeah.
Okay, it's all about the white b-pawn. If he can keep this alive, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he's going to win. The white bishop keeps everything covered on the c-file. Great vision over on the queen side too. And the white pawn needs to start moving.
So don't trade the c-pawn for the b-pawn. You need as many pawns on the board to win this one. Magnus wants to push the c2 pawn, and now that has been stopped by the white rook. Bring that rook back. Defend b4, also stop c2. Beautiful square for the white rook.
I mean, Magnus making this difficult, bro. This is what he does. He did the same thing yesterday, and that bar is like, you know, this is good play. It's very playable. And it is.
How does he do it with 8 seconds on the clock? And suddenly the bar says this is fine for black.
You know, I think when you play at home, you know, no matter where you are, you get an extra 100, 200 elo. That's what it says. That's in the books. That's what it says. So he's playing at the home field advantage here. So Magnus is Magnus plus the extra 100 elo. So that's what's happening right now.
Ooh, trading off pawns, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. You're not supposed to do that when there are so few pawns remaining. We might see a long grind, rook and bishop versus rook. Ooh. There we go. The bar shoots up, though. Can Maxime improve the position? It's all about the white king.
The white king and pushing that b pawn as well. How do you combine these ideas? Do you get your king closer to the c pawn? He first falls back with the bishop. He's threatening b5. It's on the board. Don't take that pawn. There's a discovered check.
Uh-oh.
Oh my goodness.
Drosky.
Magnus with the turnaround.
No, Magnus is not going to save this game. The white rook can step back now and guard the black pawn that's about to become a new queen. Why is Maxime hesitating? Well, he gives a check first.
He has to come back with the rook or go to the h-file. Get yourself behind the pawn.
That is the best defense and offense for any passed pawn is behind the pawn.
And Maxime has enough time to work it out. He's close to a minute.
We're going to see Armageddon. I think it's almost guaranteed. The white rook is doing a fantastic job. White's extra bishop, it's just a free piece essentially here. No real compensation at all for black. The white king's going to journey over to the other side of the board. The white b-pawn is going to cost black his rook. Magnus, he's in trouble. He looked so comfortable earlier when we left it. This endgame, Maxime is so strong in this phase.
Yeah, ooh, he's playing it to perfection as well, David. Just gets the king closer, slow and steady towards the b-pawn. But Magnus, he just keeps the game alive, one move at a time. And it's not over till it's over, till you haven't made your last move against the world number one.
Oh, that was a great move, by the way. Zugmaster, aka
And you get in with the king now, closer to the white pawn. He first brings the bishop. Get the king to c5.
Yeah, king c5 looks... I mean, he has a king e5 after... king e5, bishop d5, check, bishop c4. I don't know. This is difficult. Yeah, he goes for it. Maybe bishop d5, rook c2, bishop c4. And you have to stop the b-pawn.
That bishop to c6, a nice protected square. getting the king to the other side. It's all about pushing the B pawn. Magnus creating counter chances with his own pawns. This is a race.
Push. Push.
Push him, baby.
Oh, he could take on A7. He could just take. Oh, he queens anyway.
Whoa.
Yeah, he just
We're
queens.
going to see both sides queening at the same time. And now there'll be a check once the white king moves away. He goes with the queen to the other side. And that's it. Magnus Carlsen resigns.
Well, Magnus goes down here. He doesn't seem too mad there, of course. I mean, he understood what happens. It's like, okay, it is what it is. And I think because he's been here before. Yesterday, it was the same thing. Okay, we're going to Armageddon. It is what it is. Try to outbid you and win there. That's the goal.
Wow, and just to confirm, we're going to Armageddon in 3 games. It's comeback central. Whoa! The players with the white pieces striking back. Look at that on the big screens there on the Jumbotrons. 1-1 in 3 of the matches. All 4 games, actually, in that last game were decided. Decisive, even.
Not gonna lie, as we see here, of course, Denis and Levon going to Armageddon. Alireza gets it done against Jan there. Wesley and Vincent going to Armageddon as well. Magnus and MVL going to Armageddon as well. We're gonna get some bids too as well. Wow, that was an incredible round, right?
Just crazy. I'm catching my breath here, Tanya. I think unexpected as well. The players were so out of form, the ones who lost the first game, but suddenly turning things on to strike back.
Yeah, the comeback story in all 3 games. I mean, we could not have asked for more starting off day 2 in this round robin.
Yeah.
Yesterday, when we started today, we had 0 Armageddons.
That's
Today,
correct.
3 out of 4 games.
Yeah.
Incredible bounce backs by the players. And for Levon as well, so important to take this against Denis to keep his chances, his hopes alive as well. But Maxime, he's got to be the star of this round.
Yeah.
To make a comeback against Magnus,
Man.
not something many can claim to have done.
Only him. Only him. In fact, before we even said this, MVL was the only one be able to beat Magnus in 2 matches, actually. He had to win to reset. Then he beat him in the reset. It was insane. I remember I was driving, watching, and I was like, oh, do not crash, because I had to see this game. And he ended up making it happen. And, of course, he's going to try to do the same thing today as well. And then, I mean, even Levon bouncing back there is huge for him. I mean, that gives you a huge, like, confidence. You know what I mean? So, feels good. But it's pretty good. Now, guys, who knows about Chess Up? You know, you heard about that? As seen on Shark Tank, the Chess Up team returns with a brand new Chess Up 2, an electronic chessboard that combines the best of online and over-the-board chess. With built-in Wi-Fi and chess.com capability and compatibility, Chess Up 2 carries all the convenience of online gaming, like access to millions of players in the online chess community without losing the unique experience and feel over-the-board chess. And when you're finished at match on the board, you can save your games directly on chess.com and analyze them online. For a limited time, you can save 10% on your Chess Up 2 with the code CCT10 at the checkout. Head over to go.chess.com/chessup2 or use !chessup in the chat to unlock this offer and take your game to the next level. Coming up, Magnus, Keymer, Aronian, all playing different Armageddons in the break. Learn even more about Chess Up, and when we return, we'll have the bids for all 3 matches. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
This is chess. Chess is an experience. The excitement, the joy, the devastation, the undeniable drive to play again and again. Chess is an experience that's meant to be shared. What if you could experience chess in a completely new way? On a real chessboard with the power of AI at your fingertips. This is Chess Up 2. Take everything you love about playing on chess.com and experience it on a real chessboard. Play a blitz match against a random online opponent. conquer the bot you've been stuck on for months. Or challenge a friend halfway across the world. ChessUp 2 is always ready and always connected with built-in Wi-Fi. Never miss a move with full piece recognition. And review all your games right on chess.com. ChessUp 2 is more than a chessboard. It's a chess trainer. If you're new to chess, ChessUp will teach you. If you already know how to play, ChessUp will teach you how to really play. With patented AI assistance, you can balance a match between players of any skill level, or hone your skills against one of the built-in AI coaches. The makers of ChessUp 2 are the same team behind the original ChessUp, the best-selling smart chessboard in the world. So whether you're a beginner who wants to learn and improve while you play, or a chess pro who wants to go deeper into the world of chess, experience ChessUp 2 and level up your game.
Welcome to the most exciting format in chess, Armageddon, the ultimate tiebreaker. Armageddon grants White more time on the clock, but in return, White must win. A draw secures Black the match point. White will start with 10 minutes. Each player submits a confidential bid with the amount of time that they are willing to play with to take Black and get those coveted draw odds. The lowest bid gets to choose their color, usually Black, and plays with the amount of time that they bid. The opponent gets the full 10 minutes. Let the Armageddon commence.
Here we go. Are you ready? There are the bids. There they go. Looks like Vincent Keymer bidding 658. Wesley just over. Vincent Keymer wins the bid. He gets the black pieces there. We also have Carlsen and MVL coming up as well with that bid, and Lazavik versus Aronian. Now, next bids are Carlsen winning the bid. Who else wins the bid there? Right, of course. And MVL with 734. Looks like Magnus is going to take the black pieces there as he gets the draw odds. Makes total sense. I get two results there, playing for two. And looks like Arnoian wins as well, trying to take down the man himself, Denis Lazavik, who was on a tear, who bid 710. Arnoian wins the bid, and he goes with the black pieces. What do you think about the bids?
Wow, they're risky. They're quite low, Tanya.
But I've been seeing this narrative, right? The player who wants black is bidding around that 645 to 7 mark when they really want the result odds, putting the pressure on their opponent. Sure, you start with 10 minutes, but you've got to win on demand. And it's Magnus, Vincent, and Levon who will have black in this one. We speak so much about momentum, guys. You know, the player to bounce back in that second round gets that momentum. Does that favor? Do you think that's going to favor Maxime? How is he feeling about his chances with White?
Well, he just beat Magnus with white. He's got the white pieces again, and this time he has the bonus of more than 3 extra minutes. What more to love there? I'm really surprised Magnus has bid that low. Also, Levon Aronian, does he not know he's facing a speed demon in Denis Lazavik, bidding under 7 minutes there? That sounds crazy.
That is funny. There's also a thing of Denis winning multiple Title Tuesdays, which is very important to understand. As David says, he is a speed demon. The kid is fast. Now, of course, over the board is different here, but he still thinks the same. You know, on the board, off the board, online, offline, right? So, man, very strong here, but Levon is going to try to strike here, and this would be huge for him if he's able to win this Armageddon, get his first match, and be the top dog in this tournament as Denis Lazavik.
Guys, what a scene this is. I mean, just look at the arena. It's absolutely stunning out there for these players. They've got to be feeling inspired right now to bring on their A game. And there we see Vincent. The countdown's on. 3, 2, 1. We've got liftoff. Wesley So has to win on demand with the white pieces. And he starts with the first move that we've been seeing so many times by the player who has to win. 1c4, the English. And I know it's your favorite, David.
It is, not just because I'm very patriotic, but because I genuinely believe it leads to these imbalanced type of positions that we saw in the World Championship match. We all know that World Championships tend to be trend setters. The top players in the world were all watching that. Vincent Keymer was part of the Gukesh team, and Gukesh was actually playing this setup, this exact setup, as black in the World Championship.
Yeah, he did, and it didn't go that well. This was the game. The ding bounced back in. So Vincent's idea, he does change it up though. In Gukesh's game, that square where the bishop has just landed was kept vacant for the black knight to reroute itself to. So a new move right here.
A new move, but it shows that maybe there weren't any contracts taken out, you know, on these openings. There were no confidentiality clauses. Vincent allowed to play these moves.
Have you ever been on a team for a World Championship match,
That's a great question, David.
Oh, not a World Championship, but the candidates.
Ooh.
Nice. Very close.
I may or may not have signed a contract. I may or may not have been allowed to use certain opening ideas. No comment.
No comment. Nice.
In the meantime, the centre clarifying itself there. The first pawn's coming off that board, but another board about to begin. Denis Lazavik against Levon Aronian. Countdown.
Handshakes. And
Here we go.
it's the night coming out. Are we ready for the ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready for the ready. Ooh, Nimzo Larsson. Listen, okay, so the English and this and the Nimzo Larsons have been the story of kind of this tournament. It's been a lot of those.
What about Fischer fans? What about 1e4 best by test? We haven't been seeing so much of that.
Apparently, it's just not working. Okay, now you did beat Magnus actually with that in that game. So I mean, we did see one good e4.
Ooh, and there is 1e4 by Maxime against Magnus.
Yeah, and another debate between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Magnus Carlsen in the Spanish opening. And at least it looks like a Spanish. It also looks like an Italian game. A bit of a hybrid there. Queen's coming off very early. Magnus trying to seek safety in an endgame. Remember, the players with black here, all they need is a draw to take the match. So Magnus going solid. But one of the players, one of the few who can compete in the endgame is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So interesting strategy.
And that's the center board. Yes, the queens are off, but it feels like a queenless middle game because everything else is still on. And as long as one pair of majors comes off as well, then Maxime has to keep the game going. He has to keep the pressure on the clock. It's going to be a lot about flagging. I love that last move, James. Maxime, he strikes on the left side of the board, building on the pressure, asking questions, forcing Magnus to burn the clock right now because that B pawn is about to get weak.
There's a lot of things about being practical, especially in Armageddon, I mean chess period, but definitely in Armageddon is trying to pose problems to the person that has less time. A4 was a very nice way to do that because it makes Magnus think here. There's no increment until move 60, so it makes a lot of sense to make a move like this, make Magnus think a little bit, and then, okay, maybe we take on B5 and have the open A file, and etc. from there. But nice move from Magnus here. Very, very positional awareness here. I mean, of course, it's Magnus himself, but understanding the knight is not great on F6, has no squares. We're going to reroute it.
Yeah, and normally I'm used to seeing Magnus on the front side of this, the white side of this type of pawn structure. Another imbalance. James, you mentioned one bad knight there. Black has a really bad knight as well, stuck on C6, tied down defending this central pawn. And often a knight on the 6th rank, stared down by a pawn on the 3rd rank, isn't too happy. This pawn covers everything, and this knight really doesn't have a purpose.
It's a two-square theorem, right? You see a knight, you put a pawn 2 squares away from it and take away all the key squares. So the c3 pawn, a beautiful piece, and now we see white's rook dashing up the board to an active square. Maxime returns the favor, rerouting his own knights, because once that knight lands on e3, you've got jumps further on the board. d5, a juicy square for the white knight to land on. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is putting the pressure. And I can't stop thinking about what you said earlier, David. Is it public knowledge who you were seconding in the candidates?
That's correct. So we need to know that, David. They all asking in chat. And like, who was it, David? Who
was it? And when was it?
Who, David?
Want to know everything.
Let's do a lie detector sometime, Tanya, and I will reveal all. Let's keep this about the players. And of course, I mean, Maxime actually helped Magnus with a World Championship match, so they know how these things work. They've studied together. They're from the same generation. They've known each other for years. And actually, Maxime, I would say, is one of the few players who doesn't fear Magnus that much, especially in this type of position. Most people would be like, okay, queen's off, it's Magnus. Resign. But not this time, and I really love what Maxime is doing this time.
And most players, nice one by the way, David. Most players would be like, if Magnus is playing with the white pieces, you see a rook on a6, you see a knight landing on d5, you see the beautiful bishop coming to b3 on the nice diagonal, and you're already thinking that Magnus, if he was white, he's taking this one. But he can be so tricky with black here. For Maxime, a beautiful position. He's also got twice the amount of time on the clock. I think so far in the Armageddon, James, he's done everything right.
That's correct. I mean, he is, he's not a kryptonite to Magnus, but in the Champions Chess Tour, he has beaten him twice in back-to-back matches, something we've only seen once from the one and only MVL here. So he's trying to do that once again here in an Armageddon. I think for some reason, MVL just steps his game up against Magnus. It's just different. You always see that here, of course. He has the time, he has a good position, but there is still a lot of chess to be played in this game.
And I gotta say, David, that Maxime in this entire event so far, yesterday and today, he just looks so determined. The grit on his face is so easy to see, you know, completely focused, as you like to say, locked in, James.
Locked in!
The moment he gets in on the board. And look at the maneuvering, the dance of the knights that he's been putting on. You know, that knight from the edge of the board has now directed itself to the c5 or maybe even the a5 square.
Yeah, it's a battle of squares, essentially. Everything looks very symmetrical, very samey, until you spot that white has access to squares. But Magnus here trading off white's most active piece, the rook. And once the rooks leave...
Oh, shoot. Okay, the bar was like, psych. Wait, hold on. Wait,
a bit of a bar dance there. Not good for my heart.
Yes. What's going on here? The rook can be traded off, but actually there's no threat. Okay, here Maxime, wow, gives a check and Magnus reacts.
He did, he reacted. What is the problem?
Has there been a blunder?
Okay, can you say?
Is there?
I don't see it. I think he might just trade rooks and jump in with his knight. Actually, this is a pawn. This is a clear pawn, double attack. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, this was a hidden trick. He's
96, you mean, David? You attack the bishop and you attack the pawn.
Oh, he finds it. Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
The black dot squared bishop had no squares. It was trapped. And now the big question is whether you continue jumping or whether you just defend everything. There we go. White's central pawn. The e4 pawn was under threat. And now all the white knights leaping in.
These knights. This is insane, bro. Yeah, it's just... Oh, no, man. MVL somehow just has... It's magic. You know, magical MVL here has Magnus's number in the CCT at least, as we've seen. I mean, he beats him in these matches here. Magnus is not happy.
He doesn't like it. You can't even get rid of that knight. Once the pawn takes its square, you're hitting a key defender on g6, which is required to save that bishop on f8. Magnus hates this position. Those knights are absolute stallions in Magnus's camp, not giving him any activity, any play. But is there a direct breakthrough here? How does Maxime convert this advantage, David?
Well, big threat. First of all, he wants to take this bishop with a check, and once it's recaptured, the other knight would actually drop off the board, the knight on d6, which had to move, therefore. Magnus moves that out of the way, but he's totally frozen. As you mentioned, Tanya, this knight stuck defending this bishop stuck defending this pawn, which is attacked by two knights right now. So if Maxime can somehow, for example, kick away this black knight, it's simply game over. He's going to push his pawn. Okay, he actually
does. Ooh, did he rush with that? Was that a bit hasty by him? Because he releases some pressure. He's about to win the c4 pawn, but let's point out the opposite color bishop complex here, which would give Magnus some hope.
Yeah, he's cashed in very early, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It should still be maybe winning, I would say. Somewhere between huge advantage and winning. It's unclear yet, but Magnus, great defender. This one, it's going to go down to the clock. Potentially, Magnus just doesn't have much time, and body language doesn't look great
bishop,
either.
bro. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he's just trapped that bishop on the corner of the board. The knight on a5, it's a dominating piece right now with the 2-square theorem against the black bishop, taking away all the squares, and he also keeps the pressure on the clock. That's what's so impressive about this game so far.
Yeah, the pressure on the clock is real. I mean, you did start, it's Armageddon. You have no extra time until move 60 here. I'm down a pawn, a worse position. Now, we've seen this with Wesley, too, as well, of course, in the Wesley matchup that Magnus played, where he was able to win the miraculous game. It happens. It's very doable, but MVL is just a little bit different. He has been able to convert against Magnus before. He's trying to do that right here in the Armageddon.
He needs to keep up to speed, you know, bring that king into the party. This is an endgame. King is a piece in the endgame. The plan that you're highlighting right now is the one that comes to mind. Magnus, when you look at him, does he see hope in his position?
Ooh, I think he knows that with best play, he's losing. So he knows it's up to Vachier-Lagrave to actually prove it. That's why Magnus had the audacity to even look up at the screen while it was his move, while he's under 3 minutes. Maybe while this endgame goes on, just a brief update on the other games. Maybe we can zoom out to the 3-board view right now. The other games look very level. They might be decided on the clock. On the far right, we see Denis Lazavik with a locked pawn structure there against Levon Aronian. I say Levon Aronian might be the favorite there, just in terms of the position. The clock slightly down, whereas Wesley So against Vincent Keymer just totally level in a very tense middle game.
I say we jump back to the Magnus Maxime board because, and right now, Maxime has just captured a pawn. He's got that extra pawn. He's created a passer. The C pawn coming up the board. That's our center board. David, Maxime could be the first player to beat Magnus in this final.
He could well be. Will our world number 1 fall to defeat the local favorite, Magnus Carlsen? For now, he's got a blockade. It's all about the light squares. Can Maxime here break through? But he's fixed all of Magnus's pawns on dark squares. Targets for White's bishop. Oh, I don't know. Predictions, James? What do you think?
You know, it is difficult. I think that MVL has done everything he was supposed to do. He created the passed pawn here, which it does open up the bishop. And now we have to Devoretsky him, to say the least, where King b6, push the pawn up, and obviously try to get the bishop behind these pawns because they're all on dark squares as well. But this is hard to do. Like, Magnus has probably done the best he can do with this position here. Maybe shuffle back and forth. Okay, now we have a trade, pushing, and I mean, how do we make progress here for White? I'm not kidding. Like, how do you do this? The knight goes back and forth, literally.
It's
Nothing
the perfect blockade.
Yep.
And the white bishop, it can't really find its way to attack those pawns that you were pointing out earlier, David. That bishop on e3, it just wants to hop over to the other side of the board, but there's no entry point. Has Magnus created a fortress, this one?
I don't think Magnus has created a fortress. I think Maxime gave him a fortress.
Yep.
He pretty much got the hammer and tongs out. He started building that fortress for Magnus, and literally, he's just going to move his knight back and forth, back and forth. You can put the king where you want, the white king. It cannot get in.
That's it.
And a draw means Magnus wins the match.
Another one.
Miracle for Magnus Carlsen. And there were these jokes about how he didn't believe in fortresses. This time, he's pretty much erected one. Look at those pawns. They protect each other. They control each other. Nothing for white to do.
And Maxime realizes it.
Ooh-wee! Man!
He's squandering away the time advantage as well because nothing's left to be done. The only way is to get that white bishop to attack those pawns on the dark squares, but how do you even get to that?
There's
All
no
the
way.
squares are controlled, James.
There's literally no way. Okay, you have this one thing. If you get the king to d5, the knight moves, and you sack the bishop on e5. And then you get 2 pawns, then you try to win the g and the h. And you can try to win that and get all of the pawns for the bishop. And then that's probably winning, to be honest. But that might be the only way.
That's a great spot there, James. I think the only way to break a fortress is sometimes by pure brute force. And no fancy maneuvering will do the job here. The white king comes back. The black king will happily sidestep back where it came from. The clock is one issue, but remember the players do get a 1-second increment after move 60, so Magnus is already almost there. We're now at move 53, and as long as he keeps his king on this square, knights are normally not great at waiting, losing time, but this black knight has up to 8 squares with which to wait. You cannot control all of them at once. This should just be a draw.
That's funny in chat. Someone's like, yo, can Black offer a draw? I mean, you can. It is not against the rules to offer a draw here, but these guys are not accepting that. That was just a funny one from chat. Shout out to chat. We're always watching.
Yeah, and Magnus, he's just shuffling around with the knight and the king. And David, to your point, this was Maxime's game to give away.
Yeah.
This was Maxime's fortress to give away.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he did everything right.
Yep.
And then somehow miracles always seem to happen around Magnus Carlsen, and here he is, and you can't push the c-pawn. You can't make your bishop active. The white king has maximized itself right now. And Maxime, you look at him, you know.
Oh, he calling Arbor. He's like, hey, bro,
He's-
we've been here before.
Is he claiming a draw?
I think he's claiming.
Drama.
I think he's claiming.
Is he claiming a repetition?
I like to claim a draw. We've been here 3 times.
Whoa, that's some awareness. Is it a repetition? Dave?
Magnus is correct. This
Whoa.
position has been seen on move 50, on move 54, and move 56.
And they're about to
How?
check it. They're going to check it.
How does he know?
They're going to check it.
This is unbelievable.
They're going to check it. And he says, I claim a draw. And here we go.
Grimace from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave as he leaned back there. Magnus knows everything, the pattern recognition. Remember, it's not 3 moves. The position has to repeat itself. It's the position
itself.
Yeah, it's not sequential. This position has happened before 5 moves ago, and then 2 moves ago, and then now. And Magnus showing incredible awareness. Our arbiter Judith, she's confirming, and is she about to award? And a draw means Magnus takes the match.
Another one, chat. I think he is correct here, but this is insane to see. And also an insane form for Magnus. Never give up is the story, chat. Never, ever give up.
James, David's confirming that the position has happened. It's occurred thrice.
It's already there.
And in the meantime, 2 other Armageddon games still raging on, ongoing. We'll see this game continue, potentially conclude.
Is it okay, we're
It's
still
given.
figuring out.
The draw is given.
Let's see a hand
It is a
shaking.
repetition of positions.
1.
Oh, wait. No.
Is it not?
Go on. Wow, I'm
So if
very
he's
confused there.
wrong-
The arbiters decide ultimately that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave gets more time and the
my
game
goodness.
continues. But I'm very surprised. I see the moves in front of me. It looks like that was the 3rd time.
In there.
Drama. If Magnus now goes down, he'll have some real issues. He'll be looking back at this moment, but ultimately it's still a fortress. It still should be a draw, but now Maxime Vachier-Lagrave goes for it. He changes the pawn structure, but now the black pawn is running.
A draw is as good as a loss for Maxime, so he takes his chance. He's given that f-pawn, giving a passer to Magnus, and now Magnus Carlsen is somehow winning the position. And knight is coming in to fork the bishop.
Bro, this is
Knight into
crazy.
pawn, threats of the h-pawn marching down the board. If the bishop moves away from the diagonal, the f-pawn will move up and queen itself. Don't grab the g5 pawn. Magnus's draw claim gets rejected, and he's winning on the next move, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave resigns.
He pretty much resigns. It was an agreement of a draw, which is the same thing, but Magnus Carlsen
Generally, there's nothing
job
to
done
lose
in the end.
by turn,
Anyway.
so-
Wow. That was crazy, I'm not going to lie.
Drama everywhere.
And in the meantime, 1 game still ongoing in these Armageddons. And Denis Lazavik against Levon Aronian are still fighting it out. Denis Lazavik with 48 seconds, Levon Aronian with only 22 seconds. But this position is totally fine for black.
Wow.
Past move 60 as well. Increment has been added, the bonus time of 1 second per move.
You've got an extra pawn as black. You need only a draw to win the match here. Rook h4, the last move stops that h-pawn from getting too far ahead. If anyone, it is Levon who's pushing here. Gets the king back to safety.
He's happy with the draw.
Arnoian trying to make it happen here. This is going to be huge for his confidence if he's able to take down Denis Lazavik, who's been on a hot streak.
Okay, but pass pawns galore now. White has 2, black has 2. Ooh, tricks in the
what
air.
a move, big dog. You got to relax, LeBron. That's crazy.
You take this pawn now as white, you would have been checked onto the 2nd rank, then checked onto this, checked and skewered. So now it's all about the pawns.
But you can, and if you take rook takes pawn, the trick is to push the b pawn. Remember, b8 comes in with a check. It's tricks everywhere.
Yeah, this is one of the most tactical rook endgames you will ever see, but Levon Aronian finding the time to move his king back to block the b pawn. The rook has the h pawn under lock and key, and white will not pass. 10 seconds for Lazavik.
And it was Levon who lost the first game in this round, right? So a huge bounce back.
He finds it.
And Dennis reacts, a one-move blunder.
There it is.
Levon gets a win, James.
He gets a win to the match, a much-needed win. I know he can breathe. Look at the smile there. He feels great, as he should. For all the Levon fans at home, Levon Aronian is still in this thing. He was able to beat even one of the stars. Now, there's only one that's won every single match.
Wow, and it was the players with the black pieces that were triumphant in this Armageddon round. So much drama, so many twists and turns. I think up until the last moments, we weren't sure that Magnus Carlsen was going to save that game. There was a call of the arbiter for the first time.
Yeah.
Fascinating stuff.
And then the draw claim was denied. That was shocking because we had the moves in front of us. I'm not really sure what happened there, but it all worked out because on the very next move, you know, Maxime had to kind of throw the kitchen sink, but it bounced right back at him because he ended up in a lost position.
Anyway, yeah, it didn't matter, of course. I mean, a win or draw doesn't matter. Magnus would win that. And Magnus was able to take it. He's still undefeated. It doesn't matter how you get it. It matters if you got it done. And Magnus is still getting it done. And then we also see Levon getting on the board there. Man, it's just everyone knows that feeling when you lose a bunch of matches or games in a row. You get that first win. You know, I can do anything, right? And that's amazing. So, of course, he was able to win and get on the board there. Now we have more games, you know, in another round. Let's take a look at these pairings. See who is getting who in this matchup now. So, take a look at that. Wesley So versus Levon. Nepomniachtchi versus Denis Lazavik. MVL versus Vincent Keymer. Alireza versus Magnus. That's a huge matchup there. What are we looking forward to, David and Tanya?
Ooh, Magnus Carlsen against Alireza Firouzja. I'm going to jump in, Tanya, just before you and grab that one.
You knew I was going to take that as my pick, but that's going to be definitely, it's all eyes on Magnus versus Alireza. Magnus right now just looks unstoppable, whether he gets the winning position, whether he's on the advantage, the front foot, or even when he's worse, he finds a way to turn it around, and he's on a full streak. Can anyone stop him? Well, we've seen one man do it before. Alireza, he's also won one of the events in the Champions Chess Tour. Magnus has won twice this season, so I think that's the one that we've all got our eyes on.
I mean, this is very exciting to see. Of course, we have another round, and we're all excited for the round. But before we actually go, we have to introduce, of course, you already know, Take. Go get the app right now, right? It's the ultimate app for experiencing chess like never before, co-founded by Magnus Carlsen. Follow your favorite players to tailor your in-app experience, stay in the loop with live events, and even play along with game features like Guess the Move and soon Fantasy Chess. To download Take and experience chess fandom like never before, visit go.chess.com/takex3 or use !takex3 in chat. Coming up, Magnus takes on Alireza Firouzja and 3 other mouth-watering matchups. In the break, Danny Rynch and I will be bringing the Christmas spirit to the top chess grandmasters. And when we return, day 2 of the 2024 CCT Finals, live from Oslo, Norway, continues. Stay tuned.
What's up, y'all? It's Logic here. Can Magnus take his 5th CCT crown? Stay tuned for more after this.
Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. Hello, chess players. It's Santa Claus. You guys all look like you're seeing a ghost. Hey, it's Danny. Everything's gonna be okay. Are you ready to play? Okay, who has number 1?
The biggest one.
There you go.
Okay.
That's a chessboard.
A chess up. Those things are a hot item this holiday season.
Danny, I was your partner.
He sees all my commercials. There you go.
What do I do next?
It's yours unless someone steals it.
Okay, Levon, sorry, bye. Have a beautiful day.
Okay. All right, young man, come on. Wait, you're really stealing
Yes,
it? Okay,
I'm
Levon
stealing it.
Aronian gives number 2.
Give it to me.
Stealing what? Okay.
It's the one worthy present.
He stole your gift, so you go right away.
So I pick this.
Oh, you can't take my bag.
Jesus, I mean, okay, so many
Santa's got
restrictions.
some special toys.
Too many restrictions. Oh, now I win all my title Tuesdays. Yeah.
Wow.
Brilliant.
Fast mouse.
We can steal that too, right?
Okay, you want to steal
No,
that?
I made that mistake last year. It's like a fair play warning. A 50-minute massage.
That's a 50-minute massage.
From Danny?
Courtesy of Hans Niemann. And James Canty.
Yes.
No kidding. I have no idea. Number 4, step right up.
Send one tweet from the chess.com official account. It's not bad actually.
Oh my God, we're letting him do this?
He's actually good.
That is actually worth a lot.
Actually, you can sell it.
I can sell it to Kramnik.
Yeah. You want to trade? No. Come on.
Originally, this is where we started designing the CrunchLabs boxes. This is one of my favorites. It shoots like a Super Soaker, which they don't even make anymore. But then when you hand it to your sibling, and when they go to shoot you, it shoots back. The classic double gun switcheroo. Put the coin in the bank, it like disappears. So then you hand it to grandma, it's like, how does it work? And see if you can figure it out. Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
Classic!
So authentic!
And what's cool is the kids build this themselves. And then in the process, they learn about, like this one we learned about tension. So each one has an engineering principle that you learn with it, right? Every single one of these toys, and we have a very talented team of like product designers, has at least 20 prototypes.
Okay, I think that's super important to hear because I think with chess, people also look at international masters and grandmasters and assume that it's perfect, that there are no mistakes. And I think as people get more into the game, they realize that even at the highest levels, you are losing just as often as you're winning, but you're not losing if you're learning. Even the engineers here at CrunchLabs are messing up with some of the early prototypes.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons we call it CrunchLabs, is things are supposed to crunch and fail. This is part of the process. You learn so much faster that way.
It's not just a game. It's a sport.
And it's time, it felt like one.
The anticipation.
The intensity, the fire. Participate. Get closer to the action.
Feel every minute.
Live every moment.
Well, what do I do now?
No, not that move. That was so great.
The game's not changed.
But the experience has.
There's no going back.
It's the evening time in Norway, but we're not even halfway through the day. We just got through 3 exhausting Armageddon games, and there's more to come. Welcome back to the 2024 CCT Finals. Before we dive in, Mike Klein got the chance to check out Magnus Carlsen, actually talk to him. Magnus Carlsen. Let's see what he had to say after that match.
Thanks, guys. We're here with Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, who, as of this recording, is now the only player on 4-0. I talked to Maxime before the round today, and he suggested that because you lost him earlier in the Champions Chess Tour final, that this would be like bulletin board material. Do you buy into that sort of thinking?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he outplayed me twice again, so certainly wasn't easy.
Now, of course, you had an Armageddon bid yesterday. You had another one today. Do you tailor your Armageddon bid based on your opponent in any way?
Yeah, sometimes, but I mean, today I was just pissed that I was outplayed from a position where I should never be once, and then yeah, second game, like the third game was just bad. I don't know. I'm just really annoyed.
I know you have very high standards, and you're the highest rated player of all time. But do you think you're the most resourceful player of all time?
No, but I am resourceful.
And finally, you're the author of one of the most famous quotes in chess history about fortresses. I'm nearly contractually obligated to bring it up, but what do you say about fortresses today?
Yeah, I mean, this one was not... I mean, I claimed the draw, which I thought it was, but I thought, like, regardless, with the way the rules are, there's no downside to claiming it, since the minute he has doesn't really help him. Yeah, I don't know. Once we got this fortress, it's not too hard to hold. Like he has one idea, then that idea is not dangerous.
Okay. Well, I know you have high standards, but you got the W today. Good luck going forward.
Well, it is amazing to see Magnus that always, even at this level, he's like, he outplayed me. It sucks. Like, he was mad. He's annoyed, even though he's still winning. Right? What do you think of that?
To me, it looked like he was just eager to get the next game started. And we've seen this time and time again from Magnus that despite getting the dub in, even when he wins, he is his own biggest critic. If he's not happy with the quality of play, he's very honest about it. And he knows that he was on the back foot of this one.
Yeah, ultimately, Magnus is echoing what we were saying in the studio. We were full of praise for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, outplaying Magnus in all sorts of positions, especially the endgame. But ultimately, it's killer instinct. That's what separates the best from the rest. And Maxime couldn't finish off Magnus. Wesley couldn't finish off Magnus yesterday. Turnarounds happen. That's the beauty of the format that we have here in the Champions Chess Tour.
And I mean, turnarounds do happen, as we saw Vincent Keymer take down Wesley So, and Mike Klein caught up with him as well. Let's see what they had to say.
Thanks, guys. We're here with Grandmaster Vincent Keymer. First time talking with you, but you've won 2 matches in a row. Was it tough to recover from a slow start?
Yes, surely, especially this Armageddon game against Dennis was kind of disappointing, especially since I thought once I reached move 60, I should be able to hold the draw with the 1 second increment. But yeah, I realized actually 1 second increment over the board is very different to 1 second increment online, and it was still very tough.
But you're younger, you should be faster in dexterity, right?
Yes, but 1 second over the board means basically you need to move immediately, and you don't really have the time to process the whole board, and yeah, I made some stupid mistakes.
And finally, you're doing well, you're on 50%. Dennis is doing really well at the time of this recording, he's 3-0. Do you feel like the youngsters are being a little bit overlooked or anything like that?
No, not really. I mean, he has been performing really well throughout the whole season. So, yeah, I think also he had many close matches. I think it's probably already his 3rd Armageddon, if I'm not mistaken. So, of course, he's just very fast and seemingly very good with being low on time.
Yeah, and of course the world champion is 18, so the teenagers are taking over the world, but good luck going forward, Vincent.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the studio.
He seems to be in good spirits, which is also very good, of course. I mean, Magnus, too, was like, he's in good spirits and overall, but he was definitely annoyed there. But it's good to see Vincent on 50% there. He feels good, he understands. I could have did a little bit better in that other game, on 1 second increment, I lost, but it happens, right? And he's just over it kind of thing. So it feels good. What do you think?
It's just so impressive how these youngsters, they don't get rattled even if they have a tough start. We saw Vincent yesterday. He was struggling at the beginning of the tournament, but then winning at the end of the day and then coming back with a strong win in today's first game. So he's definitely back in the race, and that's what they want, right? It is, of course, about finishing in top 2 because that makes it straight to the semi-finals.
Right.
But also, if you finish in top 6, from 3 to 6, you're in survival stage, and Vincent keeps his hopes alive.
But I mean, there's still work to do as we have pairings coming up next. So let's see, what do we have next? Who's playing who? We all want to know. It's going to be a big round. Let's see. We have Wesley So versus Levon Aronian, who finished, just beat Denis Lazavik. I know he's elated, ecstatic right now. Nepomniachtchi versus Denis Lazavik. Alireza versus Magnus, big matchup there. And NBL versus Vincent Keymer. What do we think about the matchups here?
Ooh, I think there's already a lot on the line. We've reached past the halfway stage now in this round robin, and for Wesley So, for Levon Aronian, they've had a few defeats at this point. They'll both need to go at each other to win. Denis Lazavik, disappointing first round of the day. He'll be aiming to bounce back against Nepomniachtchi. Vachier-Lagrave, Keymer, it's a hard one to call. They both played really well in that first game of the day.
A lot of positive takeaways for both Maxime and Vincent in this one. I mean, Maxime had Magnus on the ropes for the entire match, but it's got to be the Magnus versus Alireza matchup that we're also excited about. And I'm going to remind everyone, May of this year, it was Alireza Firouzja in the Chess.com Classic who beat Magnus Carlsen first in the grand final and then the grand final reset to take the championship and then qualify for the finals that we're all witnessing here. But right now, Alireza is struggling with form. He's at the bottom of the leaderboard, playing a guy who just looks unstoppable.
And absolutely, of course, this matchup is the one that sticks out to all of us. Let's learn more about Carlsen and Firouzja's rivalry over the year.
Two players have risen above the rest in this year's Champions Chess Tour. The rivalry between Magnus Carlsen and Alireza Firouzja has a history that goes back to their controversial game in the World's Blitz Championship in 2019, where Firouzja lost on time but filed an official complaint about the game. Carlsen is arguably the greatest player of all time, but he has acknowledged his younger rival as perhaps the greatest in the chess world today. The Norwegian has faced fierce competition from his younger rival in speed chess events.
Alireza Firouzja resigns.
The Champions Chess Tour has been the perfect arena for their battles, with this season kicking off with fireworks as Carlsen claimed the Chess Bowl Masters title. This younger rival came in hot on his heels with two impressive victories in the grand final.
Alireza Firouzja has soared to a 2-0 lead in this match.
The Norwegian eventually regrouped and dominated the match reset, winning 2-0 to secure the first trophy of the season.
It is Magnus Carlsen. He needed a draw, but he gets a win.
Firouzja clearly didn't want to let Carlsen write the story alone. At the Chess.com Classic, the 21-year-old came back with an impressive victory, becoming only the second player to defeat Carlsen 2 times in the grand final.
Magnus Carlsen has resigned. Alireza has done the unimaginable.
In the Julius Baer Generation Cup, the chess world witnessed the third hard-fought grand final clash between the rivals. This time, it was the Norwegian who triumphed to take his second tournament victory of the tour.
Magnus Carlsen wins on time, wins the Julius Baer Generation Cup. It was a king walk.
In the CCT Finals, Firouzja will get one last chance to rewrite the narrative and cement his place as Carlsen's fiercest challenger in online speed chess. Will Carlsen's dominance prevail, or is Firouzja ready to take the crown?
Carlsen and Firouzja are storied this year. Alireza is a player that has earned Magnus's respect. How excited are we about this matchup?
Oh, I cannot wait. Look at that. So many decisive games this season on the tour alone. They also, of course, played off in the Speed Chess Championship. That was one-sided, Magnus taking the win, but he enjoys playing Alireza. Neither side ever back down.
Yeah, it's neck to neck, 7-6 right now for Magnus. And this rivalry, right? We saw that incredible video, and it goes a long way back. Magnus picked Alireza as the one opponent he would want to play a world championship match against. We've seen them have these fierce battles on the board. It's the match that's come to be known as the king versus the prince of chess. And I think I'm just looking forward, and I'm really hoping this one goes down to the wire and we get an Armageddon in this one.
That would be great, of course, to see. We all want more chess here. And Firouzja's like, yo, where are you? Hey, where's Magnus? Oh, yeah, he actually is probably looking for Magnus, though. But no, he's locked in. He's ready to go. And, of course, Magnus is going to... You always see, I think for him, Magnus playing Firouzja, he always steps it up a notch, right? So Magnus already is not losing. So now I'm about to play Firouzja, who he really respects. You're going to see a really nice clash of titans here.
Yeah, where is Magnus, though? Is he crowd surfing next door with our audience? Is he doing some last-minute preparation?
To your point, James, you know, I think Magnus stepping up because he truly enjoys playing Alireza. He enjoys him as an opponent. So the best in him comes out, and here he is. He's out in the arena, handshakes. We will have the first moves in just a few moments. How do you think Magnus is feeling right now after everything that happened against Maxime?
Determined. I think he wants to give a better account of himself in the earlier stages, Magnus. His endgame still just about holding up, still getting the results, grinding out those results. That's the sign of a true champion, getting the job done even when you're not at your best, but he wants to show better form. And I think he's just setting himself up now. He knows he's most likely going to qualify for those next stages, so he wants to play himself into top shape.
We have Nepo and Denis Lazavik here. That's a big matchup there. Jan is going to try to take down the kid. And the kid, Denis Lazavik, just lost his first match. You got to bounce back from that, psychology-wise, but also on the board. How does he look? Look at his body language. He looks a little bit, not rattled, but he feels, I don't know, what do you think he's feeling there, guys?
He looks a bit disheartened, maybe living in the past. Maybe he's just running through some opening lines in his mind right now, but yeah, it is tough, right? Because he was ahead in that match against Levon Aronian, got pegged back, and ultimately crashed in the Armageddon. Yeah, it's so easy to think about what could have been. He could have won that match. He would have been so close to making it into the top 2 if he'd taken down Aronian. But now he's got to start from square one again. The pack is closing in.
Yeah, and it is the final stretch of the round robin. You know, there are just 3 games remaining. So really important for both Jan and Denis. And it would show champion's mindset by Denis if he can leave behind what has just happened and put up a big fight in this and create his chances. He's played incredibly well the entire tournament so far. And losing that previous Armageddon, again, big positive takeaways throughout the match for him as well. The result did not go his way. But we saw Jan as well, you know, having his own frustrations with the way the day has gone. So I think this game, this matchup will be a lot about who is feeling psychologically stronger. And we are off Jan. What is he going to start with? It's the King's Pawn opening, 1e4 best by test.
And Lazavik, he's known to play King's Pawn openings himself as well. It's the Italian game. Lazavik just loves these slow burn type of positions where the tension gets pushed till later in the game. It's survival mode for him. But this is very trendy stuff. We've seen this yesterday, actually. Denis Lazavik had some encounters against Firouzja in this exact opening. So he will have studied this, of course, in the past. And yeah, here, Black often gets ready to push his pawn in the center. Wow, lightning struck twice. Yesterday, in this exact opening, there were some tech issues. Now, again, the board is not quite up to date. It's as if the chess gods, they hate the Italian game.
That's funny. They hate it from both sides here, apparently, because of the tech issues there. But, hey, we can still see the live board. Knight on d5 there. Seems like, you know, they're very comfortable. There's a lot of theory here, of course. So, I mean, the next 10 to 12 moves could not be rattled off, but mainline stuff that we've seen before. We just got to kind of wait for this middle game, see how they proceed here.
So much of this Italian game is about the central break that Denis Lazavik has managed to get. We see that d-pawn has been traded off, and usually if Black does that successfully, the opening, you can say there's opening success there for Denis Lazavik, but early days, and I think we're heading, James, to another start of an epic fight.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, fight! Finishing. Okay, and here we go.
And the players woke up just in time for the countdown. Our fantastic arbiters out there doing some great work. E4 is the first move. A lot of King Pawn openings today, it seems to be either these English Reti kind of hybrids or the Italian game. And again, it's this slow version. The Black Bishop just coming out to E7. It's a mirror image. And will the boards break down this time? Okay, both sides getting castled. Firouzja developing his knight.
So at least stopping Magnus from getting that d5 break in. So a different Italian from what we saw on the Jan board. And again, a very typical idea that we've been seeing in this opening where White starts pushing the a-pawn to get some space on the queen side. You stop ideas of b5. You're also creating your own ideas of a5, a6, which right now Magnus says, I'm not allowing any of that. That pawn stops on a4. But now you give up a key b5 square for White's pieces to jump on.
Yeah, the White Bishop can occupy that square. The White Knight can occupy that square. In the meantime, Magnus just trying to curl up into a ball, be solid. He's going to put his rook on e8 next move. This is something we saw him employ in the Spanish opening, which is a bit of a cousin to the Italian. And yeah, Black here doesn't have too many weaknesses. He just wants to survive. I shouldn't reveal this probably, but I'm going to. I had a chat with Magnus not that long ago, a while back, and he was like, the Italian game. I hate it. I hate it. And I think it's positions like this, it's just tough to get excited in the early stages. But of course, plenty of play still ahead.
But that's really interesting what you say, right? Because all these top guys, they've studied Magnus so much. Do you think somewhere they're also aware that perhaps it's the Italian where Magnus feels most uncomfortable?
I think it's just in vogue right now, the Italian. Partly that they can guarantee a full fight against the likes of Magnus Carlsen without getting hit in the opening. There's a lot of margin for error here. But yeah, also the fact that Magnus, not a big fan.
James, who's getting the central break in first? Will we see d5 or d4?
Most likely d4, and the reason for this is because the bishop's on d7, so the d5 break, okay, it could happen, but it is weakening e5 a little bit because we can snatch the knight on c6 and take on e5, and yeah, there it is, d4 played before we could even finish our sentence here.
Okay, white occupies the center first. There's tension between the light squared bishops, but trading off on white's terms here for Magnus isn't necessarily desirable. White will take back and actually some pressure against the a5 pawn. And normally they do say whoever strikes first in the center has the advantage. I guess that's why you asked the question, Tanya. It's so important here. It doesn't look like much, but white now holds the key to take or not to take. Magnus does release the tension. I was going to say, if he does decide to go for this, highly risky. I'm assuming Firouzja will take back with his pawn. Yes, there's isolated pawns on the other side of the board, but it's all about the center there, whether white is able to generate some kind of kingside attack in the near future.
And that looks terrifying, right? You recapture with your pawn and then the e-pawn moving forward with a lot of tempos. The white knight's poised perfectly for a kingside attack. That bishop on c1 eyeing the h6 square as well. But Alireza with a different approach. He's eyeing the f5 square. He wants one of his knights to land on the prized point. And I think we're going to see that being played out.
Magnus, meanwhile, playing copycat. White's knights looks beautiful. Black's knights now looking good. And here it feels like f for forward might be the way. F for Firouzja. And James, again, as an attacking player, what are your senses telling you here?
Yeah, tactic senses are tingling. c4, this idea with that is to play rook a3, believe it or not. At some point, it's not now, because of course the d5 is going to be annoying, but rook a3 is definitely on the cards. It has to be maybe a knight f5 at some point, but just keep that in mind. That's how you activate that rook. You can see the knight coming in to f5, a sacrifice on h6. You see this all the time. Maybe bringing the d knight to f5, the other knight to h5, just to get rid of that knight on f6, because the e4 pawn will be hanging if you go knight g to f. So you have to be careful here, but it is around the right move order. c4 I do like with this hidden idea of rook a3 over to the king side.
That's an amazing spot by James, because, you know, when c4 comes on the board, to me, it's you're controlling the d5 square, not allowing black to get a d5 break. You consolidate your pawn on b5, it's just a pretty move. But then it's full board awareness that the rook from one side gets an easier path to swing across to line up against the black king. Really nicely spotted.
I know that James lifts, so
rook
lift.
Bring in the rook lift.
Exactly.
Do you rook lift?
Do you even?
Rook lift, Tanya.
And yeah, it's just very uncomfortable, I would say, for Magnus right now. You lack pawn breaks. That often means you lack a plan. And right now, c6 is not available. White covers that square. As Tanya mentioned, d5 locked down now. The Maroczy bind of the c4 pawns. Really annoying for black. And black's piece is a bit passive. The bishop, I'm expecting his queen to step up, maybe now or in the next few moves. He plays c6 anyway. Pawn sacrifice. Or is it? Will the white knight get trapped if he starts grabbing material right now?
But you do have a retreating square from where the knight will pretty much jump from. So, David, I think we might need to do a little deep dive into what happens, because looks like a free pawn to me.
Yeah, why not take this free pawn? And I'm assuming the black queen moves, but where? I thought queen b6 trapped the knight, but as you mentioned, Tanya, the knight just jumps back. Clear kind of smash and grab. You've gained a pawn. Maybe the idea is queen to c7? And when the knight retreats, now you grab this pawn back. And I still prefer white because black has two big weaknesses, but at least black's queen is active. Maybe this is Magnus's big idea. That's often the case, right? Psychologically, you play the move your opponent thinks is impossible, and then momentum switches.
Yeah, really instructive how Magnus has done this, right? He's feeling the pressure. It looks like Alireza's slowly outplaying out of the opening, and then Magnus breaks free in a tactical way, getting the break in. We were thinking no breaks were possible. Forces Alireza to think it's just about changing the dynamics of the position. You don't want to just stay passive. Magnus looks pretty chill. Alireza is taking a think for the first time.
Yeah, and while Magnus chills, while Alireza thinks, this is a good moment to zoom out and see what's going on across the board and in the other encounters. There is action elsewhere, of course, including in that clash between the two players at the bottom. I wouldn't have guessed it beforehand. Wesley So, Levon Aronian occupying the bottom two spots. In the meantime, Jan Nepomniachtchi as well, fighting it out against Denis Lazavik. Okay, should we zoom out here? Looks like both players just having a nap. Are they frozen? What's going on?
Wow, that actually is kind of crazy. Oh, let me see. Blink if you nothing.
Oh yeah, I see movement.
Oh, we're good. Okay,
We're good.
All right, they're alive, guys. They are alive. We're good.
Okay, and we see all four boards now. We've been at the position on the bottom left with Firouzja Carlsen. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Vincent Keymer on the bottom right. Very blocked. That is a bit of an odd position. It looks visually pleasant for white, I would say, but knight's better than bishops in that type of position. Very locked up. And Sicilian promising fire, but not yet breathing fire. Wesley So against Levon Aronian.
And as you said, it's so tough to imagine Wesley at the bottom of the leaderboard. He was the runners-up of the previous Champions Chess Tour Finals. We got that grand final between him and Magnus. But so far in the tournament, he's been struggling. And right now in this position, I think it's a position for all three results. I do like Levon's queen. That's the top right board. But what catches your attention, James? All right, we jump in on the Wesley board.
On the Wesley, right. Here we are.
Cecile for the kill.
Cecile for the kill. This is, let me see what kind of Sicilian this might have been. It's like some type of, definitely Najdorf. Are we correct there, David?
It's a bishop b5 check, Sicilian, surprisingly, but
close.
It looks like a Najdorf.
It was going to play Najdorf. He played d6.
I think you take the point there.
Thank you. Yes, let's go.
Okay, and a knight exchange is coming. I do wonder whether there's a pawn on Pries. Is it too greedy to grab that pawn? For example, if white now just takes back with the bishop, can Levon Aronian get greedy and snap this pawn off the board? Okay, looked like Wesley was afraid of that, so the queen trade instead, but Sicilian positions with queens off the board tend to favor black. Black has this semi-open c-file, black has flexibility with these central pawns. Okay, I think Levon's thrilled with the outcome of this opening. Yeah, looking good for Levon right now.
It really does, right? You've got that c-file under control, the b-pawn moving forward. David, I think we zoom out of this for now. For both these players, it's almost an essential to win this game, to keep up on the track, to qualify for this for the survival stage. But let's just jump out of this, because look at what is happening on that bottom left board. Magnus and Alireza, the knights are jumping all over. The a-pawn is attacked. That's the board that catches my attention. And should we do a deep dive on that one?
Yeah, let's do it. The bottom right as well, starting to come to life, but not quite yet as fiery as the Firouzja and Carlsen board. And I don't think anyone can blame us for wanting to be back here. Magnus is down a pawn. He's sacrificed a pawn after all. Should we do a recap of those last few moves?
Let's do an action replay. How did we get here?
Okay, let's jump in and show what we missed. It wasn't much, just 3 or 4 moves here. But after c6, where we last left it, Firouzja said, yes, thank you very much. I will take your pawn. Knight takes c6, queen to c7. As we predicted, it looks like a skewer here. The white knight, if it moves, will drop the pawn behind it. Firouzja instead backed up his knight with his queen, defending here. Also watch out for the a-pawn, which might be vulnerable. d5 from Magnus, though.
Whoa.
Another invisible move, as they say. It looks impossible, but then you notice there is a pin on the e-file, so white's pawn on e4 is frozen. We saw that pawn captured after all. The blue arrow appears. Of course, Firouzja spotted that he can take this pawn safely. Again, this rook undefended, so there is a pin. And now, knight to f4, queen to b5, and this is the current position. Knights on f4 for the score. What other rhymes do we have? This knight looks really strong.
That is a very strong knight.
Knight on f4, this game ain't a bore.
Oh, boring.
No draw.
Wow. Okay, well, what do we do next? In fact, it is... Oh, it's Magnus's move. Okay.
Yeah, but this just looks like an extra healthy pawn. You know, white is about to line up the rook on the c-file against the black queen next.
I see it.
a5 is hanging in so many positions. You know, black wants to jump in with the other knight to h4 to get to g2. You have to create play. If you're Magnus Carlsen, he's eyeing that white king. That's the only hope. But does black have enough time to set all of this up?
Wow, I took a peek here because I'm curious, Tanya. I was wondering why this is almost level, despite the fact that black is a clear pawn down, maybe 2 pawns down in the near future. Okay, the top 2 moves, very kind of straightforward. Rook to c8, nothing too special, but guess black's 3rd best move here, apparently.
Knight takes H3 or G2. Knight takes G2 and then knight H4 to follow.
Jedi Master.
Come on, man.
Strikes again.
You got to bring them to me. I'm going to see the tactics. Knight G2, knight H4 for the score.
Let's actually put this on the board because Magnus is thinking about this. He's definitely looking at the king side, looking in this direction. He wants to attack. Those are his instincts, despite his reputation as an endgame grinder. King takes, and now knight to H4, as James says, check. You've got to be careful where you go with the king. Do not walk into this fork, this family fork, and the bishop will drop next move. Instead, if the king goes back, however...
I think he did it.
He's gone for it.
It's on the board, James. You called it. Knight takes pawn.
Knight takes pawn. And now king to... Anywhere else, though, king f1, for example, the black queen slides across. Look, double attack, loose pieces drop off, bishop undefended. This pawn, the poor white king is about to feel the heat of the black queen and knight together.
But is Alireza counting on getting his king to safety on the bomb cloud square of e2? Is that the whole idea? Are we going to see a king e2 after queen takes pawn? Let's make a move like queen d5, centralize the queen, defend the bishop on d2, get out of the pin. And the bar doesn't exactly drop, so maybe it's not the worst. And king e2, this is crazy.
Run away, run away.
Run for the hills. I can't go rook d8, so that's the problem here. It feels very good for black, but I can't get the rook to d8. If I could get rook d8 in, this is probably over.
Where are you running away after queen g4 check?
Running back and offering a draw, that's what I'm doing. King back to f1.
You know what? King d3, I don't care about nothing. How about that? King d3 for the memes and for the crowd. Look at that, equal. King D3.
My gosh.
Yeah, dog. Talk to me nice.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
I want to say king d3 is an Alireza position and an Alireza move. I don't think he's going to repeat with king f1 if we get this on the board. By the way, Magnus doesn't go in with a check first. He's played queen to d7 directly.
However, okay, I was going to say, if the white queen had sidestepped, we would have seen that exact variation by transposition. Now the black knight jumps in. So same idea, different order. And now the white king goes back. So we're going to see Firouzja start sprinting into the center of the board, into no man's land with his king. Wow, I think, James, you would love to be on the black side of this.
Yeah, absolutely. Very ferocious type of chess here. I would like to run this king up to d3, but I need to get... What if I go rook d8 first? It doesn't matter. Man, I mean, it does work. Rook b8. I see you, Magnus. I understand. Telepathically. I understand, sir. Rook b8. Okay, same idea.
Beautiful, and you had to do it now, right, while the black queen is on d7, because now the white knight is pinned. The white knight cannot take this rook. She would drop there, the queen on b5. So now you're asking the white queen to move. The blue arrow appears. I'm going to highlight it. You have to jump to the center, defend your knight, challenge the black queen. But how scary is this? The black queen swooping, the black rook swooping. This is... I want to know what Magnus is listening to. He wants the fire.
You know what, chat? Okay, look, listen up. It's on you now. Take, okay? We got to download the app. I need you to go download Take, and experience chess fandom like never before, okay? Because we need to see what you're going to play in this position. Visit go.chess.com/takex3, and you can use exclamation point take in chat. Do it now. Do it now.
And I think Alireza needs to guess the move because he's down to 3 minutes, 20 seconds. He has to keep up on the clock, and it looks like you don't have too many options here as well. You need to stay connected to the knight. Queen d5 just looks like a very natural move here. You centralize your queen. Yes, he's calculating what happens after queen takes pawn. You can't step up with the king to g1. I think we're going to see it. Queen d5 played. Queen takes pawn. Magnus is going to bang that down just in a moment. Whoa, Alireza takes it back.
What happened? Wow.
He hesitates. Is he going to change his mind?
Here we go.
Wow, he plays the move, but he literally took it back at some point. He had it hovering for a good 10, 20 seconds.
King d3!
Wow.
The king on d3!
Wow. Good luck to that king. That's all I'm going to say.
This is a wild position. Under 3 minutes, king on d3, the queen, knight, both the rooks, the black bishop, all on the attack. How is Alireza going to handle this? We hear some applause from the crowd. Do we have a result, David?
Not that I
yet.
can see.
Maybe it's just for king d3. The crowd is just applauding the king and cheering for the king.
King d3, crowd goes wild.
Applauding you seeing knight takes g2, James. And okay, they can hear us.
Yay, woo, king d3, oh my god, yes, mom, king d3.
It's Alireza's king against the king of chess right now. That is a beautiful position in front of us.
Hello, Norway. Hello, the white king, which is peeking out to say hi to all of us. But this is a crazy position. Actually, queen and knight, they're known as an attacking combo, but they're a great defensive combo too. They're both the best attackers and the best defenders, knight being a king's best friend. A queen now, of course, trying to shelter her king from anything. So, it's not over. White here, though, has to walk a tightrope to survive. Knight to g2 is Magnus's choice. Clean hit on the white rook, sorry, there. which will have to move. Firouzja, both players down at 2 minutes now.
Would be so tempted to just offer a rook trade right now, either via b1 or rook on e2. Just get rid of that black rook one way or the other.
Yeah, I think that's a great spot there. Tanya, a great choice. Maybe there are tactics in the air though. If you go across, if you play rook to b1 to challenge this way, let's put this on the board. Rook takes f2 would be a real sting for white. Now the bishop is overworked, you cannot take because of a knight fork, and now your king and queen look clumsy. Now they're too close together, if anything. So he actually has to go up the board. Your first instinct, what is he going to play?
He's reaching out for it. I think he's about to do it. It feels like that's the movement coming in, and rook e2, so he stops that threat that you just pointed out.
Yeah. X-ray vision there.
And any trade, I mean, Alireza has an extra piece, right? So that favors white. Magnus has got to keep the tension on the board, but that means a rook retreat right now.
But there's not so many safe squares. Actually, are there any safe squares? Maybe this one is the only one I see, the only square that's not defended. If you want to be really fancy, maybe you can play rook to b6 and be like, oh no, my rook. Because again, family fork on this square, the white bishop cannot take.
That would be very stylish, very fancy.
Very Magnus.
Rook b6.
Tactics here. Yeah, rook b7. This is ugly. Like there's just nothing left. It feels like he's defending. Yeah. Rook b7.
This rook b7 threatens this pin, right? The white queen and king lined up. The black queen defending the square too. So I think Magnus might well be tempted to retreat.
Yeah, I like that move a lot because it comes in with direct threat. And where is the safety for that white king? On the other hand, if you trade on Alireza's terms right now, that white knight can recapture the rook, coming to a key defensive square. And you know, you kind of just boxed your own king around your pieces and are feeling a little safer.
Yeah, it's not instinctive to retreat when you're attacking, but it's also not instinctive to trade off pieces when you're attacking. So Magnus, he's kind of caught in two minds here. He's reaching, he's going to retreat. He goes back with his rook. Big threat in the position. Rook to d7 would win the white queen instantly. So something needs to give. It's going to be the queen or the king to move. Or maybe you can block the d-file with your knight. But, oh, it's so scary.
It's also so scary and terrifying to move your king, because if you bring it on the c-file, you could pin that knight on c6 as well. King c4, what are the chances of us seeing that, James?
Listen, king c4. Okay, now we're getting out of hand. But it is a move, though. It is a move. Don't get it twisted, Tanya. We can play king c4. There's nothing crazy.
Reaching out.
But why, though? I think the reason is like, why would we do this? I mean, I guess maybe...
Never happening. King c4 is just never happening.
King c4.
This is the headline act of the round, of course. He's reaching for his queen, which moves across, offering a trade there, Alireza Firouzja. But let's quickly jump out and update ourselves on the other boards. Of course, we have 3 other battles raging on right now. Not much to tell you about. 2 equal positions on the right side of your screens there. Top left, however, Nepomniachtchi is about to take down Denis Lazavik. He has an extra knight and is soon going to start marching his c-pawn up the board. So Nepomniachtchi on the brink of victory. I think it's time to go back to Firouzja against Carlsen, though. That is a masterpiece by both players so far.
It's time to rush back to that game. I mean, what is happening right now? Queen trade on offer, bottom left. Magnus has to decline that. I only see 1 square. There's h2 as well. But he is thinking right now. He can't possibly be considering the trade.
Oh, it didn't look like he was reaching for his... Okay, he did reach for his queen. He does run away, but under 1 minute for Magnus Carlsen. This is a bullet game.
The crowd is loving it.
The crowd is loving it. We do have the first decisive result of the round. Nepomniachtchi winning, as expected, against Denis Lazavik. But yeah, they might as well be applauding this game.
Is Magnus's queen running out of squares
I think he has
right
to
now?
trade queens.
Wow.
You only have f6. He first takes the bishop, attacks the white queen, so it's not a queen blunder.
Nope. A shake of the head, though, from Magnus, and the bar does rise in white's favour. Firouzja takes back. The black queen is still trapped, though, and now does have to offer this trade. He's going to be a piece down.
Piece down and down on the clock as well. 30 seconds of Magnus, it's a lost endgame. But how many times have we seen him turn these endgames around?
The difference here, I think, in like, if you think about overall what could happen is, okay, I have the extra pawn. Yes, you have the extra piece, but let's say we trade all the pawns off, which is the key idea. You trade the rooks, you trade everything off, and the pawns, it's a draw. You got this extra piece, but what are you going to do with it is the question.
He's coming in with the rook. It's all activity. The bishop's about to jump into the attack as well. Hits that rook, eyeing that f2 pawn.
Ooh, Firouzja under 1 minute, starting to panic here. He was about to reach for his rook. If he moves the rook, though, Black's other rook jumps into the position with a devastating check. I think he was about to blunder Alireza Firouzja there. He might have to accept that he's going to give back some material in order to maintain his advantage. But Magnus is so active. He's played so well since the queens came off.
Incredible stuff. Is this going to be another miraculous save by Magnus?
3 results possible, right, James?
Yes, there's also stuff with like knight f5. Like knight f5, you know, I'm always tactic senses are tingling. But knight f5, bishop takes c3, knight e7, king f8, rook check, king takes knight c6, king d6 or d7, knight takes d8, bishop f2.
Did you see that?
Knight takes f7, and it's like drawn.
Yes, I love how you've calculated the entire draw, but Alireza's down to 10 seconds. He needs to make a move.
Ooh, he retreats his knight, but that knight is hit. He moves the knight away yet again, but now the white rook is dropping for the black bishop. This is anyone's game now. It's going to be material equality. 2 knights against a rook and a pawn. And, okay, the knights do look good, though. Look at the teamwork there. White's king super safe.
Takes care of all the squares around white king, so no check on f2. That rook lining up on the second rank would not have any threat. And Alireza trying to create some weaknesses in Magnus's camp.
And look at the song playing right now. Never Gonna Give You Up.
Never gonna give you up.
Not sure who that's playing for, but neither side giving up. This has been a crazy battle.
That sounds like Magnus's playlist, if I had to take a guess.
Yep.
The positions he's had all tournament, he's saying, never gonna give you up, and it just seems to work.
It looks like he will not be giving up. He looks like he should save this. Alireza down to a few seconds, though. He grabs the pawn, he takes it with the rook. And now, even this type of position, if the 2 pawns disappear, even if Black were to blunder his rook, this is a draw. So right now, you must give away your black pawn to draw this game. But this should likely fizzle out. Look at that, Magnus just giving the pawn away. Firouzja not taking the black pawn. 2 knights against the king is a draw.
Yeah, Magnus just wants to give that up and then give up his rook for the e3 pawn, and there's no way. And look at this, a trick. Knight comes in, picks up the rook, but Magnus's king is fast enough to pick up the pawn, and in the end, not enough material. What an absolute roller coaster of a game. Ends peacefully, with anything but peaceful this game.
Anything but peaceful. That was crazy, insane. We would love to see the accuracy on that game, and of course, that's a game that you can study at home. Grab that one, you probably could spend a few hours on that game.
Wow, and in the meantime, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave looks like he's about to win against Vincent Keymer. White has 2 extra pawns. This A pawn, though, is the one that's going to do the business, become a new queen. Vincent fighting on here, though, but in vain. And a handshake. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave about to win the black rook for this pawn. Takes the game. Let's go to the other encounter still ongoing. It's Wesley So against Levon Aronian. Wesley So's just blundered. A moment ago, this was a dead-drawn endgame, but now the white king is cut off by the black rook along the e-file. Black's f-pawn is the one that should be winning this game. Ooh, can Levon close it out, though? 5 seconds, the panic setting in.
Panic in time is what it is, of course. Panic because of time is what it is.
Ooh, this is well known to be a very difficult endgame for both sides. Theoretically, it's always somewhere between a win and a draw. There we go, the bar is going to slide up and down constantly. The white king needs to jump back now and blockade that black pawn. The h-pawn is so close to touchdown. He goes back with his rook, Wesley So. Why would you make a rook passive, though?
Yeah, that's tough.
Wow.
You can't do that. You're supposed to defend actively. But I mean, okay, you have to see his time. He has no time. It makes total sense.
And wow, Levon's about to take this one. He's about to take the lead in this match. The king steps in now, forcing the white king away, and that's it. It's handshakes. Levon with the win.
LeBron! He's back. LeBron is back. He's won another one.
Wow.
Incredible scenes, and I'm still thinking about that game that we just saw between Magnus and Alireza, right? What a wild ride that was. Magnus sacrificing a piece out of the opening, Alireza's king going out on a walk in the middle game. Just insane stuff this round.
This was insane. As we see, Levon Aronian wins. He's looking to close out and win 2 matches in a row. Envia wins against Vincent Keymer, Nepomniachtchi winning against Denis Lazavik, and Alireza Magnus with a draw, but that did not look anything but. That was a crazy game, and we have another game coming up.
James, what are the chances the only game that ended in a draw was the wildest of them all?
That's crazy. And, you know, that's kind of how it is. You'll see a lot of theory, like, you know, Najdorf Sicilians and Razor Sharp Kings Indians and Grunfelds that become draws in this type of sense. So, crazy.
Yeah, crazy. Ultimately, 2 great entertainers, 2 fantastic entertainers cancelling each other out, but showing that not all draws are equal. A draw is a natural result in chess, especially after such a fight. And great to see everyone enjoying that.
Yeah, incredible action. And this is why this matchup has us so excited every single time, right? When it's Magnus versus Alireza. You know that you will be entertained.
Oh, absolutely. Of course. Did you see how pumped the fans were? He was like, ah! You think like, whoa, he's in a football match. You know, like, where are you? He's like, I'm in a chess match. You're like, wow, this is crazy. I didn't know chess was this hype. So, of course, that was hype. But, David, do you have anything for us that's even more hype in a game review?
I do indeed. And, of course, we followed the Firouzja against Carlsen game in great detail. But the first game to finish in that round was between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Denis Lazavik. And it was a really instructive victory for Jan Nepomniachtchi, the older player, the more experienced player this time. Will join here, where White already has a small advantage due to the 3 versus 1 majority on the queen side. Denis Lazavik here, though, missed the opportunity to start racing, to start pushing his own pawns here. Black should have started accelerating play. Play on the side he's stronger. Black has a 3 versus 1 advantage on the king side, so pushing the g-pawn or pushing the f-pawn would have led to a real fight. Instead, rook to e4, not really doing too much, allowed a big breakthrough. Pawn to b5, a beautiful move there from Jan Nepomniachtchi, accelerating the play on his flank, and pawn to c6. This c-pawn was destined to cost Black a piece. We play a few more moves down the line. The Black rook had to go back, losing time. White knight takes, and after a few exchanges, it was the Black bishop that had to give itself up for the white pawn, and from here, the rest was very straightforward. The white knight jumped around and got the job done. Nepomniachtchi doing it in style.
Doing it in style, of course. That was fun. That was amazing stuff there. So, well, of course, great matchups. Great round. What was the highlight for you guys? I mean, that's pretty easy. So we're going to start with you, Tanya, and then David, you got to pick another one because we know what the highlight was.
Okay, deal.
But the endgame that David just showed, incredible technique there by Jan Nepomniachtchi as well. But yes, it's hard to think about anything else except the only draw that we had, Magnus versus Alireza, just razor-sharp tactics. And it always comes about to be this ultimate showdown. And once again, David, I think we are headed to an Armageddon in this one. I'd love to see it go down to the wire. You know, one more rapid game coming up. What we just saw between these two players, precise play, tactics, taking it on, you know, just with complete complication, hitting that chaos button. Magnus's knight takes pawn. Alireza not backing down. You gotta love this chess.
You've got to love this chess, and that's why they say, like, if the draw is enough, if you're happy with the draw, don't play for a draw. Play that type of chess and he gets a draw anyway. But yeah, it's all about comebacks for the other players. Denis Lazavik, it's been a heartbreaking day for him so far. After such a stellar start yesterday, he came close to winning the first match of the day, ultimately going down in Armageddon, and now falling to Nepomniachtchi as well. He has the white pieces, though.
And I think, James, you made this point, right? That in this format, consistency is everything. You have a great day one, but how many of these players and which of these players can keep up that momentum going into day two? And when one player who wants to bounce back is Alireza. It's been a tough start for him in the Champions Chess Tour Finals so far, but the best way to make a comeback and to find your confidence would be to take down the world #1.
And he's looking to do that, especially after his spicy game that was. We're going to see more fireworks like that as well. A lot of confidence, psychology in play too, as well as we see Denis Lazavik there just having a rough day. But if he's able to bounce back, get out of the mental slump there, as we saw Levon do, winning the match, and now one game away from doing the same thing, actually, and leveling up in the standings.
I have a question for you guys. Who is more relieved or the happier of the two from the round one draw that we just saw?
I think Magnus is pretty happy. He gets the white pieces next. And Magnus is known as the king of Armageddon. He's got a phenomenal score in Armageddon games throughout the history of the Champions Chess Tour. In Norway chess, over the board, Armageddon, he's always been the king there. So I think Magnus may be relieved. Firouzja, I don't know, he'll see it as a small missed opportunity.
Yeah. He was the one putting in that pressure with the white pieces, you know, when he went c4, your idea of the rook lift.
Yes.
And to get it into the Armageddon, he has to keep fort with the black pieces.
Yes, he has to keep fort, but of course, he has been able to do it before, and he likes the tactical chess. I mean, they both can compete at that level there. Magnus gets hype. You know, he found knight takes g2. That's not Magnus type of chess.
You found knight takes pawn.
I mean, of course, yes, I am a Jedi. But at the same time, it is nice to see these boys tactically battling it out, as Magnus, he's not actually a big fan of tactics. Like a lot of times when we're doing, you know, just talking to him about tactics, he's like, I don't like doing tactics, but he sees everything, you know, right? And Firouzja, who loves doing tactics, is trying to take it to him here. So I'm very excited to see the opening choices here, what Firouzja is going to try to do. This is a very critical game.
And Magnus, he has been kind of keeping very flexible with the white pieces in the early stages, but he has been deadly in the end games, the latter stages, when the clocks tick down. He likes to apply long-term pressure. So I don't know if we'll see as chaotic a battle, a fight, a fist fight like we just saw earlier. But instead we might see more attritional stuff in the meantime. Yeah, Denis Lazavik, it's about coming back for him. For Wesley So, it's been really tough so far. And yeah, of course, for Vincent Keymer as well against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Last chance saloon in this match, at least.
Okay, predictions.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough for Denis to bounce back in this. I'm predicting a Yan victory here without an Armageddon.
Okay.
James, you asked, but I'm going to put you back on the spot.
That's new. All right, that's good, David. I think Denis Lazavik bounces back. I like his white repertoire. I mean, he does very good with the white pieces. I mean, I see it all the time. Title Tuesdays, all the games here, in fact, too, as well. There are a few that were slightly shaky, but I mean, if he sticks to his repertoire, oh yeah, Catalan, 100%. Ready, Catalan, same thing.
And it is the
wow! He don't wait. Did he? I think he did play this once, but rarely he plays this.
Yeah, rare, right?
Very rare.
He's normally very principled D4 type openings, Denis Lazavik, but he's going away from what has served him so well. And we see Jan Nepomniachtchi staring off to the left there. That's because he's trying to remember some opening theory. Often white will challenge in the center sooner or later. We saw Magnus do this earlier in the day against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with a pawn on E3. He soon pushed his pawn forward to C4 to try and chip away at the black center. But ultimately, this is the type of opening you choose when you're in a must-win situation, which Denis is. You keep all the pieces on the board for as long as possible, avoid any simplifications, any trades until later in the game. And yeah, wow, Denis Lazavik.
G4 for the score, big fella. Okay, Denis came to play.
You know, if this was an online game, we'd think this is a mouse slip. How do you push the pawn 2 steps forward? Right now, 1, it's hanging. 2, none of your pieces are out. But I think it's all around that white bishop on B2, also eyeing the G7 square. It's the mat situation. Denis has to create chaos. He can't rely on his positional strategic forte that has become the brand of his chess right now. And he's going all out very early on. Knight takes pawn? Is that possible?
It's very possible, and we'll see how Nepomniachtchi reacts to such naked aggression at such an early stage. In the meantime, another game about to begin. Magnus Carlsen starts with the white pieces against Alireza Firouzja. Another Reti. How many times? If we had $1 for every Reti opening this tournament, we'd be...
very rich.
Yeah, we'd be okay.
We'd be okay.
We wouldn't be doing so bad.
We'd get some lunch. Yeah.
And in the meantime, okay, a transposition potentially to Queen's Pawn openings, the English opening. Firouzja taking a pause here.
King's Indian. He about to do it right now.
Ooh.
Ooh, that's copycat chess by Alireza.
Symmetry. And Magnus calms things down. He fianchettos his bishop. Will we see Alireza continue doing the dance? Pawn to G6. Have you guys ever had that? Someone play copycat chess against you?
And the question is how long they can keep it going, because white has that first move advantage, and usually it's hard to keep it on for a long time, and Alireza does switch it up. He switches it up for play in the center, gets that break in, so a very direct line eventually chosen by Alireza. Ooh, H4, we've got G4 on one board, H4 on another. What on earth is happening?
Wow, I love to see it though. The H-pawn push was designed to chip away at the black flank here, but now H5 would be met by a bypass move, G5, and you don't get to open any lines, so white does castle after all. I always thought this made a weird impression. An H4 pawn? It looks like it's sticking out there, like a sore thumb, but the white king, pretty safe, and okay, D4 by Magnus. We're gonna see some tactics. This is theory, but I think Magnus will be more aware than Firouzja of the latest developments.
This is spicy. I like this. I guess after takes, this is theory that rarely I don't actually know. So C takes D4, I assume is knight. But then if you go knight B5, there's E5. So this is crazy.
Yeah, James knows every single chessable course that ever existed on any opening that was ever played. So coming from you, James, it's got to be a fresh position for a lot of us here. And look at that. Look at the 2 knights hanging at the center of the board. White's knight on D4 right now being attacked by the 2 pieces. White returning the favor with the knight on C3, bishop on G2, eyeing that D5 pawn. I think we're going to see a trade-off. A very different kind of trade-off here.
Something's disappearing. The vacuum cleaner, the Hoover, something's going off this board. And I think the knights might just be cleaned away from the center in the next few moves. Okay, Firouzja is the first to blink. He's the first to decide which knight to capture. Okay, the other one might have been safer, but this is going to lead to a very tense position now. I'm assuming Magnus takes back with his own knight. And the one downside for black is he hasn't castled yet.
And the other downside is that if you do castle after that, there are tricks of bishop takes pawn, because that bishop on g7 will be overloaded in that position, defending that central knight and the pawn on h6. So Magnus might not have time to... Alireza will not have time to get his king to safety.
That's right, and maybe we can show that on the board, because tactics are starting to rear their head here. And knight takes knight looks like the most natural move. Black has options. You can think about coming out with your bishop to attack pawns, but tactics don't often work with your king in the center. He does take with the knight. Magnus heading in this direction, castling the king, the desirable move. As you point out, Tanya loses a pawn. Bishop takes h6, deflection, and the knight would drop off. You can't even throw the knight away, try to sell it for the price of a pawn, because a check is met by a capture, and after a recapture, again a pawn drops off, supported by the white queen.
Look at that!
Whoa.
Look at Alireza's move.
Whoa, what? Bro, what?
Talking of copycat chess, he plays the same idea just on his own. Instead of allowing bishop takes h6, he plays bishop to h3, not capturing a pawn though, it's on an empty square.
I don't care good or bad, but that's a stunner. It's so easy to miss when there's no pawn on it. Like you said, mirroring the idea that we were just showing, deflecting white's bishop from the defense of that d5 knight. I'm loving this.
Wow, creative if nothing else, but the bar doesn't react, showing it's a really good move. And Magnus loves these pretty patterns, so I think he'll be appreciative of what Alireza has just done and changing his music suddenly.
What song do you think he's got on right now? It was
question.
Never Gonna Give You Up before. He's singing that to the knight on d5.
Never gonna give you up. I mean, you could take this, though. You could take and play e3 and run the king to h1. Grab the bishop pair. This is a Magnus-type position. Try to milk it, but then maybe it's like a reverse Catalan with the bishop on g7. But no, you don't have another bishop, so I go rook b1. I should be good. It is possible to take.
Let's show this, James, your variation there. Bishop takes bishop would be one of the safer responses. Why not try and keep things simple? Queen takes knight and pawn to e3. This is a pin after all, but the black knight jumps out the way with a check. The white king has to be careful where it goes. King h1 is the only way to avoid a double check on this diagonal. And yeah, as you point out, this endgame is something Magnus has to evaluate, right?
Correct.
The black bishop's super strong, but white does have a potential strong bishop of his own on this diagonal. I think this would be my choice if I were playing Firouzja. I'd be too terrified to keep the queens on and get attacked. So this looks very safe for white, but low risk, low reward maybe as well.
Right.
Is there anything else that catches your minds?
Well, no risk, no reward, but if that even does end in a draw, it means rewards for everyone watching, because the match goes to an Armageddon then, so I'm totally ready for that. But if Magnus avoids this very forcing line that you and James just pointed out, Alireza's got ideas of his own. He's anyways going to trade on g2. The knight on d5 is hanging. How do you keep everything consolidated in the center? A knight retreat? That doesn't sound very appealing either.
Knight retreat, maybe you bolster this knight, you can support it with your pawn, but that creates some weak squares. So Magnus does go for the variation we were indicating there. In the meantime, this game likely to head towards the endgame at least, quite quickly. I see the eval bar between Levon Aronian and Wesley So shooting off.
Oh my goodness.
LeBron's direction. Maybe we zoom out here. And okay, let's actually jump straight there. Okay, no, bird's eye view first. Complicated positions, James.
As we said, LeBron is back. I mean, listen, sometimes all it takes is to stop the bleeding and then everything just clicks. For instance, he won the first match, beat Denis, who was at the top. Now he's, I mean, crushing Wesley here. What was this opening? What happened? This is, look at the bar. Before you even do anything else, look at the bar, bro. Let's say this is over.
Look at the position. I mean, that last move opens up the rook. David, you're highlighting that tender spot on f7. Knight and bishop beautifully lined up against it. The rook's about to join that party as well. This is tough position to defend for Wesley. Bishop takes pawn, attacking the queen. You'll have to move away. The bishop jumps to d6. Queen b6 check has to be the only move here.
Oof, so ugly. To answer your question earlier, it was the Pirk defense.
Oh.
Pirk. I never know what the exact pronunciation is, but either way, it's been a bit of a disaster for black. He needed to win Wesley with the black pieces. Not easy, but this
David,
is...
there has to be tactics here. I mean, look at the amount of pins. That e5 piece, there has to be something on f7, but Lev's just enjoying his position,
Beautiful.
not rushing in.
8 minutes. You can chill. You can work it out. And I think at the very least he will just... okay, he actually moves his queen across. I was going to say he will just drop his bishop back, but now knight takes bishop does not hit the white queen, so it is impossible. He's prevented those checks you were talking about, Tanya, and the battery on the f-file, he's lined it all up.
There's a threat. Bishop takes knight and winning that f6 knight as well. So how do you keep everything under control? Bishop g7 would still invite tactics on the f7 square.
Ooh, King g7. Oh my goodness. It's a family channel. It's about to get crazy.
It smells bad, right?
It's about to get crazy.
With everything of black placed on the dark squares right now, the knight, the rook, the bishop, and the queen, there's got to be some tactics here. I keep looking at something takes f7.
Yeah.
Tell me it's working, David.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah,
We'd have to work out the details. Levon Aronian.
There it is.
He proves it. We don't have to show it. He's showing us.
Dang.
Something's collapsing on this f-file. Where is the killer blow, though, after rook takes knight?
I think you just capture with your bishop. Black has to take back with the king, and then you can triple down on the f-file.
Sure.
Bishop g5, and maybe you can have that on the board as well. To me, that looks like the simplest way to cash in.
Yeah, and at the very end, we'll do a quick count. Once this black knight disappears, and white will have an extra rook for knight, plus a pawn, and ongoing attack. Material advantage.
Happening.
I think he might just resign after bishop to g5, you know, just to catch up with the current position. Yeah, bishop g5 would simply win a piece. Wesley is
my
done.
goodness. That was a miniature. How many moves was that? 20 moves? Wesley So? Wow.
Levon is back.
LeBron is back. You better put respect on that man's name. Oh my goodness. Levon Aronian came back.
You get this kind of a dub, you get this kind of a victory in, and you're feeling good about your chances. It was a devastating start in the round robin for Lev, starting the day with at the bottom of the leaderboard. And what a win against Wesley. He won the previous round as well. LeBron James, as you call it, he's scoring all the points today.
Yeah, that was incredible from Levon. It shows that, like, you know, you can be at the bottom of the leaderboard and you keep fighting. You know, you have the tenacity, tenacious, discipline, work, you know, and also the mental aspect, mental fortitude, as we saw from Levon here. And he just took down, I mean, two very, very strong players. He beat Denis Lazavik, who was at the top. Now, Denis, you know, losing to Jan here, he may be able to come back, but incredible feat from Levon today.
There's King James, there's King Levon today.
That's right, and it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. He's timed it well. Of course, he still needs to keep winning, Levon. That's the issue, but getting in those middle spots. I don't think he can reach top 2 now, but just giving himself a chance at staying alive in this competition. In the meantime, two players who are fighting for their lives as well, Denis Lazavik and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Denis is the one who needs to win. And this position, I was trying to count the pawns for a second. It's a really weird pawn structure. Black has two beautiful pawns in the middle until you realize they're blockaded by white's minor pieces. And this knight especially is really well placed on e4. I'm not sure who I prefer here, who has the advantage. There are weaknesses for both camps. Black's pawns in the center maybe targets, but the white pawns as well. Isolated, weak. Okay, who are we taking?
He pushes one of them. It was just hanging on the next move. A good question. I do like the extra pawn, but it's not even an extra pawn like you said, right? Because there's a blockade. I like white in this position. The bishop comes back to attack the rook. That knight looking beautiful on e4. How is black making any progress despite white's weak pawn formation?
I'm not sure you are. First, you need to attend to business. This rook is attacked, so dropping it back would make some sense. Maybe you have a choice of squares. Not sure which one you should be choosing, but yeah, it's a weird pawn structure. Imagine 6 pawns versus 6 pawns, but there's no pass pawns, there's no, I don't know, there's no tension between any of the pawns. It's all about the piece play.
Yeah. But for Jan, he just needs a draw to advance through. You know, Levon's done his match already with 2-2-0.
Right.
Denis has to find a way to actually win this game. Beautiful pieces, but it feels like you've maximized it. One of your rook is tied down to defend that h5 pawn, so you don't have the plan of doubling up on the g5. Where's the progress? Is he going to push the b pawn next?
That is a very good question. I think he is. There is potential to push this pawn. We do have to watch it. Maybe put h5's hanging. That's an excellent move from Jan. And then you move the knight, f2 hangs. Maybe e5 hangs. But then you have to give up the bishop on c6. There's the b4 move.
Ooh, he's going for it now on the queen's side. This is good wisdom. Actually, this is a bit of a mirror image of their earlier game. We showed the finale of Jan defeating Denis when he had white. It was all about playing on the side you're stronger. He does have, after all, this 4 versus 2 advantage on the queen side. Black only has 2 pawns, so why not just give away everything on the right flank and start pushing where you're stronger?
You can go b5, kick that knight out, take that rook, push the c-pawn forward. He does change the move order, but I think we're going to see the c-pawn move up the board as well. Create a pass. Jan is really enjoying himself right now.
Can we get a music check, please? We need to know what Jan's listening to. We need to know every song.
But do you think he's as much enjoying his position with the black pieces right now as much as he is the music?
Imagine if he's just listening to silence and he's just enjoying his position this much.
Oh, man.
We need to know.
That's funny. Plot twist. He's listening to nothing. Classical music, in fact.
He's listening to the sound of the pieces.
Wow. Okay, maybe knight to g3. Denis needs to find some kind of action right now. Knight g3 would attack this pawn in the center as well as the bishop on the edge of the board. Forcing move. The other natural moves would be pushing this pawn forward.
I would be so tempted to do that, to try to create a passer, but it's also really committal because you're creating some weaknesses right there which can be targeted by the black minor pieces.
Yeah, maybe the downside is that the black...
Oh, he does it.
He plays it. Maybe the black light squared bishop is going to swoop back. I'm not sure which square. You can drop back the whole way to stop the advance of white's pawns. You could trade off white's minor piece. I was going to say best minor piece, but the white knight's pretty mighty too.
Right.
And, okay, he's getting closer to that draw that will guide him towards the match victory right now. He's just loving life, Nepo. Never seen someone so happy to be playing chess.
Yeah, it's inspiration, you know, just like be more like Nepo, you know. That's nice.
Just a chill dude.
Chill.
Nepo chilling.
That's the new meme on the block after this Champions Chess Tour final, I think. But yeah, we see the bishops are off the board. The fans seem to be chilling as well. It's a packed house here.
Look at those headphones. So cool, lit up headphones. What's up, guys? You know, you can all make noise there. You see yourselves. You can the camera's to the right. You can look right into the camera. There you go. Look at y'all. Yeah, there it is.
They are awake.
Exactly. What's up, guys? Good to see all of you.
It's like a scene out of Squid Game or something with the headphones.
With the green and the red.
Green, the red.
Green light, red light.
No, nice to see everyone enjoying themselves. Denis Lazavik, I'm not sure how much he's enjoying the position, but it's still alive.
Yes.
And in must-win situations, you just need to keep the tension, and hope your opponent cracks. He's a pawn down, however, so it does look difficult for him. Maybe we can zoom out temporarily.
Let's do it, because we didn't check in with the Magnus game for a while. David, let's bring up our bird's eye view and see if that one's heated up, and we see that on the bottom left board where Alireza's managed to plant a knight on a beautiful spot at d3, but Magnus's bishop pair, they're doing a lot of talking there on the long diagonals.
Yeah, bishops love open positions, open centers, and this game, it looks like it's slightly turning in Magnus's favor. I'm not going to say it's a big advantage or anything, but yeah, this bishop is doing great work, and combined with the crisscross motion of the other bishop, maybe some tactics in the air. The black knight's actually a bit loose, and we should point out that rook to c2 right now looks like the most tempting move, swooping and trying to win this pawn. I think Magnus has a trick in mind. He's going to pin this black knight, and after rook takes pawn, yes, you've gobbled up a pawn, but the white king moves, and this knight finds itself...
But can you take on a2?
Ooh, good spot, Tanya. I was going to say the bishop moves, and then we take the knight next move, which is pinned. But where's the bishop actually move?
To go bishop e7, but rook e8.
Don't tell me it's c1. Oh, bishop e7, rook d7.
Rook e8, yeah.
Maybe bishop c1 is the square. That's
Ooh, that's crazy. That's nice, though. It's pinned.
Wow, Magnus could maybe win a piece in this variation. Ultimately, though, Firouzja didn't go for this. Too much to calculate. He plays the move pawn to b5. He's trying to trap.
You say too much to calculate. I'm sure he calculated the entire line through and found that it doesn't work for him and has decided to go for b5.
He's
This is
lazy.
Alireza Firouzja we're talking about.
He's less lazy than me. I would stop halfway through just being like, that's too much, too deep. But no, the top players see all of it. And okay, Magnus tries to keep his bishop. Rook to d7 looks the most natural right now.
Yeah.
Looks like this position might fizzle out towards a draw if black can somehow manage to trade off his knight for white's bishops. Bishops, once they're shorn of their partner, once it's no longer a pair, they do tend to struggle. So I think this one should end peacefully.
Yeah, you can keep pursuing that bishop. It doesn't have too many squares. The rook can either go sideways to e8 or d7. I like rook d7, asking some, difficult questions to that bishop. You fall back to a3, b4 comes in. Or maybe bishop a3, is that his idea? Are we going to see a repetition? Rook d7, bishop a3, a little bit of a yo-yo of the rook and the bishop. Rook d8, bishop e7.
I don't think so. In fact, I know Firouzja definitely likes to fight a lot, even against everyone. He will fight. I actually played Firouzja in the back end. This is coming later. Like, we'll show that later on YouTube or something. But yeah, and it was like he was losing on time. I was like, I'm not gonna flag you, Firouzja. Like, no, like I'm not gonna flag you, bro. I'll give you a draw. And then he was like, no. I was like, oh snap. He wants to fight all the time, even if he losing. Doesn't matter. Firouzja's gonna fight.
Oh, this was the idea. So you offered him a draw in a
I
position
did.
where he was about to get flagged, and
Correct.
Firouzja declined it.
Correct. 100%. Like, it was like, wow. I mean, I was like, I'm scared now. Like, what?
What do you think? If
Oh my
Magnus
God.
offers him a draw right now, will he decline it?
He's gonna decline. He's probably decline it. He's probably decline it.
Yeah, Firouzja might be the only person in the world who might decline a draw against
The
Magnus
only
right
one.
now.
The only one to decline. Only one.
Okay, big moment. Magnus saves his bishop, utilizing this pin along the d-file. The Black Knight is frozen, cannot move.
And there's been a switch in the clock situation as well, where Firouzja was leading. He's now down about 30 seconds, and he wants some trades on the board.
Great move. I think Magnus will not be happy to see that. Now it's purely going to be light squared bishop against the Black Knight, assuming that the dark squared bishops leave the board. There we go. And now Black's pieces are so active.
And it's not even a pin. The knight can jump back to c5 or e5 and trade off the rook if it's required to do so. And that beautiful rook on c3, and just compare it to its counterpart on b1. That's not coming into the game anytime soon. Bishop e4. You could jump back with that knight to c5.
Prediction, Armageddon or not?
Armageddon all the way.
Okay, what you got, David?
Armageddon on.
Armageddon on.
It's
right.
on.
I believe so too as well, especially after that last game. This one, nowhere near that. It seems pretty level. I think it will be Armageddon as well.
Looks like pieces are about to get traded. If not the rooks, then at least the bishop for knight, and this game should fizzle towards a draw. Of course, we will keep an eye on this, but maybe we can zoom out because there is stuff happening elsewhere, and we most likely will see another clash between Carlsen and Firouzja coming up. I just wanted to point out that Denis Lazavik's king. Look at the top left of our screens. The white king has marched in. King of the hill, as they say. He's gone on an adventure. And will it be rewarded? Denis Lazavik looks like he has a big advantage, actually, against Jan Nepomniachtchi. We could see an Armageddon there if there's a comeback.
Should we just jump into that one? Because he's got this beautiful pawn on d6 as well. The rook lined up against the g7 weakness.
Let's do it. Denis Lazavik against Jan Nepomniachtchi. It's all about whether white's rook can get into the position. The white king is beautiful. White has a beautiful d-pawn as well.
And David, the rook on g1 was hitting the g-pawn. It now slides over to the h1 square. And the h-pawn, it's helpless. Nothing's going to defend this one. The rook comes into the attack.
This looks over. Black's knight and rook are so passive. King activity in the endgame, everyone. Even at the very top level, it works.
Rook takes pawn, king e6, rook h8 mate, just all of it flowing through. And Jan, he's not vibing anymore.
He is not vibing indeed.
He's actually up a pawn, but not for too long.
Yes, the quality, not the quantity. Okay, Black's found some counterplay, but the white bishop can simply move, take a pawn. First the check. Another check. Okay, the king hiding, but the white bishop
Grab
can
the
move.
g5 pawn.
There we go.
That's a nice. He just takes on d8.
And rook h8, I think, is the big threat in this position if you push the d-pawn. Can he just go for the black knight, pin it, and win it?
I think you can. I think you can transition it into a winning rook and pawn endgame. He's going to play your move, Tanya. The black pawn is pushing, though. It's going to cost white his bishop. And it's about this position, evaluation. And look how he doesn't take black's pawn, Denis Lazavik. He uses the black pawn as a double agent, as shelter. He's going to shield the white king from checks from behind, and it's the white d-pawn. I'm going to call it David the d-pawn. He's going to push forward and win
Dennis
this
the
game.
d-pawn.
Handshake. Dennis wins with his d-pawn and strikes back Armageddon bound here.
Wow, what a comeback by Dennis, right? A win on demand, doing it against Jan, and now Jan has to do it all over again. He's looking away, but probably calming himself down from everything that just happened on that board. Phenomenal performance by Dennis James.
Very, very phenomenal. And also, I think right now, Jan is getting prepared. He's mentally, what am I going to bid? Because that's what's coming up. What am I going to bid here? What do you think? You know, you have to think about what are they going to bid and go from there. But we still have another game here.
In the meantime, there was a draw between Alireza Firouzja and Magnus Carlsen, as expected. Armageddon, there.
Armageddon on.
Armageddon on.
Love it. But I'm going to say Jan, in those last few moments when we had him on camera, I think he was angrier than he was letting out with everything that happened in that match. You could see the frustration on him.
I believe that. He definitely was frustrated, and you usually don't want to show too much of it, too, as well, especially when you're around players. And you just don't want to let that consume you, and especially if you play mad chess and angry chess or emotional chess. You know, you have to take that out of it, not just in chess, but a lot of times in life. In fact, that's a big thing. So taking the emotion out of it and just play the game. And that's
How do you get emotion out of 7 seconds on the clock, though?
Yeah, that one. Okay, easier said than done. Okay, don't try this at home.
Vincent Keymer has succeeded in keeping this game alive. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has been trying to trade off pieces, desperately trying to force the draw, which would bank him the match victory. But yeah, suddenly the knights, there's this awkward tension. They're both very much stuck, kind of cancelling each other out. On the left side of the board, the white rook a bit stuck, but that's where white has a 2 versus 1 majority. Some great long-term potential there. The white h-pawn, if the rooks disappear, I think this pawn might be the winner. But okay, Maxime goes away with his king. 6 seconds for Vincent. He needs to move, though.
Make a move. He gets his rook back, and Maxime, a draw is good enough for him for the match victory. Vincent's got to find a way to refuse the repetition. He has to decline it.
He does decline it, pushing the b-pawn. Maybe pushing the a-pawn would have been the better way, but okay, he's gone for a check. He's going to try and switch play, switch focus over to the other side of the board. The rook is coming for the black knight.
But then the black rook slides over to the a file as well and hits the a2 pawn. And who's faster there, James?
That's a great question. That is all through calculation. And it feels like black is faster. I also have the g3 pawn I could snatch at some point when the knight moves. So here we go.
We're going to see this.
It's happening on the board.
It might be time for the white king to come, I was going to say, but no, the white king has to step back. And okay, it's a pure race now. Black's knight is coming over to try and deliver checkmate.
Whoa.
Watch out.
Race on the board and a race on the clock. This is looking scary for white. Knight, pawn, and rook, a deadly combination against the white king.
Ooh, first he plays a safe move, rook behind the pawn. I think this is a good pragmatic decision, but ultimately he's going to have to activate his knight if he's trying to win this game. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he plays it. Oh, the white knight stepping back. That is not good news for Vincent Keymer. The rook's behind the passed pawns. There's been so many examples of that already in the finals. We're going to see a flurry of checks now.
You just keep giving checks because a draw is good enough for a match victory.
Oh, that's it. You have to take the draw.
Ooh, Vincent Keymer, no way to avoid the draw. A handshake. Maxime takes the victory in this match.
Moving the king up, the black pawn would have advanced up the board. Maxime wins.
MVL getting it done. He feels good about that. He's like, whew, breathe. I can go into tomorrow quite happy.
Well, not just yet, because there's one more round to be played.
Right, that's correct. In fact, there's one more round.
Wow, I don't know what to predict next. It feels like non-stop action, always going down to the last few seconds, going down to the wire in all of these clashes, all of the games.
I'm predicting an awesome Armageddon coming up right now.
Armageddon's. Who's hype? Who is hype? More chess. Here we go. Levon takes him down. Takes down Wesley So. 2 in a row for him. Nice. MVL winning his match. Jan and Denis going to Armageddon, and Alireza and Magnus going to Armageddon as well. What do you think the bids are going to be?
I think Magnus is going to try hard for the black pieces, and it will be somewhere around the 7-minute mark, probably 6:54.
Okay.
Is my precise bid by Magnus.
Nice, 100,000 on it. Let's go.
Wow, that's crazy. I mean, it's interesting. Online, the bids tend to be over 7 minutes. Here, over the board, they've been going lower, even though physically it takes longer to move the pieces. I agree with Tanya. Pattern is 7 minutes. We'll see.
That's insane. Well, we have Armageddon coming up, but first, of course, we have the Rubik's Cube. And the Rubik's Cube is celebrating 50 years with the Make Your Move campaign. In those 50 years, Rubik's Cubes have been spread across the entire world, with 1 in 7 people attempting to solve the puzzle. Like chess, the art of Rubik's Cube is its complexity and the internal human values of curiosity, perseverance, and creativity. With over 43 quintillion permutations and only one solution, what's your next move? Visit go.chess.com/Rubik's50 or use command Rubik's in chat to explore. Armageddon is coming up. We're more than excited to see Magnus and Firouzja go the distance. In the break, learn more about Rubik's, the Woodpecker Method, and get in the Christmas spirit with me and Danny Wrench. And when we return, Armageddon. Stay tuned.
that's
no, it's not.
nice.
No, it's not.
Dang,
Well, some
that's
pudding.
sweet.
I'd rather be playing chess.
Than working for Gukes. Is this a limited edition?
There are no more like that at the merch store.
Then I'll be happy to steal it. And I cannot steal the spec, yeah?
You can't right away.
And actually,
Pillow.
wow,
Okay.
good call, bro. What is it? It's a pillow of.
Oh, there you go. It's on Stephen.
Wow.
Look who came to the party.
Wait, who's the other one?
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
This is some brilliant stuff.
What would those go for on the black market?
You need to sit on them.
Well, but if he opens the gift, it's over.
No, because number one can steal something back, I think.
Alireza, družiще. Danny, big technical questions. If I steal one tweet, can I pass it to another person?
I mean, you can do whatever you want.
It's a Christmas, yeah?
Okay, you might get those stolen.
Yeah.
Very nice headphones.
Number one gets to steal. Young, go. He
looking
wants
at
the
that
tweet.
tweet.
He wants the tweet. The person who opens the gift gets a second gift and it's over.
Okay, let's open.
$150 gift card to the Storo Store Center Shopping Mall. Oh, I'm gonna open the other gifts and see what we miss. All right.
Oh,
this
this is not a
special.
fair. Wow, look at this. Oh.
Oh, look at that. Somebody missed out big time.
But do you get to hold hands?
He's probably into that. I'll pay you to take it. Okay, $50. Okay, Anisha.
There we go. Levon gets both.
Hey, I got a second present!
Yay. Last but not least, cookies for everyone. Chessman cookies.
Oh, cookies.
We made this about as awkward as we could. That was great. Good work.
Vladimir is the happiest.
Also, tweet which not going to be deleted. It's written here, you see? Not going to be deleted.
It looks really great. This is sweet.
Yeah.
I had no idea that they were doing that, so the team gets what they deserve.
I became a grandmaster not just by playing great moves, but by making them subconscious. I used the woodpecker method for drilling tactics into my mind, such that they would just jump out of me over the board. But you cannot play crushing tactics without being in the right position first. So I adapted the woodpecker method to train positional play and strategy just like tactics. So that they become embedded in your memory, helping you to find great moves and play better strategic chess more easily. I'm Grandmaster Axel Smith, and I invite you to my new chessable course, Woodpecker Method 2, Positional Play.
All I ever wanted was like to be accepted by people and this and that. But I'm walking in hip hop solving Rubik's Cubes and talking about anime and Star Wars, and it's like not a vibe. But through it, I was always myself. Oh man, the feeling I had the first time I saw the Rubik's Cube was like, it's only begun. Because I was like, it took me that long to do it. And I just wasn't satisfied. Then I'm like, okay, cool, what's next? And that's also how I feel about chess. I love chess and I love the Rubik's Cube because you can't beat them. It's like a game you can't beat. That's what's so cool about it. And the only person that you're really essentially playing against is yourself. Yeah, I was like 24 years old and I got a Rubik's Cube and I went on YouTube and I told myself I was not gonna leave the room until I finished it, and I was in the room for 14 hours.
Welcome to the most exciting format in chess, Armageddon, the ultimate tiebreaker. Armageddon grants White more time on the clock, but in return, White must win. A draw secures Black the match point. White will start with 10 minutes. Each player submits a confidential bid with the amount of time that they are willing to play with to take Black and get those coveted draw odds. The lowest bid gets to choose their color, usually Black, and plays with the amount of time that they bid. The opponent gets the full 10 minutes. Let the Armageddon commence.
And we are back
here we go with the bids. Denis Lazavik wins with 7 minutes, takes the black pieces versus Jan there. Guys, what do you think about that bid? Too low? Too high? What do you think?
Well, Jan did this yesterday. He bid 10 minutes. And actually, for Denis, it's really disappointing. He didn't watch the show. He didn't do his homework. If he knew Jan would bid 10 minutes, he could have bid 9.58.
Wow.
And he would have almost 3 minutes extra compared to what we see.
Here's the other one.
Oh, wow.
Firouzja wins the bid by 3 seconds. And gets the black pieces.
And check that. I said 6.54 by Magnus. Just got the numbers wrong way around. 6.45.
Dang, Tanya, that's an extra 100,000 on my end. Dang, Tanya, you just losing everything. That's crazy.
Wow.
Wow. Well, of course, the bids. They got the music. This is the most important part of the match, is selecting the right song.
It is, right? Especially with this format. But I want to say, if Magnus went down to 6.45, he really wanted the black pieces. And I think Alireza outbidding him by 3 seconds, that's got to play on Magnus's mind right now.
Yeah, I mean, it must be so frustrating, right? It feels like someone's invaded your mind. Magnus, though, with a kind of a brush of the hand there, he's like, oh, the music isn't working, so be it.
My bid isn't working, music isn't working. Leave it, let's get the moves on. It's once again the ready opening.
Okay, and Magnus tapping his fingers on the desk. He goes for something a bit different this time. Pawn to G3, so there will not be this symmetrical Reti-English hybrid that we saw earlier. But, okay, instead, will it be a reversed Grunfeld? And something we also saw in that fateful match of the World Championship, Game 14 of the match between Gukesh and Ding Liren, was pawn to D4. In a very similar position, not quite this exact thing. The Black Knight was still on G8, but no, Magnus keeps the tension.
He definitely contemplated that for a bit. Probably had some flashbacks of that game 14 and decided to just put it one step ahead. So no reverse Grunfeld, but a more cagey kind of an opening where White eventually will break in the center with the E-pawn moving 2 steps forward or the C-pawn landing on C4. Right now, Alireza, he's chasing the dark squad bishop.
And where's it going? It goes back. That bishop was vulnerable. But, okay, there was a hit on this square. But now Magnus is doing something Hikaru likes to play. And it looks odd, the queen and bishop lined up, until you realize the bishop is coming this direction. The bishop is going to trade off for its rival dark square bishop. And yeah, I'm not so impressed by Magnus's opening, I've got to say. But at least it's very tense. And that's a success when you have 3 extra minutes on the clock. Okay, knight to C3, his choice. Who do you guys prefer in this early stages?
He comes back with a knight and, you know, a retreating move. I think once Alireza gets that E-pawn moving ahead, I do like Black's chances here with the bishop having, you know, the draw odds as well. But look at the clock right now. He's under 6 minutes. It's hard to say. Too early, David.
There's a lot going on. I actually do like, I'm a King's Indian fan, but it's very, very close to that. It looks like some type of by transposition, King's Indian, you know, Finchetto variation where White's pieces feel kind of strange, actually with the queen on C1. So I'm actually okay here. I also have the draw odds, but I do have to remember my time situation. That's the only thing I have to do here with Black is remember and be aware of how much time I have.
Yeah, I do like the central control that Alireza has, though. And right now, a decision needs to be made. Do you keep the tension as is, or do you play for more space by advancing that D-pawn and hitting the white knight?
You could also capture pawns in the center, which has happened, and now he jumps out with his bishop. I think this is actually a good decision. Blocking the center might have been best objectively, but that guarantees a long game, and when you're 3 minutes down on the clock, you don't necessarily want a protracted battle. Instead, he gives up the bishop pair again.
Yeah, we've seen this this imbalance so many times between these two players. And, you know, when it's online, when they're playing online, we talk about who's got the fastest mouse skills because Armageddon comes down to so much of that. But this is OTB. It's not about mouse skills, which clearly Alireza and, you know, Magnus, the two of the best when it comes to that. In an over-the-board Armageddon, who are you picking, James?
You know what? I'm going to pick Magnus just because of the experience. He's had, you know, one of the best to ever do it in experience here. But Firouzja, I mean, hey, 2,800, youngest to ever do it, right? So they are neck and neck there, kind of. But I definitely give Magnus the edge there at the end of the day.
And the bar is giving an edge to Magnus as well in this position, although I'm loving those knights in the center of the board.
Yeah, but they will not stand there much longer. Magnus starting the kickback now. Black got all the happy moves out of the way, but now, unfortunately, you have to start jumping around with your knights. I'm expecting Magnus in the near future to push his pawn to e5 to try and open up his beautiful bishop on the g2 square. First, he hesitates.
Yeah, just make sure that there's no knight e2 jump ever on the board. You know, just a clever move. Just don't walk into any folks.
Just in case.
Just in case. Rook f2 played.
I think this became a very good, maybe Catalan type. It's not Catalan, but very reminiscent. I mean, of course, bishop on g2. We've seen Magnus, a big fan of this opening. When e5 happens, queen comes to e3 at some point, or rook to d1. You even have f5 or at some point. g4, f5 is possible. We don't have any real risk of pushing the pawns on the king side. Black has no bishops there. The knight can swing into e4. I mean, you can just feel the potential here. You might have to see a e5 from Black here, actually changing the whole structure. But f5 could be played. So I think White has a lot of things to do here. Very nice.
Okay, he pushes a pawn to c4, and now a blue arrow appears saying Magnus can jump forward with his knight. I think that's designed to kick away the other black knight in the center. This pawn would then be freed up to kick this knight away. But look at the clock times. It's 3-minute difference still. Firouzja struggling there.
He's done it.
He plays the best move, Magnus. Of course he does. He's going to drop back his knight as well. And this is actually a weak pawn. He's gravitating the pieces slowly towards the black king, which is a bit bare right now. But while Firouzja struggles to find moves, struggles to find his pace in this game, let's check in on the other Armageddon briefly. Let's see if any action is happening over there. Magnus looks like a big favorite in that game, but whoa, one of the most tense positions I've ever seen between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Denis Lazavik. That looks balanced, but clock times, Denis is 2 minutes behind.
It looks like a traffic jam on the board. It's got a million pieces on. Not a single piece has been traded off. There's so much happening on the queen side right now. And Denis, you know, he's got his clock down to 5 minutes. But look at the beautiful knight, the bishop on b7. I'm really liking Black's chances here. Needing only a draw, you've got the space advantage. The rook placed on the open b line.
Yeah. I like Black too. Denis Lazavik has a great position on the board. On the clock, it's looking like it's not too great right now. And the main problem might be releasing the tension. But one position that is becoming a bit more clear is this Magnus Carlsen against Alireza Firouzja board. So I vote that we jump back there.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Stick down.
Let's do it as Alireza is rerouting his own knight, trying to get to that d3 square with the last move. Knight c5, knight d3. You want to plant it there and then kick out that knight on d5 with the move e6. I see the bar. It seems to say that it's loving Magnus's positions, but it's not so clear to me, David.
Not 100% clear at all. If White takes his foot off the pedal for 2 moves, Black is doing great. So Magnus continues advancing. But look at the bar slide. Not enjoying that decision too much because the White knight suddenly is hanging in the air a bit. Yes, it's protected by its bishop, but the Black rooks will soon start to come. And Magnus, okay, he's playing on the queen side, not the side he's stronger on necessarily.
And exactly what we said, 3 moves and the bar is down to level. And that's how difficult this position was, right? If Magnus can't find his way forward, we know from a human perspective how tough it is. And Alireza gets an exclaim for that last move, stopping the move b4. So controlling the queen side. Next, the rook is coming to d8 to kick out that knight as well. The white rook pinned on f2. It looks like a lot of piece activity for Black.
Momentum has turned, and this is where James, I think Magnus needed your brain just for a few moves. He needed to go for the black king. He was strong on the king side. His pawns were marching, but maybe he just chose to freeze his own pawns a bit too early, and now the black king is safe. He should have gone directly for it.
Yeah, he still has chances of rerouting. Like, this attack is still there. Of course, you just need to throw pieces at the king. Easier said than done, but that looks like knight e3. Okay, with queen e1, but I was going knight e3 and f5 and knight g4. Only plan, like, basically. Knight e3 or knight g4 and f5. Somehow, basically, the move order could be knight e3, g4, then go f5, and then break and try to make it work. But he's going for something else here.
Okay, he's trying to keep his knight entrenched in Black's half of the board. He's backing on up with his rook now, his bishop.
I think he's about to double up. He's reaching out for the rook again. Rook d7. The other rook's about to join the party.
Magnus cannot double up yet. This white rook is pinned, so maybe it's time to move the white king out of the eye line of the black queen. Slide to the right and slide the rook to the left.
Slide to the left, slide to the right, says David.
It's so tense, though, and Magnus's time advantage is starting to disappear slightly. 5 minutes against 3 minutes.
And I want to point out, you know, on the queen side, the pawn formation that's there, Alireza has got flexibility. That B pawn can step up and potentially create a passer, an A passer moving forward as well. To me, this looks like Alireza is putting on the pressure. And as you said, the time is 2 minutes. It's still a bit of an advantage, but it's less than what it started with.
Definitely. And also momentum-wise, there we go, B5 move. It feels like Black's got everything perfectly centralized now, coordinated. White's knight a bit awkwardly placed, and it's hard to know what the plan is for White. Kingside attack off the cards now, whereas Black has a clear intention over the next few moves.
And everything's tied down to that white knight, right? The two rooks, the bishop. You don't really want to move it back. Trading, there's C3 that you have to point out. Queen takes pawn, always in the air if the knight moves away. If, as white, you're not getting that F-pawn moving ahead, I don't know how much of an idea G4, F5 is here.
That's always an idea. Oh, 100%. But my issue was, well, I guess he can't. I was thinking he could sacrifice on D5, but I have rook takes D5. But my idea was like trying to win F4. But I think I just go G4 and Queen G3. If I get those moves in, I'm looking very good as white.
Magnus was about to make a choice, but he pulls back. He's not sure how to proceed right now.
Yeah, he needs to keep his time advantage because we all know how dangerous Firouzja is. Even with 1 minute on the clock, Firouzja tends to play the best moves more often than not. He very rarely drops his level, even with time trouble approaching. Magnus needs to find a plan, first and foremost. Whether that's just improving the white queen, I don't know, bringing her up to the center, or whatever it is. I love your G4, F5 here, James. I just don't think it's Magnus's style. He's reluctant to commit pawns forward in front of his own king, but at some point he needs to decide on something. You cannot just sit still. 40 seconds between them. It's turning.
It is. The momentum shifting. With clocks leveling out, it would be advantage Alireza. James, I'm expecting F5 to happen at some point. You have to find a way to make it work. Rook D3.
I don't know.
That doesn't help F5.
Doesn't help anything, I was going to say. It just looks like a waiting move. Magnus, he's hoping to meet A4 with pawn to B4, kicking away the black queen. But on the downside, the black pawn, the A pawn, is going to be a thorn in his side for the rest of the game.
Yeah. And C4 would be a beautiful square one once that B pawn moves forward. I'm expecting A4. Push him, baby. Get that pawn moving up the board. Oh, I think he's taking another decision, though.
Okay, he drops back his queen. Alireza reluctant to commit. Both sides having commitment issues here, not finding the right plan. Let's quickly check out the other Armageddon game, which is still raging on, but it looks like it's turning in the favor of one of the players. Look at the bar. It is Jan Nepomniachtchi with a big advantage against Denis Lazavik.
And last time we checked in, it felt like Denis had everything under control. And Jan, he's just so sharp with his tactics. Look at the way he's lined up against that black king. I'm trying to do the math. The material is in balance right now. But white with a huge advantage. It's got to do with the initiative, and that's a big mistake by Jan.
I do not understand why he didn't just grab the black rook. The white knight could have captured a rook in the exchange.
I think we all thought that. I think everyone thought this. Why didn't he take the rook?
Suddenly counterplay. Black's D-pawn running down the board. Denis the D-pawn. He's won that pawn before. In the meantime, let's go back to Magnus Carlsen against Firouzja, though, because that game is coming to life.
A lot of trades have happened, David, and right now Magnus looks frustrated with the position because he has to win with the white pieces. How do you create winning chances in this position?
You do not. The knights were threatening to come off there. The rooks come off instead, and the whole of the queen side is about to disappear. Firouzja should be able to bank the draw here. 2 minutes is more than enough.
I was just about to ask how much of a role is the clock going to play here? Because Magnus's hope is to flag. He's trying to get in with the king closer to that B5 pawn as well. So king D4, king C5, you have to watch out. But B4 is hanging. You can pick that up at any moment. He does it. And this is 4 versus 4. It's a flag fest. Is Magnus going to try that? Is he going to play this on?
Ooh, of course he'll play on. He has to, right? He might be able to set some tricks, some last-minute traps. Right now, Firouzja has a perfect fortress. He probably doesn't even need to do anything at all. He can just sit still, but he could also try and trade off the knights. If he wants to work out a king and pawn endgame, he does.
Well, don't take on D6 now. Can you do that? Your king does come back, but he doesn't want to take any chances with calculation.
And remember, the players do get a bit of bonus time. 1 second per move after move 60. So Firouzja should be safe. Pawns disappearing. Simply a dead draw. Knights and pawns. No past pawns, no future queens. This is...
Yeah, and you can see Magnus, he's giving up hope right now. He's trying everything. He's jumping around with the knight. At some point, the H-pawn will also be traded on H5 just to keep the game going.
Easy draw.
You see how crazy it was? Like, he lost the bid, and then his music didn't work, and then, you know, he didn't get what he wanted in the game. It's just crazy how all of that unfolded before the game happened here. It's like everything needs to be sometimes perfectly aligned for it to happen here. And he never even went for this attack, which was G4 F5, Queen G3, and now we have this position where, oh, he was second right there. Yeah.
He's still trying.
Yeah, he's trying, but wow.
But I like how Alireza's knight, it keeps the king to defend that F-pawn, and that's it. Alireza gets it done. He gets the win.
Wow. The only loss for Magnus here is to Alireza Firouzja in Armageddon here. Magnus not too happy about that one. Still at the top of the leaderboard, and Firouzja should be feeling elated right now. Super hype. He's got the job done.
Yeah. I mean, what a win this is for him, right? He's been struggling in the tournament so far, and then he takes down the tournament leader. He takes down the final boss. He takes down the big boss. And the way he did it as well, he sort of outplayed him in the bid game, and then as well on the board in the Armageddon.
And it happened there, as we see Levon cleans up shop there with beating Wesley, MVL winning against Vincent Keymer, Jan winning his match in Armageddon against Denis, and Alireza taking down tournament leader Magnus Carlsen. That was insane there, guys. I mean, wow.
Ultimately, Magnus, we heard from him earlier in that interview with Mike Klein. He said himself he wasn't playing his best, and ultimately things eventually caught up with him. He rode his luck for long enough. Firouzja, that is a godsend. That point could be pivotal come the end of this round-robin stage.
Yeah. And he needs that turnaround, right? He needs that confidence boost to get himself up into that survival stage, to have a shot at the crown himself, because he's been struggling on day one as we stand on the leaderboard. And look at that, how much the story has changed.
Dang, Wesley So at the bottom, he was cooking early on. I didn't imagine that would even happen. And you see Magnus at the top and Alireza at the top. Denis Lazavik still there with three as well. Still a lot to be played for. We still have another round here. And Levon, yeah, he was at the bottom, but hey, listen, I win this next one, I could be somewhere in the middle or even at closer to the top there. That's amazing. Lots of shakeups in the standings.
Yeah. You know, you see Magnus and Alireza at the top of the leaderboard, and you feel some kind of balance has been restored in the world. These two were leading the tour standings as well, coming into the finals. A phenomenal performance by both of them in OTB as well as online chess throughout the year. For Alireza, a tough start, but he takes down the world #1 and currently on second place.
And of course, if I'm Alireza here and I'm that close, I'm feeling very, very good because I'm ready, because I have another round. I'm going to take that energy into the next round with these pairings. Let's see who we're playing next. Okay, Magnus Carlsen versus Levon Aronian. LeBron, in fact, he's playing good. He's won 2 out of 2 matches today. Alireza MVL, Wesley So, Denis Lazavik, Nepomniachtchi, and Vincent Keymer. Which one stand out?
Magnus Carlsen, can he bounce back, or will Levon continue the hot streak? Magnus isn't safe. We shouldn't forget that. This is going to be the penultimate round. Magnus still needs at least 1 match victory to at least try to guarantee one of those top 2 spots.
And it really is about that, because a top 2 spot means you're straight away into the semi-finals. Anything below that, you again have to go fight it out in the survival stage. But for me also, Alireza versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave promises to be a big firework on the board. We know the kind of chess these two play. It's stylish, it's fun, it's entertaining, and Alireza, he's on fire.
Ooh, any predictions here, Dave? At first, I just want to say it's going to be, this round right here is going to dictate a lot. Because, of course, next we got a few more rounds left. But this one right here is the round to watch. What do you think, David?
Oh, yeah, the players jockeying for position.
Yeah.
I think Wesley So is going to come out swinging. If he loses now, he might be out of it with 1 round to spare. He might be fixed in the bottom 2. So he is pretty much in a must-win situation. Yeah, I don't know predictions. I think Magnus, angry Magnus, tends to bring his best.
Yeah.
He maybe needed that defeat to really unleash his true self. But yeah, either way, it's going to be fun. The French fireworks I'm looking forward to as well.
Yeah. No, and angry Magnus is a very scary Magnus, right? He's wounded right now, and a wounded beast is a dangerous one as well. We've seen Magnus with his back against the wall, you know, how much that pushes him and fuels him. He knows the crowd is watching, the home crowd is here. Right. They're cheering for him. They want to see him win. This is the last round of the day, and as you said, right, it's the home stretch, it's the final stretch of the round robin stage. So for all of these players, it's so important to get a good result, because tomorrow your destiny, your fate might not be even in your hands, depending on what happens right now.
And this is going to happen, but before we go on break, subscribe to chess.com's Twitch channel to unlock brand new emotes for every event and exclusive break time content during the show.
Your sub makes events like this possible. Use command subscribe in chat right now to level up. We have one more round of chess today, and when we return, round 6 of the 2024 Champions Chess Tour Finals will be here. Stay tuned.
A hanging piece is simply a piece that is under attack and can be freely captured, winning material. If you don't hang your pieces and you capture the ones your opponent hangs, you will win most of your games as a newcomer to chess.com. Related to hanging pieces is an important term, LPDO, loose pieces drop off. It's one of the most helpful phrases in tactics. It's a reminder to keep your pieces defended and to keep an eye out for undefended pieces in your opponent's camp.
Gotta move.
Oh,
no more
no
checks. Oh, and what's happened there?
What happened?
We see a reaction. Magnus is melting. Oh no!
A hanging checkmate is similar to a hanging piece. It is just a checkmate that your opponent has not defended against. Like this time, that Hikaru hung checkmate against Magnus, but Magnus didn't see it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. Hello, chess players. It's Santa Claus. You guys all look like you're seeing a ghost. Hey, it's Danny. Everything's gonna be okay. Are you ready to play? Okay, who has number 1?
The biggest one.
There you go.
Okay.
That's a chessboard.
A chess up. Those things are a hot item this holiday season.
Danny, how's your partner?
He sees all my commercials. There you go.
What do I do next?
It's yours unless someone steals it.
Okay, Levon, sorry, bye. Have a beautiful day.
Okay. All right, young man, come on. Wait, you're really stealing
Yes,
it? Okay,
I'm
Levon
stealing it.
Aronian gives number 2.
Give it to me.
Stealing what? Okay, okay.
It's the one worthy present.
He stole your gift, so you go right away.
So I pick this.
Oh, you can't take my bag.
Jesus, I mean, okay, so many
Santa's
restrictions.
got some special toys.
Too many restrictions. Oh, now I win all my title Tuesdays. Yeah.
Wow.
Brilliant.
Fast mouse.
We can steal that too, right?
Okay, you want to steal
No,
that?
I made that mistake last year. It's like a fair play warning. A 50-minute massage.
That's a 50-minute massage.
From Danny?
Courtesy of Hans Niemann. And James Canty.
Yes.
No kidding. I have no idea. Number 4, step right up.
Send one tweet from the chess.com official account. It's not bad actually.
Oh my God, we're letting him do this?
He's actually good.
That is actually worth a lot.
Actually, you can sell it to Vladi.
I can send it to Kramnik.
Yeah. You want to trade?
No.
Come on.
We're here with Grandmaster Levon Aronian, 2-0 so far today. How did you regroup mentally after a tough first day?
I always kind of remind myself that there's always a next day, and even if I can't win, I should still keep some self-respect. So that's what was the plan.
You're certainly doing that now. Some of the players have seconds here. You have your wife here, and I know you guys have been talking a lot in between games. So what has she been saying to you?
Yeah, she's very supportive. She's always an inspiration to me because she's a big fighter as well, as I think I am as well. So it's an important factor of me fighting back.
You're certainly showing that today. Now, finally, you, I'm going to guess, are listening to a little bit different music than most people. Alireza is listening to rap music, but you are certainly the foremost knowledgeable person about classical music here. So what are you listening to in your playlist?
Well, yesterday I was listening to a lot of gamelan. It's very inspiring, meditative music. I was also listening to a lot of Afrobeat. This is a genre that I appreciate a lot. But today I decided not to listen to any music, just the pink noise, and I think it works better. I think I get too excited when I listen to music.
Fantastic stuff. All right. Well, it seems white noise is working, and Levon Aronian, good luck trying to get back to 50% in this evening's round.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Aronian says he just needed to lock in as he's 2 out of 2 today, but he faces Magnus, his toughest opponent yet. Players are fighting for the top 2, but also clawing to not be eliminated. Welcome back to the 2024 Champions Chess Tour. I'm James Canty, and I'm here with Grandmaster David Howe and International Master Tanya Sachdev. Let's remind ourselves of the pairings. Let's take a look at the pairings again to see who is fighting who and what is on the line here. So we're going to pull up these pairings, talk about it a little bit. So, of course, we got Magnus versus Levon here. So that's a big one. Levon's 2 out of 2. Magnus just losing.
I want to just point out that big one for Levon and a huge one for Wesley So. I think essentially it's a must-win to keep his chances alive to make it to survival stage. We saw there Wesley, who is the runners-up of the Champions Chess Tour 2023, right now struggling to stay on in the tournament. He's got to get this win in to keep any hopes of getting to survival.
Yeah, it's vital for Wesley So. On the plus side, he does face Denis Lazavik, who today has had a bit of a tough time, a bit of tough luck in those Armageddons. In the meantime, everyone with something to play for. There's literally no dead rubbers here. You have to bank those points. You have to position yourself ahead of that all-important final round of this round-robin stage tomorrow.
MVL faces Firouzja. That should be exciting. And MVL had a great year at the CCT. Let's take a look at how he got here.
Only 3 players won the first division of a CCT event this season. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave was one of them. On his way there, he victimized the other 2. His last 3 match wins all came against Magnus Carlsen and Alireza Firouzja.
He's played a crazy move in this crazy match.
It was the CrunchLabs Masters in July. He beat Carlsen in their winner's semifinal, Firouzja in the winner's final, and Firouzja again in the grand final.
This is incredible form by Maxime. We're seeing the best version of him.
There was no guarantee Vachier-Lagrave would even get the opportunity. In the previous event, the Chess.com Classic, he wasn't even in the first division. He was in the second, but won it all, thus earning Division 1 status in the CrunchLabs Masters.
And then the stretch, the power stretch.
That is evil, David.
After 3 of the 4 circuit events, MVL was already in the finals. For good measure, he finished 4th in the last event, securing 3rd place in the overall standings. If you are tempted to think that these finals are a 2-man race, think again. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is here, and he is dangerous.
We have MVL versus Firouzja. Wow, look at that. 3 wins, no L's? What is that?
That's very lopsided, and I'm surprised to see that. Maxime leading 3-2 against Alireza. Now, both these players play aggressive, attacking chess, but David, to my eyes, it's always felt like they have a different approach to their combative play. While Maxime relies a lot on calculation, for Alireza, it's a lot about creativity and more intuitive tactics. And perhaps that's where Maxime, in those critical moments, with his precise calculation, has been able to get that score ahead of Alireza.
That's right. Alireza tends to force the issue. He tends to be itching for a fight, tends to bend over backwards almost just to get a full-on scrap, whereas Maxime's much more patient, much more measured, prefers the build-up, and he likes to let the fight come to him. He can handle different types of positions. I would say slightly more universal than Firouzja, but interesting to see that online clashes so far this season be so one-sided.
Yeah. The French #1 versus the French #2, and here it's the world #1 taking on Levon Aronian, who got a big dub in the previous one, so he's got to be feeling good. Magnus has got to be feeling angry right now. Hopefully his music's working this time.
I'm actually excited to see, all of the games here, because this is going to bring the best out of everyone. This one, they know what's on the line here. It means pressure, sometimes maybe some nerves, even different opening choices here. You never know what's going to happen here. And we had a hungry Magnus there. He was hungry. You see him coming in, chewing and eating, as we've seen him do in many CCT games. He's been eating and doing well here. So make sure you recharge at home. We got to get some food too.
And one guy who's got to be feeling super recharged is Alireza. After his win against Magnus Carlsen, he starts with the white pieces as well. Maxime, as usual, just looking so determined at the start of every single round. Just feels like a different version of Maxime here in Oslo than what I'm used to seeing.
We're used to seeing him super chilled, right? Just really laid back, almost as if he rocks up last minute and just handles things as they come. But yeah, he really wants this. Both of the players really want it. Handshake, and we are off. Firouzja, can he turn around this bad streak of form against Maxime? It's another Reti. Are you ready?
Oh, man, this is great to see.
Oof. Oh, wow. You've got a b4 and a g5 on the board. Pawn moves on either of the flank. This is wild.
I was actually, what's funny? I just looked at this yesterday. So I remember this is theory. I was like, oh, this is theory. That's why I wasn't really surprised. I was like, oh, I just saw this yesterday. I'm not even going to lie. But this is theory. But this gets spicy. I mean, I don't remember all the theory, but I do know that this is theory. And this is exactly what Firouzja wants. You want a game.
James, I can beat you. You looked at this yesterday. I looked at this today. I was actually writing about the World Championship match. And just very briefly here, let's do a backtrack. Pawn to b4, really fiery move, trying to gain space on the queenside flank. g5 is a sacrifice. If knight takes pawn, then pawn to e5 with a double attack, hitting this pawn, more importantly, hitting the knight. And here, instead, pawn to h3, my favorite move for everyone at home. Queen to b3, setting a trap. And knight takes pawn here would actually win the game for white, or win some material at least. Instead, pawn to h3 is a far safer move. And to catch up with the current position, we find ourselves here. And yeah, this is just guaranteed to be wild. Look at this.
Yeah, this is move 8 right now, and black has overexpanded on the king side. This is the style we were talking about, right? Both love these kind of positions. This is where they thrive, and their best comes out. So it's going to be a big fight. I won't be surprised if we see the f-pawn marching up the board at some point to join the party. And right now, joining the party is Magnus and Levon. It's handshakes, and we're off. It's 1e4. No Reti on this one.
It's going to be spicy, though. We do have a Sicilian. Oh, bishop b5 check. Oh, he going open. Let's go. Because usually he says he goes bishop b5 check. So now we have an open Sicilian. This is going to be fun to see what happens.
Wow. This is unexpected, I've got to say. Magnus really wants a battle and an early fight here. He's been playing the Reti, the English, all these sidelines, all these flank openings where it's very slow and stodgy in the early stages. But no, this is going to get heated quick.
David, you know Magnus well. How much does he prepare in the mornings before these 3 rapid matches?
Putting me on the spot, Tanya. No comment. I think it changes day to day. Sometimes a lot, sometimes less so. Of course, he has a great second, Peter Heine-Nielsen, who suggests ideas, plans strategies. It was surprising to see a 30-second think after the Najdorf appeared on the board from Magnus that time, because Levon has been playing the Najdorf consistently throughout the last 2 days. But ultimately, this is the main line, or one of the main lines of the Sicilian, and Magnus has to decide which side he wants to castle. Maybe we'll see some pawns fly forward in the near future. This could still get extremely exciting. Magnus talking meanwhile, just adjusting his pieces.
Shadoop.
Shadoop. En France.
This Night Dwarf Sicilian, this one is like called the Opinski variation or something like that. I'm a big fan of the Night Dwarf, but I know that this one is quite annoying. There's a lot of ways that you can go from black's side here and also white, but usually, let's see where he goes first. He goes bishop g5, yeah. So these ideas are, I mean, very common. You take on f6, he's going to play bishop e7, knight comes to d7. Yeah, this is all theory. This is just theory, guys. We're going to be here for a while.
And really interesting that Magnus takes it before the black knight could have come to d7 and recaptured with the knight, because the fight in the knight off is so much about the d5 square and who's able to get the control of that square. And I love it. It's already spicy for us. You know, opposite side castling. The knight has jumped to that key square, traded off there. Wow, that's some speed and preparation that the players are showing in this one.
Yeah, I'm impressed. Levon Aronian is not a traditional Night Dwarf player. He does dabble from time to time, but he hasn't historically had it as his main weapon. The f2 pawn was attacked. Now, will we see at some point that pawn fly forward? In the meantime, this game is headed towards the middle game, the maneuvering stages. So let's zoom out and go to our bird's eye view, where apparently there's some crazy stuff happening.
I'm so happy you called for that, because look at what on earth is going on that top right board. That's fire on the board. Alireza has just gone h4, challenging that pawn on g5. James is leaning in. I'm leaning in. David.
Leaning back.
David's chilling.
Oh man, yeah, that's spicy stuff. That's why I like this opening. Okay, so now I'm giving away gems. So, guys, yes, you know, it's always unchessable. Everything is on there. There's thousands of books, but the Modern Ready 1 and 2 by Simon Williams and Richard Pallister is awesome. I mean, in fact, they give some games, but you got to study this stuff on your own time, and it's very deep, but it's very wacky stuff here. And this is the type of positions that you will get with this opening.
Speaking of wacky stuff, Denis Lazavik has just sacrificed an exchange.
Wow. Wesley So, could he be on the brink of elimination from the tournament already? Yes, the game with Firouzja and Vachier-Lagrave is heating up, but I think we have to jump in there because Wesley So is in big trouble. He needs to win this match against Denis Lazavik. He's the tail ender right now, only one match victory so far. And look at this, the white queen is trapped. Or just do a quick action replay of the last few moves. In this position, the white knight is attacked, could just step back. Instead, he sacrificed it. Bishop to b4, allowing it to be captured because he thought, okay, the rook is hanging, but look at this double exclamation point to this move. The queen does snack on the rook. Knight to a6 closes the door behind the queen, gaining time on the bishop. Bishop to d2, Wesley's move, but how are you getting this queen out? The black queen can just move, threatening to move the bishop out of the way, and it will be this rook that traps the queen. This looks terminal almost.
It does, and he has to be relying on ideas of bishop e3 after queen b6 to at least try to keep the queen alive. Because like you said, give Denis 2 moves, and you're down a queen in this position.
Yeah, this is just bad from Wesley. Just as you can tell, he's not feeling great. It's not looking good here, but it is still possible. You have to finish the game. It's not over until it's over, but not looking the greatest. My queen is trapped. I can't get it. Maybe I could get out. Maybe some queen a7, but it might be queen b6 now. It is black's move. So he's going to try to trick him and figure out, how do I get this queen? Queen b6 may be a start to try to eliminate queen a7. Maybe white goes bishop e3 there.
Yeah. Wow. This is looking tough, and Denis is trying to work out how to actually... It's sort of like that mousetrap, right? You call the queen in, you bait it with that rook on a8, and then you just shut the door and there's no way out. But is it really that easy to shut the cage here because of this bishop e3 idea?
It's not so easy. Maybe we just show what's going through Denis's mind right now. There is actually one strong move, one move that's better than all the rest, and it's a very computer-esque move. I'm not sure it's easy to find. Queen to b6, we should mention, big threat, moving the bishop out of the way to trap the white queen. Bishop to e3 and white stays alive. This does keep the black queen at bay. The white queen has an escape route on the next move. Instead, however, Denis should trade off dark squared bishops, get rid of this bishop. If the white bishop ever leaves the board, then black can close the door on the white queen and the queen will be trapped. If the white queen tries to escape, then there will be an attack. The white king will be forced out, and I sense Tanya here wanted to drag us to another game. This is
I'm looking, I'm staring David down right now, because we have to rush over to what is happening on Alireza versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I've never seen a position like that. It's absolute chaos on the board. We don't have time for the bird's eye view. Look at this position, guys.
Oh, this is beautiful. I love this type of chess. I mean, it's just like, man, I am
I'm so hyped. I love this type of chess. I'm sure you do at home too as well. Lots of tactics. Like, I'm glued to the screen right now. I'm not even playing, but I feel like I'm playing.
I need 5 hours to understand this position. David, we got to do a really quick action replay. What on earth is happening?
Yeah, just a quick action replay of the last few moves because it was just a few turns ago. White's actually a piece down in the current position, but Firouzja was the one who initiated the fire. He was the one trying to get the action going. Pawn to h4, the blue arrow pointed out. A great attacking move, trying to break open the defenses around the black king, which has committed itself. A capture. Now he said, okay, no time to slow down. Keep accelerating. G5 this time, trying to get the white bishop into the game. Black here. Wow. Tried to bypass. Pawn to f5, given a question mark. A very natural move, I would say, trying to strike back against the white knight. And this is where Alireza, again, never backs down, ever, never retreats. Gives up the knight. He captures a pawn. The knight is duly captured. And instead of taking this bishop, he simply moves his knight. Double attack on the 2 black bishops. White is, though, a knight down temporarily.
So he's down a piece, but you're about to win that back on the next move because of the double attack that you're pointing out. But the question is, which bishop of these 2 does Maxime give up? It's not an easy choice to make.
Let us know in the audience. We're stumbled here. We're bamboozled. We need some help. It's a crazy position between these 2 French players. I don't know. I think Maxime Vachier-Lagrave might be in trouble. We talked about the type of position. He needs to rely on the calculation now to bail himself out of jail. This is inspired by Firouzja. Whose king is safer?
A big question. Even though black's the one that's gotten the king castled, it looks like it's going to come under fire, right? And we see the bar. It says that it's not all over. There's still fight in the position, James. But from a human perspective, you see that pawn on h6, knight into bishop coming in with a fork. You really don't want to give your dark squared bishop. You feel that you're busted.
I'm still calculating. I'm still sitting there. I'm locked in, calculating. I'm just trying to figure out what is the move. There's so many. I've calculated e3. I looked at queen f6. I looked at bishop h6. I looked at everything. Knight f4 even. Just all of these ideas. And you have to use your time because there's so many things to do. Yeah, e3, which is an idea too as well, just to take on f2. But he can always run to d1, and I don't have to do anything. I can run to the queen side, which is crazy.
Yeah, the best move, we should mention. That was by far the best move according to the computer. So congrats to Vachier-Lagrave for finding that, but he needs to find his way through a minefield now. Just to mention, the connection has been severed between the white bishop on c1 and the knight on g5. So now the black queen is threatening to pounce. I don't see any real alternative. The white knight has to move, capture a bishop, the most logical, but now queen to f6, watch out. There's a hit, almost scholar mate-esque on f2. The knight isn't really attacked, we should mention. Queen takes, whoops, sorry, that was my mouse slip. Queen takes knight, that didn't happen, everyone. Queen takes knight would be met by bishop here with a nasty pin, losing the black queen. So this is the more devastating of the 2 threats. Needs to be fended off somehow.
So getting greedy with either the bishop or the rook is a bad idea because queen takes pawn and then the bishop on g2 is hanging as well.
Yeah, it's this bishop. This is the problem. Let's just actually show this on the board. Pawn takes bishop. It looks like the most natural move, right? Hitting the rook as well. Queen takes pawn, check, forcing the king away. And black gives up the rook for free for a pawn. Just takes this bishop. And white can make a new queen. We'll see 3 queens on the board. But now black just recaptures. I'm not even sure which piece with. And okay, this rook in the corner is hanging. What's the count? White is a whole rook up, but black is winning. This is how crazy the position is. Stakes are high. Pawn to c5 played.
You need nerves of steel to make that move. I mean, your whole house is burning and here you are just chilling, you know, still in your living room. You go c5, opening up the queen, I see that. But he's allowing queen takes pawn with a check right now. I want to point out though, David, after queen takes pawn, king d1, you can't pick up that bishop because knight to f4 will come in with a deadly check winning the queen.
Deadly check, discovered check. The black king suddenly feels the heat and next move, once the king moves, knight takes queen, the sting in the tail, and white will end up with an extra queen. Wow, that is a hidden trick. It's like 3 moves deep, but you have to see that in order to realize you can activate your queen. Best piece after all. I mean, so many threats. This bishop is attacked.
H7. He went for check, king there, and then king h7.
Don't take the bishop. I love how everyone, each one of us has just leaned into this position, trying to work it out. And look at the players under about 4 minutes on the clock, have to navigate this labyrinth of variations. Everything hanging. Even the kings are hanging on the board. just simply grabs a pawn, and that turns out to be a big mistake. It's got to be a check here.
I mean, rook f1, is that GG?
Knight takes rook. If you take with your king, your queen gets skewered, though.
He does it.
He does it. Rook f1.
Rook f1.
He's reaching out for the rook. He's about to win the queen.
Look at his face. MVO, the eyebrows went up immediately. He just missed it. I think he just completely missed it. His eyebrows immediately boggled, like, oh snap. Rook f1, and that's it.
Wow. It's pretty much over, I'm going to say.
Crazy. 20 moves.
Oh, wow. Nobody expected this. It was crazy, so it's easy to make a mistake here. He does ultimately give up his queen, which was pinned. Now he's moving his king out of the way. He's aiming to shift his rook across and bank everything on this pawn, but he looks desperate.
And it all came down to that move c5, right? Opening up the queen, lining it up against the black king, which was on g8, forcing it to be the piece to capture on f8. And now Alireza Firouzja, he's got a queen for just a minor piece, a few moves away. e6, you're pointing out, it's resigns, it's game over. Alireza takes the lead.
Ooh, that boy was cooking in that game. That was a very nice game. Knight f3, c4 stuff. That's very possible. And for who said that the ready is a boring opening?
Oof. Wow. Miniature stuff. That game might well be published in some magazines, some books in times to come. But in the meantime, plenty of action still remaining in this round. Magnus Carlsen with an advantage against Levon Aronian. We do a quick count. He's pocketed 2 pawns. It's a simple 3 versus 1 advantage for Magnus on the queen side. Looks like a big advantage.
Huge advantage, right? And that knight on b3 is a beautiful piece against black's attack on the b file. It just stops every single counterplay, also controls the d4 square. This just looks like 2 healthy pawns for Magnus. Do you see any hope for Levon to try and create tricks here?
Not really. He's low on the clock as well. This looks like Magnus has outplayed his opponent positionally here. And, okay, he's trying to fight. He's trying to potentially try and catch the white queen on the edge of the board. It doesn't look like it should work. But, okay, white still needs to make progress. There's a blockade at the moment on the dark squares. White's 3 pawns over here on the queen side. Pretty much stationary while the king is hiding behind. So still plenty of work to be done to convert this advantage to victory.
Yeah, you've got to watch out for this rook b4, but I think Magnus would just get greedy and grab a 3rd pawn. So that needs to be defended first.
Yeah, why not? And in the meantime, it's difficult for Magnus to mobilize the light squared bishop, at least. It's difficult to know exactly where to put the rooks. Maybe default setting would be, okay, just double up the rooks, get ready for whatever action inevitably happens. But
I like that idea.
Steady.
Double it up and maybe go in for that rook to d7. Magnus gives up a key knight in the position. I thought that was a piece to defend the king, but he's using a lateral defense by his own rook. Rook d1 coming in next. Black's knight far away from getting to that d4 square.
Ooh, that would be a totally different fight, right, James, if the black knight ever lands in the center of the board. But still, plenty of time. It takes 4 moves to get there and no easy route.
That's correct. He has to start with like a knight e8 or something. Knight e8, c7, e6. Like, that's crazy. That is just too many moves. I mean, but okay, you know, if you think about it. But okay, you know, the bishop on e2 is not moving. And you can't move the rook on d2, which means I might have 2 free moves here. Maybe not free, but knight e8 is playable. You know, you can't really move this rook yet because b2 hangs. So maybe you try to go b3. Then I get knight c7, and then I have something. I can try here. I'm down 2 pawns. What am I losing anyway? I'm already losing. Technically, I'm losing. I'm down 2 pawns. Might as well just go for it, right?
Ooh. We might see that knight e8 idea. You know, the black rook and queen, beautifully placed. You've maximized every single piece. Which is your worst placed piece? The knight on f6. He plays a5 first, threatening rook b4. Stopped forever now. I think it's time for Levon to reroute that knight.
Can I just point out, Levon just missed a big opportunity in the previous position. It was a bit of a hidden idea, but we have to jump in and show it because now he's in trouble. Now black is simply 2 pawns down for nothing, and black is a bit frozen. But if instead of pushing his pawn forward to a5, he'd played this move, rook to b4, I only knew it because of the blue arrow. Looks like you're giving a 3rd pawn away. You're down 3-0 in terms of pawns on the queen side, but suddenly, perpetual attack against the white queen.
Oh, wow.
You cannot save the white queen. If you step forward, whoops, a check and a discovery, the white queen drops off. If you step back the whole way to a3, then, after this move, for example, you keep getting harassed by the rook. Now queen a3, again rook takes pawn, and you drop the queen. So this would have actually ended in a draw. Levon Aronian missing that opportunity.
Yeah. Yeah, he just rushed through that move a little bit. You know, he didn't take a pause because this is something that Lev would have seen. It's sort of the idea that's on your radar, right? When you've doubled up on the B file, you've got your queen on C5, but just a quick decision and might be too costly now. He doesn't go for the knight maneuver. Instead, H5, a bit of a waiting game right now.
Yeah, what a resource that was. That was nice here. And now
Beautiful stuff.
Magnus playing H4. I mean, at some point, he probably is going to reroute this knight.
Is the problem rook to D5? Why he's not retreating with the knight, losing control of that central square?
Maybe the E5 pawn, too. Another pawn.
Just
give me
up
all your
pawns. A5, E5, they're all hanging, right? I think actually Levon Aronian, he's going to start just waiting. He's just going to move his king up and back and round, and he's going to say to Magnus, come at me. Break through my barricades. It is a bit of a fortress for black. Black's got everything covered. The white queen cannot move. The white rook has no good entry squares. The white bishop is just a dead block of wood. How does white...
Yeah, how do you make progress here? You know, you've got all your pieces tied down to defend that B2 pawn. There's no entry point on the D file. Ooh, that's an active move. But he can just come back with the rook to B6.
There's always a queen E3 idea, too, of just kind of staying around that area. It does give up A5.
But then you also have C pawn moving forward. Do you want to give that progress to white?
Yeah, that pawn is quite annoying. You can't sack. Nothing there. Take, take, take. No. Doesn't work. Take, take, take. In fact, use that in chat. Exclamation
guess
point.
your move.
Take, take, take. Guess your move. But
shout out.
Queen B6.
Ooh, big threat.
It's a checkmate trap.
Yeah, this will be guarded by white's rooks. Wow, it's all-out defense. He's just lining everything up on the second rank. The white queen is pretty much trapped on the edge of the board, but cannot be attacked by any black pieces.
I was just going to say, can he go knight D7? I was just about to say that.
Oh my gosh, that's stunning.
It's a crazy move, and it works.
It's beautiful, the idea David's pointing out, but that knight can be picked up by two pieces, but don't you dare do that. Rook takes knight. Yes, the B2 pawn falls, but I think, David, the most beautiful part is if the white queen takes that knight on D7, black's rook jumps to the attack. Rook takes pawn, it's got to be.
Yeah.
And this is...
He captured.
Oh
Did he
my
capture
goodness.
No,
he captured
King
it.
B1 is the only move?
Only move. Just to point out, king takes rook would end in the kiss of death checkmate.
Right.
And likewise, pawn takes rook would have ended in a similar checkmate here. The white king would have been caught. But of course, you do not automatically need to capture your opponent's pieces. After this check, the white king retreated. The black queen's jumping in, though, and the eval bar says white is winning. But this is terrifying.
Yeah, right? Winning.
And Magnus looks like he's got everything under control. Like he's calculated all the way through when he took that knight on D7. I thought you couldn't do that. I thought you were just getting checkmated as white here. But it looks like the king is running away.
That's actually a really safe square in the middle of the board. You can hide behind your own rooks. Magnus is going in that direction. And it's not over. It's far from over, despite the fact white has an extra bishop.
What bishop? I don't see the bishop.
Oh, there's a bishop on the board? Oh, okay. I didn't even know that. I see it now, I guess. Okay.
Just a big pawn.
Yeah.
E2.
That bishop put that on D5. We're talking about a completely different game. But it looks like Magnus, inspired by Alireza's king, which landed on D3 against him. Now he's looking for safety on that E3 square, trying to trade off pieces to neutralize the attack. Levon rushes through with A4. He's got to keep the pressure on. Also, Levon with 35 seconds on the clock.
Wow, Levon fighting hard, though. Just to point out, Magnus only has one move. Otherwise, Magnus is losing.
Oh, really?
He has to trade off rooks.
Oh, he finds it. Of course he does. Check. King E3.
But now black has a huge pawn.
Yeah.
Whoa!
That's a big pawn.
I saw a head shake from Magnus.
It's 2 steps away from becoming a queen. I don't care what the eval bar says. You take it, you chuck it out of the window. This is a game for all 3 results. The E5 pawn was hanging. It can be picked up with check.
Black rook is also hanging, but it's all about making a new queen. A second queen for black. Levon dodges the check. Who's winning here and why?
Am I mating? Rook D7, big fella? Hold on.
He's reaching out for it. I think, James, that's a great call by you. Get that rook into the attack. No time to make a queen because you'll get checkmated.
Rook F8, bishop D3 is the idea, I think. Rook F8, you go bishop D3, you cover the square, you give it back, queen F6. Is this draw? Whoa, this is crazy. Maybe he wins the endgame because of the extra pawns. But the king's weak. This is crazy.
You've got to defend rook takes pawn. That's just a checkmate in 2. You can't queen right now. The rook is the only piece that can come to its defense.
Yeah.
King G8, queen takes rook comes in with a check.
Yikes.
He has to go on the defensive, but he's been in attack mode for so long, Levon Aronian. Will he realize now 10 seconds left, he needs to switch.
7. He made it. What did he find it?
He
there
found
it is. So line's happening. He queens, takes, and I win the end game, says Magnus.
Yeah, 2 extra pawns for Magnus, but the White King's still out in the open. Needs some shelter. There's still some awkward checks to hide from the back here. Diagonal checks are so deadly often in queen endgames. You need to hide. Does he march forward? Does he try and hide over here? Does he try and hide this way? Either way, the Black Queen might well be able to give some checks and win this pawn. This is far from over, despite 12 seconds for Levon Aronian. Despite the fact his second queen was immediately eliminated.
Yeah, the bad news for Lev is that the rook on f8 is so passive. It can't participate in the attack against Magnus's king right now, so he has to rely on his queen. I have to say, it's amazing to watch how calm Magnus looks in these positions. You know, we've seen him with those heart rate monitors. It's never exceeding 80, no matter how crazy the position is. Just complete control of emotions.
Takes practice for that. Lots of practice being at this level, working with coaches and conditioning, which he's done. In fact, he's had these type of coaches and sports psychologists and etc. at the highest level.
And I think Hikaru said it, right? It's Magnus's cheat code. It's an inbuilt cheat code that he's able to stay so incredibly calm and in control regardless of what is going on the board.
Yeah, but the likes of Gukesh, they're working at it, right? Meditating and pacing their breath. And okay, Magnus in the meantime.
I do. Like, what is the move?
He's got to find something.
Now under 40 seconds.
There's just too many moves. There's too many moves, not enough time.
The piece. He's like, okay, I got to make a move now. He's just deciding with square how to get the king to safety.
He's giving one back.
Best move according to the computer. Of course it is. Magnus Carlsen gives 1 pawn back, but he's going for a rook and pawn endgame, 4 versus 3. But White has an active king and a passed pawn. Black's rook so passive. Levon is gonna have a tough job defending this now.
This is his greatness, right? He stops, he takes a minute, and he finds the best line forward. One that gives him complete winning chances. The queens are off the board. No perpetual. Magnus can play this on forever. Just making the absolute best decisions every single time.
And Magnus doing Magnus things, winning this endgame most likely. In the meantime, we heard some round of applause there because Jan Nepomniachtchi defeated Vincent Keymer. There's blood in the air. There's something in the air in Oslo, that's for sure. Ooh, the Black King sliding across.
Yeah.
These rookies takes push. No, that's too much.
White King can start coming though.
King G5, it's coming in. You could create an H passer at the right time, and then your pieces get overloaded with trying to stop the 2 pawns. H5, it's in the air. Will he play it now?
Ooh. The bar can't make its mind up. He gives a check, Magnus. He is winning. He jumps across with his rook. Levon tries to give a pawn back, and now only 1 pawn remaining, but it is Harry again. Harry the H-pawn running down the board.
Incredible scenes. How does he do this? Just converting it flawlessly so far. The bar hasn't moved. And now nothing stopping, and the white rook beautifully placed to stop that black pawn. Can you just pick that up? You could also just make a queen. H8 has got to be winning right now with the white king so close. Magnus calculating, he does make a queen. And Levon resigns.
Wow, that was intense.
That was
intense.
A masterclass, an absolute masterpiece by Magnus.
You know, one thing that Magnus actually says too as well is one of the hardest openings to play that he likes to play against is the Knight of Sicilian. So I think even an opening choice there. When I saw the Knight, I was like, I don't know if this is going to work out, because I do know Magnus and also Fabiano being another one that has a very great scorer against the Knight. Very, very impressive from Magnus. And here we go. Magnus winning against Levon. Jan beating Vincent Keymer. Alireza beating MVL in crazy fashion there. Miniature, to say the least. Wesley So going down to Denis Lazavik. And we have a game coming up. Must win for a lot of people, huh?
For all 4 of them. 4 decisive games. Action, fire on all the boards. But I think it was all eyes on Magnus Carlsen. What a show he put on. A tremendous resourcefulness shown by Levon. But then in the end, Magnus just being so incredibly precise, gets the big win. And which means Levon has to strike back now with the white pieces.
It's very important. Of course, you have to strike back. And that means now, and especially for even someone like Wesley So here, this is the time. He needs to strike back, go to Armageddon, and win for him to maybe even have any type of chance into the rest of the tournament here. Wow, insane, David.
Insane stuff, and so much action, of course. We wish we could show every single second of every game, but that victory from Magnus, extremely impressive. Let's jump over, though, to another impressive victory, and this time from Denis Lazavik against the bottom player right now, Wesley So, fighting for his life in the competition. It's all about pawns in this game. Look at these black pawns, extremely strong. Denis Lazavik here with black, however, is down material. It's a bishop for a rook, so he needs one of these black pawns to promote in order to win this game, and check out what happened. The black pawn here stepped down the board. Notice how you cannot take the rook due to your queen hanging. There's a nasty pin there. F3 was the move, and look, the pawns just kept on marching. For now, the g-pawn is stifled, the white rook cutting across, but he just calmly, slowly, and steadily did it, improving his king. And now the black queen joining the action, and the h-pawn. It's actually 3 versus 0. It doesn't matter that white has a pawn of his own because the black rook has that one under lock and key. And ultimately, it was the arrival of new queens that made this game extra spicy. The black king first doing a march up the board, protected by the MVP, the bishop. And a few moves down the line, we saw there was no way for white to hold the fort. A rook promotion, an extra nice touch there by Denis Lazavik. A queen would have done the same job. And ultimately, after that rook was traded, it was time for the g-pawn to do the work. And we saw a second queen appear. And ultimately, after a block, no more checks, Denis Lazavik took the win.
How many promotions was that? More than we've seen the whole tournament so far in one game.
That's funny. All those rook promotions. I mean, all those promotions, and then one is, I'll make it a rook. You know, the under promotions are always some of the most fun to see. Huh?
That's a real flex, right? A real flex.
Yeah,
that's
a bit of trolling there, but Denis Lazavik, how impressive, right? You lose and then you strike back against one of the hardest, probably the hardest to beat player on the circuit, taking the lead against Wesley. And guys, let's not forget Alireza Firouzja against Maxime. What a brilliant game that was.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, that was firefighting and then turned out to be a miniature in 22 moves. You had no idea who's about to get checkmated. This was perhaps the most entertaining round so far.
And we still have more from that, of course. We even have a interview with Mike Klein. Surprise. Let's see who that is.
We're here with Grandmaster Jan Nepomniachtchi, who won his first game as white. I want to ask you, because we have a lot of amateur chess players out there, you gave up both e-pawns for activity. It was the right call. In blitz chess, or rapid chess, is activity maybe a little bit more important than material, or does it follow the same as classical?
Right.
So activity is important.
Indeed.
All right. You're right in the middle of the pack right now. There's got a lot of players on 2 and 3 points. When do you start thinking about trying to qualify for one of the top 2 spots as opposed to, not worrying about relegation?
I started thinking about this yesterday. I mean, of course, top 2 gives you a major favor. Yeah, of course. So you're not going to be eliminated anytime soon. But I mean, yeah, today's match against Firouzja was quite unlucky. But as somebody was lucky maybe against Wesley, and okay, was unlucky against Firouzja, so it compensates. So well, I'll try to clinch this match. Yes, so I won the first game, but I need to hold my ground in the second. So let's see what happens. And I guess yeah, I have my last match besides this against Lev. But Lev is doing quite nicely today, at least. Yeah. So I mean, Lev is very dangerous, so anything can happen.
All right, Jan Nepomniachtchi trying to get at least a draw to close out his match today. Good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the studio.
And we are back as we see the scoreboard here. Magnus winning, trying to close out, beating Levon there. And then we have Jan, who is beating Vincent Keymer. Keymer has to win on demand. Alireza and MVL. Alireza with a great game there, winning. And Wesley So needing to win against Denis Lazavik.
It does feel like Armageddon is in the air, though, today. We've seen so many already and some really hair-raising time scrambles in those Armageddons, so it feels like someone might come back. But where will the comebacks be? That's the big question.
Tanya?
Oh, I'm always rooting for Armageddon. I would love to see 4 of them happen right now. But I think Maxime, Alireza, just knowing their style of play and the kind of positions we can expect out of these 2, Maxime starting with white, I think there's a shot we might get an Armageddon in this one. Whether we do or not, it's going to be a fiery battle. It's going to be super fun, this game coming up.
Definitely. I think Firouzja is going to start bringing out all the tricks and more tactical type of positions to play, as he was able to do it in the first game. MVL definitely loves to play sharp chess too as well. We should see more of that. Fans are going wild.
And I think the one player who really needs to take it to Armageddon, and we can't stress that enough, is Wesley So. If he loses this, I don't see a chance for him to make a comeback. He's got only one match remaining. He's at the bottom of the board there. It might be the end of the tournament for him. I think it is the end of the tournament for him.
Yeah, his fate out of his own hands, that's for sure. He needs to win this next game, Wesley So, to have any chance, any hope in the Champions Chess Tour Finals. I saw Kanye pop up again on the screen there. I'm not sure which of the two players that was, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave or Firouzja. I'm assuming Firouzja.
Has to be Alireza. Can Ye do it?
Can Ye do it is the question here.
He needs a draw to do it. So Maxime has to go all guns blazing on this one with all the flashing lights that he can get on. And I think we're going to have moves very soon. And for Magnus as well, right? What does it mean for Levon? Can he bounce back from that loss?
It's possible, but it is I mean, you're playing Magnus here. You have the white pieces, so, you know, you try to make the best of what you have there. But you do have to take some risk because now you have to win on demand, which means that's something you have to do is take some risk.
And I think the arbiter wanted to listen to some Kanye there. Just Judith there, wanting to hear some beats.
Oh, that's my song. Let me hear that. Okay.
They're just adjusting the volume and making sure everything's perfect before this really important game for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, because Alireza is up in the standings, right? He went into this round at second place right now. For Maxime, it's a big point, at least to take it to Armageddon as well. Getting all set. Yeah, I'm predicting 2 Armageddons.
I'm predicting 0.
I'll say 1 then. 1 would be fun. And the countdown, the handshake, it's the all-French derby. It's e4, e5. And the Petrov defense, boo.
Not boo, because we're going to see the opposite side castling position happens. And are we going to see it?
No, this is fun. It's a fun variation, but it's not as fun as anything else.
Oh.
Yeah.
Kingside castling for both sides looks likely. This is very solid stuff for black. It's not the most ambitious, though, and it's not typical Firouzja's style. So Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will be happy at least that he's forced Firouzja to play a more solid type of position. The reason I jokingly booed about the Petrov defense is it tends to be symmetrical, but Maxime Vachier-Lagrave trying to break the symmetry now with this pawn push, pawn to c4. He's asking questions in the center. If there's a capture, a trade, we'll see an isolated queen's pawn position, which always promises some fun. I believe you play some of those, James, from time to time.
I used to play a lot of Botvinnik from the white side, the Botvinnik Caro-Cans, which were fun, actually. So, but I know this theory is very wacky. Like, I think knight c6 is the move, and then cd, queen d5, knight c3 or something. There's something with knight b4, and like there's a Kasparov game like this in the 90s that is it's something weird. I don't remember the theory, but. Yeah, this could get spicy though. CD5 and IC3 to follow and etc.
Yeah. And Levon's got to find a way to make this one spicy as well with the white pieces. Has to win on demand to take it to Armageddon. And Magnus looking chill as ever. He's got to be feeling good after that victory. Everything that's happened today has been a bit shaky for Magnus, but that last game was anything but shaky. And we've got a Sicilian. We've often seen Magnus go into this opening, the Tamino setup. And are we going to see a King's Indian attack?
It looks that way. Levon does not want an open Sicilian, characterized by really dynamic play. Instead, going for a quieter setup. This bishop hit on the black queen used to be trendy when I was growing up, so ages ago, Tanya.
Wow.
And, okay, Magnus here has to decide how to answer this. Levon trying to confuse the world #1 at the early stages.
Yeah, King's Indian attack was trendy when I was growing up. And you said ages ago when you were. For me, then that means it was centuries ago. David, bishop g5, f6, hitting that bishop, blocking the attack on the queen. This is not something that I'm familiar with, this last move. Does it surprise you?
It does surprise me. Often black tries to refrain from this move. They often say never play f6 because actually... 2 reasons here. The black king never feels entirely safe on the king side, but also the fianchetto bishop, which was Magnus's plan, would be blunted by its own pawn. And Levon retreats his bishop. Here I'm expecting a fight in the center by Magnus. That would be the logical follow-up, at least. Delaying development, but yeah, interesting, unique play at an early stage.
Yeah, I love it. And d5 has to come on the board here, right, in this position. That is the thematic idea. But it looks like such a non-standard pawn formation then, with the 3 pawns on the 6th rank, the 2 pawns in the center of the board. James, what are you expecting? Are we going to see d5?
Yes, at some point we are, because you can't go knight bd2, which is the general things that you would do in the King's Indian attack here. You like to put the b knight on d2 and bishop g2 and castle, but doing that actually traps the knight, traps the bishop on e3 after a pawn to d4. So you have to be very careful. Maybe you take on d5 if d5 happens, but then this is not King's Indian attack. You generally do not take. You actually keep the e-pawn lots of times. So let's see what happens.
He does
there
it.
It is. Yeah, so now it's just a different type of structure. It's a game now, literally off the head.
Okay, big success, I would say, though, for Levon Aronian in the early stages, just because he has an extra minute on the clock. And also, it is a bit of an imbalanced pawn structure. Often you need that when you are in must-win situations. And he's also ahead in development. Black's king, I don't really know where it's going. Maybe it'll slide to f7 and just laugh. But either way, even if it sits on the g8 square after castling, feels a bit airy. Feels like white at some point is going to blow open the center with a pawn to b3. We're going to see a change in structure. And Levon should view this as a big success. Step in the right direction.
Yeah, completely agree with you. That pawn formation on the right side of the board, and he firstly stops Magnus from getting his king to safety, jumps in with a little threat of that bishop going to g7, attacking the rook and the pawn. So Magnus has to take care of that. A knight f5 would be a move that would come to your mind, but then you're inviting checks along the e file as well, and that might mean that you lose the right to castle for the rest of the game. I think Levon should be very happy with this opening outcome.
Yeah, Magnus isn't averse to not castling. He might well just put his king on f7, but that king is not going to be safe forever. We're going to see that king land on f7 after a check, most likely. In the meantime, Magnus with some early questions to answer. Let's go out to the bird's eye view and see how the other boards are getting on in this all-important penultimate round of the round-robin stage.
Whoa, what just happened on the bottom right board? Oh, that's a beautiful trick.
Oh my goodness. Wesley just, yeah, that's tough.
Oh,
That's tough.
yeah. Did he just miss that?
Classic Lasker trap.
I think we got to show that, David. You have to break that down as we bring on that bottom right board. Denis Lazavik, you see, he's just jumped in with that knight, and it looks like it can be captured, but we'll bring in our board and show what goes wrong. But everything's gone wrong for Wesley So.
Yeah, everything yesterday went wrong. He had so many winning positions, couldn't put them away. And here we're about to see a transition. Once the dust settles, we'll break it down. Everything that could have gone wrong has gone wrong in these early stages. He's clear pawn down. And to understand that, we need to backtrack to this position. It's actually very well known, this trick. As you mentioned, this is a known trap. I think here Black should be moving this bishop or maybe moving this knight. Instead, he moves the other knight to h5. Double question mark given. Attacking this bishop, yes. But look at the blue arrow up here. Knight takes pawn. A Zwischenzug here is the whole idea. If you take this knight, your queen gets trapped, smothered among her own pieces here. The white bishop protected by its rook. The queen disappears. And instead, unfortunately, after knight takes g3, this is where there's Zwischenzug, the in-between move. You do not take this knight back, because then your knight would be edible. You flick in a check. Knight takes bishop, check. And at the very end, extra pawn. And to catch up with the current position, we see some maneuvering. But yeah, ultimately, a pawn is a pawn, right? It's a strong central pawn as well, a mobile one.
For a player of Wesley's caliber to miss this, it just has to be a very off day. There's no explanation. When you play the Queen's Gambit decline, when you go into these kind of positions, this is the trap that we learned growing up, right? James, this knight takes pawn and the queen getting boxed up on that d8 square. Yeah. It's not something that Wesley didn't know. This is just Wesley just having a really bad day. There's no other explanation for this.
Tilt is real. It's hard, right? When you start to spiral against these top players in the world, including Denis Lazavik there, they punish you. They are ruthless. They sense blood in the water, these sharks, and they always seem to target the player at the bottom of the standings.
Yeah.
Oh, tough to be Wesley So.
Very tough. I mean, he's going through just a lot. This tournament here is not working, and of course, it's hard because mentally you're trying to play your best here, and then something happens, you lose, or you actually miss a tactic like this where you're like, oh, my form's this. Then you start talking to yourself all crazy. We all do it, and then it gets bad. It gets bad here. So Wesley is looking to go down this game. Of course, it's a pawn. It's not game over, but
he needs to win though. He needs to win this game just to force Armageddon.
That's tough. That's not look. Yeah.
Denis up a pawn, needing a draw. We'll see how this one goes, David. But there's hot action on another board, and it's the one that we were expecting. Whoa. I think we straight away have to jump to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Alireza. G4 on the board. G4 for the score. You take that pawn. There's a checkmate in one coming in with Queen H7. This is looking trouble for Alireza. Is Maxime striking back?
It's looking very possible. Still some questions to answer. For example, if the black queen slides up and tries to create a pin along this diagonal. Okay, instead he attacks the white knight. It's the queen and knight combo. We've seen it so many times in the Champions Chess Tour, attacking forces together. But if you eliminate one, the attack tends to fizzle out. How to continue? That's the big question.
You can actually still take it, believe it or not, on h5, and then take on g6 and go queen g6, a6 check, and take on c6. But that is a wild line. Like, there's a lot going on. You have to calculate.
You know what else is wild, James? That stat right in front of us. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has won last 4 Champions Chess Tour meetings with Firouzja.
He's looking to make it 5 here.
Well, he's right now down a game, so he needs to come back first in this one to take it to Armageddon.
It's very likely in this game, too. He has a lot of potential. You definitely could take this pawn. Takes. Command, take in chat.
Let's show it. Let's show it, James. Talk us through this variation you're calculating.
Okay,
I think Maxime's going to play it.
G takes h5. Bishop takes g5. hg. fg. Queen e6.
Oof.
King g7. And then queen takes c6. Bishop takes. Rook c1. Rook b. Queen g5, king h1, and this is where we are. And this is better for white, it feels like. c7's hanging, rook g1's an idea. It's still equal, this is crazy. Like, but I have a pawn, I have an extra pawn.
Yeah.
Better king.
Evaluate this. That's the dilemma for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. This is all forced, we should mention, actually. If he takes this pawn, we're going to see that position. Pretty much guaranteed. White threatens checkmate, white gets the piece back, and etc. But he chooses not to. Wow, full board awareness. The rook was doing nothing, it was unemployed, so why not lift it up the board?
Do you even rook lift?
Do you even rook lift?
Where did that move even come from? How easy it is to forget the rook on b1, and it also joins the attack. That's a beautiful move. Defends that knight on g5, capture it, the bishop will jump there. Maybe you take with the rook, but look at the dark square weaknesses around the black king. I don't think you can afford to give up that bishop on e7. But if you don't, there's an incoming checkmate after pawn takes pawn.
Oof, yeah, 2 moves and white's queen gets in. It breaks through the shield there of the black pawns, the shelter.
Queen d7?
Yeah, queen d7. The problem is, it might just be an endgame now. And after pawn takes pawn, the white knight defends its own queen. The white rook is actually poised to swoop on some loose pawns, even if the queens come off. Firouzja under heavy pressure here.
Yeah. Heavy pressure, and I just saw the bar in the Vincent-Jan Nepomniachtchi game just sweep right up to say that there was a big mistake that happened, and it's Vincent also looking at a comeback in his match. Are we heading into 4 Armageddons?
4 Armageddons? That's that one we haven't seen yet.
Wow, and this looks slightly reminiscent of the other one where there's some queen takes h7 tricks on the line. Look at how this bishop indirectly attacking the pawn as well. Watch out, Jan Nepomniachtchi. You are coming under heavy fire on the king side. No defenders, actually, for black.
Yeah, in the previous one, in the Maxime board, it's the queen and the knight putting the pressure against the black king on that exact square. And in this one, it's the queen and the bishop lining up. But the knight, it's about to join in.
Knight's joining, the rook might join in. And just to point out, black would love to play the move knight to f6, just to show this on the board. A knight is the king's best friend, a defender, but it can be eliminated immediately. Rook to f4 now, a slide. You just pre-move, taking that knight, and you will crash through on the square that the knight is defending once that piece is removed from the board. So, wow, this looks like a killer attack for Vincent Keymer. I think Armageddon almost guaranteed now. How do you hold this off? I don't think you do. Look at this. The queen, once she's so far divorced from the king, when they're so separated, this always happens. It's a clear, common pattern.
And to your point, you can't even get that queen back. Queen a5 would have been met by rook e5 and then checkmate on h7. So h6 trying to stay alive, but you can just feel it that there has to be something in this position that's pretty direct. Is there a knockout blow here? Rook g4.
Even just g4. Knight f6, g5. Oof, that's nasty. Knight takes, queen takes e4, which is crazy. But then there's g6. Yeah, this is nice for Vincent. He can kind of do anything.
I like g4, g5.
He can do anything.
I trust our Jedi Master. Mind tricks here, the attacking instincts.
He can do anything, but g4 is a nice idea. I think maybe he doesn't sack the rook, though. Maybe he just rook f4 after knight f6.
Yeah, let's show that on the board as well. Vincent Keymer here, g4. Is it engine approved? Will the bar slide? No, still huge on white side, and knight to f6, the only move we really have to calculate. Double attack on rook and pawn, and yeah, I think everything just strong here. Rook to f4, very, very good. And
I'd be so tempted to go g5 as well in that position.
Yeah, who cares about material?
Yeah,
g5.
who cares, right?
Still winning. Still winning.
Yeah. And then let's show this. Is 94, what if you take on H6? And just, I don't care
Just
about
because
nothing.
it's not our game
There
doesn't
it
mean we
is.
sacrifice all the pieces.
Yes, this is exactly why we sacrifice our pieces, Danya.
Fair point.
Okay. Nice.
Nicely done, David.
Disastrous for the Black King. This just looks over pretty much if he plays pawn to G4, Vincent Keymer, and goes for the score.
Yeah. It just feels as if all of Jan's pieces have deserted that king. Nothing coming to its rescue. The knight on d7 comes to f6. There'll be a sacrifice against it with that white rook. All of Vincent's pieces, meanwhile, have directed itself. I don't know how it got so bad for Jan, but it's shocking how defenseless Black's position is.
There it is.
Of course, G4.
Knight f6.
Is he going to go g5?
Oh, that
Oh,
would
will he
be
just go
very
rook
cool.
f4?
I mean, I think he's a rook f4 kind of guy.
Yeah,
to
he's
be
a rook
honest.
f4 kind of guy.
I figured.
agree.
He's more solid. He's the Peter Lako school. You know, Peter Lako coach, like, he's very, solid and positional chess, but okay. Like.
It's the mentor.
Positional, very positional chess.
Okay, but Jan is trying to create some threats against the d3 bishop, so you don't have time for rook takes knight just yet.
But you can play a multi-purpose move, right? Knight to e5, going forward, protect your bishop, just clear the f-file for the other rook to join. This is just such one-way traffic right now. 3 minutes, though, that's the only thing for Vincent. And again, the abundance of fantastic moves here for white. You could well just consider kind of moving this bishop, defending this bishop, and hammering home g5 on the next go. But, okay, knight to e5 looks by far the most natural move. Why is he hesitating?
He's got to take a decision fast. He's under 3 minutes, but he also knows he's so close to victory. Just to be a little precise here, he does bring his rook to the center of the board. Not the most accurate, but I think an understandable move. Rook takes knight still in the air, g5 coming in. I think it's pretty strong from a human perspective to just bring the rook to d1. He wants that knight on g5 at some point.
Right.
That's a Peter Leko move. Cemento, rook to d1, no funny business.
Bring all your pieces to the party.
Shout out to the legend himself, Peter Leko.
Yeah, and I think that question mark is just because it's an inaccuracy. There was a stronger alternative, but rook d1 also keeps a big chunk of the advantage. Should we just zoom out and take a look at some of the other action? This one, it looks like we are headed into an Armageddon.
Yeah, let's go to that bird's eye view where we see on the bottom right of our screens, Denis Lazavik trying to shut down that game against Wesley So. He's still a pawn up. It's a rook endgame. Wesley needs to win. So looking very unlikely. Denis Lazavik should be the victor in that match. Bottom left, I think we'll go back to that one shortly. It's Levon Aronian against Magnus Carlsen. Levon fighting for the win. Top left, I'm trying to do a count. White is a pawn up. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in an endgame. That's likely to go on for a while, but favourite there to strike back and force Armageddon. Oh, Wesley So, in the meantime, though, shakes hands, accepts a match defeat. It's another loss, though, his 5th loss of the Champions Chess Tour Finals.
Yeah, that's tough. It's really tough to see. It tells you the strength of the field, as Wesley So is an incredible player. Very, very strong, but of course he didn't get off to a good start, and sometimes that can continue into the rest of the tournament.
And I don't know for certain, but it looks like he's just going to be eliminated now of the door. He's going to finish this day at the bottom. I don't think he has a shot with just one round-robin game remaining tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I think he has 1 match point. Is that correct? Yeah. 1 match point. So
yeah, there's one victory. But we've got action on the other board as well. Players trying to fight back, take it to Armageddon. Where are you taking us, David?
Oh, I'm taking us back to Vincent Keymer against Nepomniachtchi, actually, because this one has transformed slightly, but not in a good way for the former World Championship challenger, Nepomniachtchi. We do a quick count. It's white having a knight and a bishop for black's rook. Yes, black has an extra pawn right now, but that is totally irrelevant. It's all about the king side, and this black king has been bare. In terms of pieces, it's had no friends this entire fight. And rook to g1 is coming, some checkmates. I mean, James, you would be checkmating. I've seen your blitz games. You would be going straight for that black king now.
Yeah, it's going to be mating a few moves here. So you just got to get all the pieces into play. What does he go for? 95, beautiful. Setting up all kinds of tactics here. I mean, c5 with the bishop getting involved. Rook g1 is a 97, but you have knight g6. So rook g1.
I love that idea. c5 and bishop c4 is where it's at.
Yep.
Rook g1 as well. Every move here just looks so good. But getting that bishop on that diagonal and then knight checks to follow. I think this is game over in the next 3 moves.
David, what was his opening choice? I'm curious from the beginning. What did they play? We don't have to go all of that.
This was the English opening.
Oh, the English, okay.
Yeah, Vincent actually did some preparation. So shout out to Vincent Keymer. Jan was playing this exact variation of the English opening consistently yesterday. Vincent had gone home, done his homework, and come back. He actually castled queenside on move 7 in the English, which is so rare. But yeah, he got this attacking gem, I'm going to say, out of it. That's why you should always do your homework, boys and girls. Always check out the opponent's games.
What are the chances this was a world championship idea in the English?
Shout out to Gukesh.
Yeah, Gukesh.
Good friend of Vincent Keymer. Vincent, a second for our new world champion.
Yes. All right, rook f6 on the board. Vincent, 1.5 minutes on the clock. He's trying to find the most precise and the fastest way to victory. He does go for the idea of activating the bishop.
Okay, the king moves. Where is the knockout blow? Vincent looking for the win, but can I just take us over to another game quickly?
Yes, let's do it.
Because Levon Aronian against Magnus Carlsen, some craziness is happening. Magnus, okay, I was curious to see whether he reacted. He's just dropped a pawn. Watch out, the white queen was ready to swoop if the black knight had captured this bishop in the center, but Magnus moves his king out of the way. Levon, so just won a pawn.
Yeah, and that's a big pawn once the d pawn starts moving forward. But the good news for Magnus is if the bishop falls back, then the knight can jump in and take the d4 pawn. So you don't have time to do just that. But meanwhile, black can't really grab that bishop, as you pointed out. So it's not hanging. You've got time. He does fall back, attacking the g6 pawn. Knight takes pawn. Is that pandemonium?
I think you just have to bite the bullet. You have to grit your teeth and say, I'm getting rid of this pawn before it starts marching forward. There we go. Dennis, the d-pawn disappears. But yeah, it's this one that might be up for grabs soon. Whose king is weaker? The white king is not entirely safe either, with the black bishop lurking, cutting it off. Checkmating nets just in the air.
What?
Wow.
There was a pawn on the other side hanging?
Wow. Was not expecting that one at all.
Nobody was looking over on that side of the board.
Yeah, unbelievable. Because now black has the option to also give it this cover. Go bishop takes pawn and pick up the bishop. But instead, Magnus lines up with the rook against the white bishop, attacking, making it fall back to e4, targeting g6 one more time. Magnus with 2.5 minutes on the clock. He's got enough time.
Might try f5 here. Plays bishop e5.
He doesn't care about the g6 pawn. I'd be very worried. Is he setting up knight e2 ideas?
Looks like he might be, but I mean, he's neglecting this g6 pawn. He's also neglecting this a6 pawn. The white rook, which is actually a bit of a target right now, could just move out the way. Ooh, he goes for the kingside pawn, Levon.
Whoa. The bar going crazy.
Oh, it's knight c6.
Listen, come on, bro. That's not happening.
That is a tough retreating move. Magnus, can he find it? You know, you say never gonna happen. The one player who does make it happen is him. He does it again.
Hey, we gotta check him. Nah, we gotta start the procedure. Start the procedure.
Wow, that is so classy. Backward knight moves are a blind spot for Magnus historically, but this is a simple pin. This white knight struggles to get defended, actually, and this pawn dropping as well. Levon's lost all coordination. Yes, he grabbed a pawn,
Look
but
at the reaction.
Yeah.
Loose pieces drop off, right?
Yes, we've been seeing that in the ad breaks as well. Loose pieces drop off, the knight's hanging, the pawn on b4 hangs, picked up with the rook, with a tempo.
What a monster, Magnus.
Trade.
I mean, he just played knight c6. Out of all, this is the move of the day, in fact. And of course, the position, yeah, he had a question mark move on bishop e5, but he found the move that mattered.
Whoa.
Magnus gives up his rook for a knight on the edge of the board. We'll do a quick count at the end of this. Black has a knight and bishop for the rook, so a small material advantage. Although white has a few pawns, this isn't over. This is not one-way traffic.
But this has to be better for black with the 2 minor pieces and the a passer. White c pawn is stopped right now, and Levon playing on seconds. He's got 6 seconds on the clock. Can Magnus fall back to c7 and just keep that a pawn alive? He goes for the offense. He's going for that c5 pawn. Also the f2 pawn. Knight on e4 doing a great job. f5. f5 has to be the move.
f5 looks good. In the meantime, we should confirm that Vincent Keymer has defeated Jan Nepomniachtchi in that game. We left it when he was totally winning. He converted it in fine, controlled style. It's all about whether Magnus can take this one home to victory, avoid the Armageddon here. Aronian needs a bit of a miracle to win this game and strike back.
And Magnus instead using the king to make the knight fall back. He's just going to activate his king further. c5 pawn about to fall. Magnus has this one. This is in the bag.
Surely.
And he needs a draw. That's all he needs.
As long as he doesn't blunder a knight fork. We have seen one-move blunders from Magnus falling victim to knights before, right?
Yeah, it's knights. Definitely.
Okay. He's keeping his king far away from any pieces, just in case of any forks. Let's jump over to the other game in the meantime. Magnus in control here. And, okay, this encounter between the two French players. Can Maxime Vachier-Lagrave win? It's a rook endgame, 3 pawns against 3 pawns.
He's trying to activate the king. Alireza with 6 seconds on the clock.
Only white can win. White's king is more centralized than the black king, which is offside.
Yeah. The aim is that you win the queenside pawns, you give up the h4 pawn, but look at that, Alireza doesn't allow it. He defends that key-based pawn on b6.
Ooh, and the black king, meanwhile, has gobbled up a pawn, but where is Maxime going with his pieces?
Nowhere.
Yeah, there's no way he's winning this. No way.
Wow, the black king is cut off, but you only have 2 pawns remaining. The black king now can wander over.
Yeah, this is clinical by Alireza. The way he's defended this position, combining the king and the rook, attacking the white pawns and stopping the white rook from entering and attacking.
This should still result in a draw, but not enough for Vachier-Lagrave, needing a win. And there we go, the final pawns disappear.
Yeah, that's it.
It's a draw. Firouzja takes the match 1.5 to half.
Yo, Firouzja's shaking up the standings. He's at the top now.
Yeah.
Right behind Magnus.
He's at the top with Mr. Top, and he's still playing right now with the 2 minor pieces against the rook, and we have a result.
Wow, Magnus agrees to draw from a position of strength, but it is enough, 1.5 to half again to clinch this match. Levon Aronian battled hard, had big chances, but fell foul of some cool knight retreats from the world number 1, Magnus there, watching the screens, wondering what other results went on. We do have one Armageddon though.
Magnus has won every single round here, guys. Every single match. In fact, actually, no, he lost to Firouzja. That's the only one. But that's all that happened today. It just felt like he's won every one. But, yeah, as we see here, Magnus takes down Levon there. Crazy game there where he found knight to c6. That was insane. And then we have one Armageddon there with Jan and Vincent Keymer. That's going to be coming right up. Alireza beats MVL. And, of course, Denis beats Wesley So. Now, we have Armageddon coming up. Predictions. What do you think?
Yeah, it's Vincent versus Jan in the prediction bracket. I'll make one. Jan's going with 10 minutes. Because he wants the white pieces.
He wants the white pieces, yes.
I'm predicting Vincent, he does his homework. We saw that. Yeah. He's going to say 9 minutes 58.
Ooh.
He's going to take all the time and the draw odds.
Okay, let me think. I'm going to go with Vincent Keymer going with 8:47.
Okay.
8:47.
Wow.
But do you think Jan sticks to the 10-minute story?
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Okay.
Definitely, 100%. 10 minutes.
He suffered there with black. He got knocked out very quickly, so he needs the white pieces.
Well, of course, guys, we're headed into an Armageddon. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Oh, that's nice. Dang,
That's
sweet.
I'd rather be playing chess
than working for Gukes.
Is this a limited edition?
There are no more like that at the merch store.
Then I'll be happy to steal it.
And I cannot steal the spec, yeah?
You can't right away.
And actually,
wow,
okay. Good call, bro. What is it? It's a pillow of... Huh?
Oh, there you go. It's on Stephen.
Wow.
Look who came to the party.
Wait, who's the other one?
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
This is some brilliant stuff.
What would those go for on the black market?
You need to sit on them.
Well, but if he opens the gift, it's over.
No, because number 1 can steal something back, I think.
Alireza, družiще. Denny, big technical question. If I steal one tweet, can I pass it to another person?
I mean, you can do whatever you want.
It's a Christmas, yeah?
Okay, you might get those stolen.
Yeah.
Very nice headphones.
Number 1 gets to steal. Young, go.
He
wants the tweet. He wants the tweet. The person who opens the gift gets a second gift and it's over.
Okay, let's open.
$150 gift card to the Storo Store Center shopping mall. Oh, I'm gonna open the other gifts and see what we miss. All right.
Oh, this
no,
is
it's
not
a
a
special.
fair. Wow, look at this. Oh.
Oh, look at that. Somebody missed out big time.
But do you get to hold hands?
He's probably into that. I'll pay you to take it. Okay, $50. Okay, Anisha.
There we go. LeBron gets both.
Hey, I got a second present!
Yay. Last but not least, cookies for everyone. Chessman cookies.
Oh, cookies.
We made this about as awkward as we could. That was great. Good work.
Vladimir is the happiest.
Also, tweet which not going to be deleted. It's written here, you see? Not going to be deleted.
It looks really great. This is sweet.
Yeah.
I had no idea that they were doing that, so the team gets what they deserve.
Then in here, got the arena. We have a target. You recognize that tennis ball cannon from a TV show in the 80s? American Gladiators. So you can practice all you want, but you get one official shot in your whole life to win the $10,000. Are any of you guys good at ping pong?
Yeah, we're decent.
Okay.
Oh, that was a bad hit.
If you beat me first to 3, you can have 2 shots on that. Oh, now he's getting. Did you see what just happened? Wow, I got hustled.
All right.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Oh, we got it.
Okay. 1-1. Yes, I got him on the spin. Oh no, 2-2.
All right, here we go.
No! What a hustler. And then here's the cannon. Oh, wow. Okay, I think you're close enough to get lucky. I'd sign. Who else? Sal Khan, Khan Academy.
Yeah. He actually almost beat Magnus in a simul. Fun fact, Eric was there assisting because Magnus has his blindfold on and he's calling out the moves and they're making moves on the board. And it's still controversial to this day whether Magnus actually said to move the rook to D1 or whether it was moved to a wrong square. It was actually Jay, our other co-founder, who Magnus starts getting mad at him that he put the rook on the wrong square. He ends up going down a rook or an exchange against Sal Khan, but he came back and won. Yeah, you were right. I adjusted every time.
Try.
He did distract me, by the way. It was revenge for the ping pong.
And we have our bids. Whoa, look at that. 6 seconds from Jan. He says, I want the black pieces, and he bid very low to get it.
That's a complete change of strat by Jan Nepomniachtchi. Every single Armageddon, he's gone with the 10-minute, wanting the white pieces. We've all been proven wrong in the studio, but he does win the bid. He gets the result odd, starts with 7 minutes, 22 seconds. What do you make of this, David?
I'm shocked. It's bizarre. He just had a horror show of a game with the black pieces, yet he wants black again. And this time with 3 minutes less than Vincent. It's brave. It's switch up. Save me, someone. This is, I don't understand simply. Jan Nepomniachtchi, maybe it's just the surprise factor here. Surprise value.
Or maybe he knew that Vincent does his homework. And the possibility that he would have predicted Jan to go with that. But I think it's clear that Jan wants black in this round. But what's interesting is that he won by a 5-second margin. As Vincent comes back, he'll start with the white pieces. And when you get that bid win with such few seconds, I think that does something to your opponent psychologically.
It does. It's like a psych, like, oh, I got the 2 results. Yeah. So you're going to have to play. You're going to have to bring your best. But you do have more time with the white pieces. So, you have to play. You have to play aggressively. You got to push, as much as you can.
I think Vincent wanted black as well,
with his bid. Definitely did. 728? Absolutely. Yeah. Of course. He
wanted black as well. And he's been denied by just a few seconds.
Yeah.
I think Jan's happy with his bid right now. He knew in some ways he outsmarted Vincent in the bidding game.
Now, hopefully he doesn't, don't repeat what happened just here. But, of course, Jan has a very good repertoire with the black pieces. He's going to figure out what to do, especially if the English comes again. Now, I know if E4 happens, probably getting a Petrov, and that's probably where Vincent doesn't want to go. So maybe in the English, he had great chances there. We got to see what Jan has prepared, or if he goes with maybe E5 instead of maybe E6 in the last game or something, whatever he played. He just cannot repeat that.
That's right, and I think both sides have reasons to be happy. Jan because he has draw odds, Vincent because he's been there and done it before.
I just realized that the players have got the earphones where they listen to music and then the noise-cancelling headphones on top of it.
You see that, yeah.
Yeah, that's so cool. And the countdown, and it's the Queen's Pawn opening. So Vincent deviating from his English or the Reti, but similar structures.
Yeah, symmetrical stuff so far. Could we see what they call the Colle system? And, okay, both sides are very flexible. This feels like it's been prepared in must-win situations. It's just copycat chess, essentially, keeping all the pieces on the board for as long as possible and to milk that time advantage later in the game. Interesting Armageddon strategy. Normally you go either very direct or not direct at all. Yes,
just keep all the pieces on the board, keep all the tension, keep the pressure on the clock. And it's the kind of position, a game that can go on for 100 moves, right? But at some point, one side has to strike in the center. There should be a C5 break or a C4 break to counter that.
In fact, actually, this with C4, he responds with, where did he go? He went A4, okay. There's usually a C4 and a C5, and that gets kind of wacky. But A4 I like, that's different. Maybe we'll see an A5.
Jan breaks the symmetry. And, of course, there were bishops were slightly placed differently, but other than that, everything very much similar. And now he has to reckon with this move, though. Pawn to A5 definitely on the agenda. First, black blocks the center with his knight. Indirectly defending here. Do not play knight takes knight. That would be a fork. And, okay, it's very tense. To be honest, these are my nightmare. This type of position, I just never know what to do, really, how to break the symmetry. I find it really frustrating having to generate the play when the opponent's just copying. I like to react rather than play on the front foot. But Vincent here, he's waiting for Jan to come at him.
Yeah. It's the who blinks first game, right, with a trade. And usually the side that trades isn't the happier one. You want to keep the tension as much as possible here. And if you want to go all out in tension, get that C-pawn moving up the board. But C4 just feels like it will end up liquidating a lot. And that's perhaps something that Vincent wants to avoid at all costs.
Yeah, it might well be the best move. But if the whole center disappears, if we see these two pawns traded off for White's two pawns in the center, as you say, Tanya, so symmetrical. There's a high risk that you don't even really get a fight. But okay, he does play the most principled move, most logical. And again, this is why I hate these positions. It's a standoff. Where do you even begin calculating? James, calculation, your forte.
COE, of course. No, here I remember actually having some, okay, so I know all the chessable courses, guys. I've been just giving everything out. I guess this is ridiculous. But no, one knight of 3. So you took with the pawn here. There's a one knight of 3 course by Yuri Krykin, which I devoured. I absolutely love it. It's a good one. There's also another one, the Kali. There's 2 of them. Kali, the Zuckertor one from Thinkers Publishing, which is on there. You can obviously get the full book too as well, the hard copy. And then there's a third one that is actually through, who was Simon Williams, actually, Killer Kali. So having all 3 of those gives you lots of ideas to go through and try to figure out what you want to do. He could have taken with the knight instead of the pawn on D4, but he still has the Kali type of setup here where he can go knight E5 at some point. He's trying to rook lift, but it's weird. That's why the A4 move might have been a little bit, it's weird. It's just, he's trying to create something. Usually the pawn's on A2 in these type of positions here. And the rook is lifted up to the 3rd rank. So he's trying to get these things to happen, trying to figure out what to do with his pieces. But nevertheless, he does have a very playable position. And if this bishop gets active on B2, he's going to have a pretty good game here.
I like this last move by Vincent because it takes away a jumping square for the black queen, which could have landed on F4. And at some point, I'm seeing, like you said, James, the A pawn is usually on A2 because it's on A4. A5 is always on the radar, trying to create an imbalance on the queen side. But Vincent just keeps it. Threat is stronger than the execution. He's forcing Jan to keep that in his mind at all times, making small improving moves right now.
He's very much steered into that Armageddon advice of just keeping the tension, doing nothing, waiting, and then only when the opponent's down to 2 or 3 minutes on the clock, then you change the pace, the nature of the game. In the meantime, Jan Nepomniachtchi trying to apply pressure to white center. And yeah, I don't think Vincent should ever get tempted to touch those pawns. It's either your plan, Tanya, push this a-pawn forward, hint that you might step forward and block the queenside completely, or you switch to some kind of kingside attack. I'm not sure how you completely achieve it. Maybe centralize your rook, maybe you go back and then forward with this knight to try and trade off this bishop. But either way, it's so tense right now. The time advantage, though, slowly starting to dwindle away.
The reason you never want to touch your G-pawn, though, I just want to point out, is because there's so much flexibility in the center after pawn takes pawn. So Vincent does try to open up the flank, you know, pieces pointing there. He wants that rook to be active right now. A decision to be made by Jan. Taking on a5, you create a weakness on a7. That's not a pawn you want to exchange right now. How do you react? Because if not, that could be an alpha 0 pawn going all the way up to a6.
Oh yeah, that's annoying. Alpha 0 pawns, you know, I always like to take because I'm just used to like opening the file and go crazy. But Alpha 0 has showed, in fact, you play a6 and then you slowly squeeze them. But okay, like that's you just positionally chess them. But it is nice in the end games with that a6 pawn. So we have some captures. Things are starting to open up.
Yeah, Nepomniachtchi understandably getting a bit twitchy there, wanting to find a plan. When it's so blocked, it's hard to just maneuver around aimlessly and wait for the chance. But suddenly these hanging pawns in the center, I guess they're hanging in a lot of positions, but right now they look quite strong. Bishop takes knight is one threat you might have to deal with, though, eliminating a defender of this pawn. The knight jumps out the way, however, reminding Jan maybe of some ghosts from the previous game, where there was an attack against the black king. For now, a knight on f8, no mate. No checkmate, but okay, it is a bit scary.
I don't have 8 anymore. You're not there anymore.
James, you would play h4 in a heartbeat.
I mean, easy, right? h4. I was even considering g4, but then he was going to take on f3. But yeah, h4. There might be there's queen f4, bishop g6 wins. So yeah, h4 is nice, dude.
Yeah, just X-ray vision against this h7 pawn. You're trying to kick the knight away at any cost. This looks really pleasant, I've got to say, for Vincent Keymer. First, he trades pawns, not going for the alpha 0 approach. Retreats instead. He's got the bishop pair, at least.
Yeah, again, this is a more strategic choice by Vincent, you know, more to his style, where he gets the bishop pair. It's an open position. There's a long-term b6 weakness to play for. h4 was very exciting, but I think what Vincent has done also makes a lot of sense. The pieces, there's so much harmony. You know, you want to get into that center at the right time with a d5 push, but it has to be timed really well. Meanwhile, Jan creating his own threats. c4 under attack right now. Activity by the black queen. Yeah. Comes back to defend.
These hanging pawns you have to play so accurately. One slip, if the pawns get taken or forced to move and get blockaded, then you're just worse with white. So Vincent needs to keep playing energetically.
And knight f5 is a threat as well now. You want to trade that bishop off, creating more threats against those central pawns. I also want to point out an idea that exists in these positions to push the b pawn, forcing a decision for white to move one of those central pawns and grab the d5 square. Vincent not allowing it, playing on the tempo, hits the queen. Queen a4 lining up against that white rook on d1. Watch out, rook takes pawn is a little bit of a trick right now.
Ooh, Vincent, it looks like he's bunched his pieces together. We normally say, yes, centralization, but it does look a bit clumsy for the white bishops. They want to be further back. They do not want to be leading from the front. They are targets. Oh, the hanging pawns, they just look clumsy. They don't look like a strength anymore. The more pieces that disappear from the board, the weaker those pawns often become.
Is rook takes pawn a threat right now? Because the more I look at it, it feels like you require a lot of calculation, which is why Vincent has slowed down.
It might well be.
Is there rook a1 there, which is possible?
Yeah, he doesn't care. So he's saying g5, that bishop, it's trapped.
Wow, that is brave, though. There's going to be dark squared weaknesses around the white king this time. So it's no longer going to be a pure positional battle. It might become a bit more dynamic. Jan could switch to try and go for some attack later on. 4 minutes 50 against just under 4 minutes now. The clock is going to play a huge role. We're ages away from move 60 and the bonus time.
He goes for it.
Boy. He said,
and the bar approves, or not.
I'm going to take those. So does he have a queen b3? Is that
so
his idea?
Bishop takes rook. Let's point out white's rook on c2 is hanging. And James, I think the line you're looking at is rook to a1, hitting that black queen.
Yeah.
Forcing it to the b3 square where it stays connected to the white rook on c2.
He goes queen b3.
Queen b3. However, can I just point out, guys, rook a1, queen sacrifice. Queen takes rook.
Whoa.
And knight
oh
d5.
My goodness.
Hitting the white queen, hitting the bishop, and Oh, I did forget about this one.
Oh, yes, and then e7.
I mean, but it's still equal. I'm running for the hills. I go king e7, and I'm like, what you want to do, big fella? We swinging.
Wow. Is this going to happen? Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Whoa.
Wow. Instead, it wasn't rook to a1. It was queen to e4 lining up, but a big blunder by Vincent Keymer. He drops his bishop.
That's over with. Let's see. Any reaction from Vincent there? That is over with.
The rook on d1's hanging queen h8 is not checkmate because knights are the best friends for defense here, and knight g8 just stops every single idea in the position.
Jan is looking very comfortable
This
here.
is over.
Yeah, this is just over. He's down a clean one.
You're up a piece, an
Nice.
entire piece.
Wow. The black knight dropping back to g8. It was just a blind spot. I've fallen for this exact same thing before. You just assume you're checkmating, right? A queen on h7 is synonymous with checkmate. But on this rare occasion, the black king hides. You've dropped a piece.
Yeah.
And yeah, the center has collapsed as well. Vincent Keymer, it's all fallen apart in the space of 3 moves. He needed to shift his rook to a1 as we were showing. That was very complicated, still fully alive that game, but instead, not much to do. And you can see the resignation on his face.
There it is. Yeah, great move.
Queen comes back. As you say, knight on g8, there's no checkmate.
Knight d5, knight coming into f4, resignation, and Jan wins the Armageddon.
And this was close. This was anyone's game. And then the tactics, it was Jan and Vincent there with a smile. What a fight it was, but in the end, it's Jan's razor-sharp tactics that get the job done.
Yeah, and it feels good. I mean, you can see he's in good spirits here. That's the type of chess and the type of attitude you definitely have, where it takes you very far in chess and in life, of course. As he lost the game, but it is what it is. He's talking about the game. Look at that. All smiles there, as we love to see.
They're analyzing just what a roller coaster of a game that was, James. And we got one Armageddon, but a thrilling one.
Oh, absolutely. Of course, it's a thrilling day as Magnus wins. Jan wins in Armageddon. Alireza wins, and Denis Lazavik wins against Wesley So. So, yeah, that was fun. That was a very fun round as well in Armageddon. What stood out to you, Dave?
Well, it's time to make our way to the Rubik's Make Your Move of the day, because that Armageddon was feisty. Actually going to do that a bit later, but for me...
Ooh, I'm excited.
My bad. Yeah, I'm so breathless after all the action, but yeah, that Armageddon. And I think all the Armageddons today have lived up to expectations. We saw some after every single round.
That was awesome. In fact, we got to take a look at the standings to see, after all of this, all the Armageddons, what is the standings looking like? And at the top up there, of course, the man himself, the man, myth, the legend, and nobody else, Magnus Carlsen. With 5, Alireza right behind him, and Denis Lazavik still in this thing. Look at that, Jan too as well. 3, whoa. All those 4s up there. And VL, Vincent Keymer, and Levon are still kind of in it. It's still possible for them, right, Tanya?
It's a neck-to-neck battle, and if it was to finish right now, Levon Aronian and Wesley So would be going home. It would be the end of the road for him. It's top 6 that make it. Top 2 straight to the semifinals. Magnus Alireza looking good right there, and then it's 3 to 6 who go on to play the survival stage. 2 more will be eliminated. All of that action happens tomorrow, but like you said, you know, we started the day very differently, but one man, he keeps staying at the top. It's Magnus Carlsen, but what a day it's been for Alireza Firouzja, who now finds himself in 2nd place.
Wow, of course, he's in 2nd, but there's still chess left, and we have more stuff for you guys, so we'll be right back after the break, and of course, the Rubik's Move of the Day, and an interview with frontrunner Magnus Carlsen. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The players are done making their moves for the day. But after the break, the Rubiks make your move of the day. I'm Logic.
Oh, that's nice. Dang,
That's some
that's
pudding.
sweet.
I'd rather be playing chess.
Than working for Gukes. Is this a limited edition?
There are no more like that at the merch store.
Then I'll be happy to steal it. And I cannot steal the spec, yeah?
You can't right away.
And actually,
I have pillow.
wow,
Okay.
good call, bro.
have
What
here?
is it? It's a pillow of. Huh?
Oh, there you go. It's on Stephen.
Wow.
Look who came to the party.
Wait, who's the other one?
Oh.
Oh my gosh. This is some brilliant stuff. What would those go for on the black market?
You need to sit on them.
Well, but if he opens the gift, it's over.
No, because number one can steal something back, I think.
Alireza, družiще. Denny, big technical questions. If I steal one tweet, can I pass it to another person?
I mean, you can do whatever you want.
It's a Christmas, yeah?
Okay, you might get those stolen.
Yeah.
Very nice headphones.
Number one gets to steal. Young, go. He
looking
wants
at
the
that
tweet.
tweet.
He wants the tweet. The person who opens the gift gets a second gift and it's over.
Okay, let's open.
$150 gift card to the Storo Store Center Shopping Mall. Oh, I'm gonna open the other gifts and see what we miss. All right.
Oh, this
no,
is
it's
not
a special.
Wow, look at this. Oh.
Oh, look at that. Somebody missed out big time.
But do you get to hold hands?
He's probably into that. I'll pay you to take it. Okay, $50. Okay, Anisha.
There we go. Levon gets Bob.
Hey, I got a second present!
Yay. Last but not least, cookies for everyone. Chessman cookies.
Cookies.
We made this about as awkward as we could. That was great. Good work.
Vladimir is the happiest.
Also, tweet which not going to be deleted. It's written here, you see? Not going to be deleted.
It looks really great. This is sweet.
Yeah.
I had no idea that they were doing that, so the team gets what they deserve.
Then in here, got the arena. We have a target. You recognize that tennis ball cannon from a TV show in the 80s? American Gladiators. So you can practice all you want, but you get one official shot in your whole life to win the $10,000. Are any of you guys good at ping pong?
Yeah, we're decent.
Okay.
Oh, that was a bad hit.
If you beat me first to 3, you can have 2 shots on that. Oh, now he's getting. Did you see what just happened? Wow, I got hustled.
All right,
Okay.
here we go. Oh, we got it.
Okay. 1-1. Yes, I got him on the spin. Oh no, 2-2.
All right, here we go.
No! What a hustler. And then here's the cannon. Oh, wow. Okay, I think you're close enough to get lucky. I'd sign. Who else? Sal Khan, you know, Khan Academy.
He actually almost beat Magnus in a simul. Fun fact, Eric. So Eric was there assisting because Magnus has his blindfold on and he's calling out the moves, and they're making moves on the board. And it's still controversial to this day whether Magnus actually said to move the rook to D1 or whether it was moved to a wrong square. It was actually Jay, our other co-founder, who Magnus starts getting mad at him that he put the rook on the wrong square. He ends up going down a rook or an exchange against Sal Khan, but he came back and won. Yeah, you were right. I adjusted every time.
Try.
He did distract me, by the way. It was revenge for the ping pong.
It's been a long day of chess here in Oslo, but now it is time for that moment we teased just before the break, the Rubik's Make Your Move of the Day. And now we're picking a moment from that Armageddon clash between Vincent Keymer and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Vincent, with white, needed to win. He pushed his pawn forward to g4, aiming to trap the black bishop, but this is where Jan Nepomniachtchi made his move and was swiftly rewarded. Here, out of the blue, rook takes pawn on c4. This is a deflection tactic, trying to kick this white bishop away. If bishop takes rook, then white's rook now falls victim to the black queen. Black would have an extra pawn here and a big advantage. Instead, Vincent needed to find the move pointed out by the blue arrow to shift his rook across, to kick away the black queen, to hope that it leaves eye contact with this white rook on c2. Instead, however, of finding this move, Vincent blundered. He tried to set up a checkmating sting attack, but rook takes c3 was a cold shower, ignoring the threat. There's x-ray vision from the black queen towards the two white rooks. After queen takes pawn check, it was suddenly obvious that the black king was not in any danger at all. The black knight about to block any checks. And after rook takes rook, the black queen pounces. It is a whole extra piece. And that move he made, rook takes c4, ended up with this extra knight landing in the center of the board and Vincent having to resign. The rook attacked, the knight jumping in. A fantastic move, a nice trick by Jan Nepomniachtchi.
It's awesome, of course. That's amazing. I mean, it comes down to, like, you know, understanding that the best defense is offense, of course, and that is the Rubik's of the day. Now, do you know how to solve a Rubik's Cube? Any of you?
You know, I used to. Not even kidding. We did this thing on YouTube where I actually learned and streamed how to solve this and how to get it, and then I did in a few more minutes.
Dang, girl.
But no, I don't remember it.
Hold on, I'm solving mine.
David, what about you? Can you do it?
I mean, James, I need some lessons.
Done.
What?
Done. Count it. Done. Yep. Already done. Yep. I don't know how many seconds that is, but it's done. 100%. Now.
And if you're wondering what your next move is, visit go.chess.com/Rubik's50 or use exclamation point Rubik's in the chat to explore more.
Yeah, and tell us in chat how many of you can actually solve a Rubik's Cube.
We're watching chat. We got chat. We are watching. How many of you guys can solve those Rubik's Cubes? We would love to know. Now, what was your favorite match of the day today?
Oof, it's been a really long day with so much excitement that's happened. I'm thinking about Maxime versus Alireza, the miniature that we had. Absolute fire on the board. 22-move victory by Alireza. Then we also had Alireza beat Magnus in that Armageddon. Do you remember the first game? Absolute madness on the board. Yeah. So many moments to pick from. Ask me for one highlight. I would say Alireza's win against Maxime. Very cool.
Very cool. Levon Aronian as well. Great form, but stumbling against Magnus. I mean, so many of the games today ended in blood. It just feels like nobody wants to settle for a draw. Nobody wants to play it safe. And that bodes well for the remainder of the finals.
That was pretty great. I think mine was definitely that Alireza versus MVL. Just love tactics, and that was a tactics fest. That was amazing to see.
Yeah, and let's not forget, I mean, one more. Alireza's king on d3 against Magnus Carlsen. Middle game, all the pieces on the board.
Picking a draw, Tanya?
Well, it was triumph and heartbreak all over the standings. Of course, as we know, Magnus Carlsen all the way up there at the top. And Mike Klein caught up with Magnus Carlsen after his win against Arnoian, ending the day at the top of the leaderboard.
We're here with Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, who won his match. You have 5 match points. By my calculation, you have guaranteed yourself one of the top 2 places. So how do you feel about that?
I really don't think so, right? I mean, doesn't Alireza has 4 wins. I think Lazavik has 4 wins as well. So I really don't think so. But
okay, I thought Alireza had 2 going on 3, but I'll check the calculations. So
there were 3 players with 3 wins, so Jan could make it 3 players now with 4 wins out of 6, and I have 5. So I still got to win my match tomorrow.
The match gets messy. Did you think that Denis would be one of your closest competitors going into this tournament?
Yeah, he's quite good. He's done well all season, so. It's not a shock.
And I know earlier in the day you weren't so happy with your play, but what about your last match with Levon? Do you feel like you played better?
Honestly, I think like today was just a day when my nervous system was not really on board. Like I generally felt better going into the games today, but I just like...
You're such a veteran. Do you have any reason for that?
No, I'm just tired. And I feel like I haven't had a good rest in a while, so it was just a difficult day, but I was lucky to get as many points as I do, so one more tomorrow and win the final, semifinals.
All right, get some rest. Thanks very much for your time. Back to you guys.
Wow, man. I mean, Magnus at the top of the leaderboard with no rest? That's crazy. You know, but of course we have matchups for tomorrow. What stands out in these matchups?
Oof. All of it, but I mean, Magnus versus Denis, that's going to be a really exciting one. And in that interview, it was clear Magnus has his eyes on the prize. He knows exactly how many wins the other players have had, what he needs to do to finish on the top of the leaderboard. You know, he's talking about fatigue and rest right now. Let's point out that the players who do make it to top 2, they get a rest before going into the semi-finals. For that stage, as the survival stage will play out. So it's really a big day tomorrow for Magnus and for the players who are following, and we saw Alireza right up there as well. Wesley So up against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. What are the chances of him making it to survival, David?
I'm gonna get my calculator out after this. I mean, I can't stop playing with the Rubik's Cube first of all, but I'm gonna have to work out those permutations, because for Wesley, it's been a real tough slog so far in the Champions Chess Tour finals, and he just simply needs to win and to pray for a miracle in order to stay in the competition. But yeah, Magnus against Denis, that's going to be fantastic. Imagine being Denis on the brink of promotion or kind of qualifying for the semi-finals, and then you have to face Magnus.
You have to face Magnus. Like, come on, man. I couldn't give me Magnus in the first round. Like, you know, but no, at the end of the day, he always looking forward to the challenge. And of course, he's been playing incredibly well here, even though losing a match. He's still doing quite well.
He's been really consistent, starting from yesterday, from round 1, you know, like you said, bouncing back from a tough loss, taking a victory, and he's right up there looking for the qualification. And again, tomorrow we've got 1 game in the round robin, and the top 2 players, they don't have to play the survival. So they get to sort of recharge their batteries. And there's also a difference, because the player who tops the leaderboard actually gets to pick their opponent in the semifinals. So that's a nice little bonus there.
That's going to be nice. Get to pick your player. Like, who do I want to beat? No, of course, it's going to be fun to see, and more fun to come, guys. Thank you all for watching as we wrap up the day 2 here of the 2024 Champions Chess Tour. The round robin stage will finish tomorrow, followed by the survival stage with only 4 players remaining at the end of the day. All of us will be here to call the shots tomorrow, and we'll see you all at the same time tomorrow. And game start.
Game begins. It's the Reti opening match. Magnus clearly wants to avoid a mainstream opening battle. Not go
and say you're not castle.
And to make sure that you never ever castle once that knight goes out. F6 is not an easy move to play right now, and he doesn't. He goes for shot castle, and it's a big mistake.
Dang,
let's jump to Magnus Carlsen against Vachier-Lagrave. Because that game is undefended. Either you need to use the queen or the rook to shift. But there we go, the fans watching. Who are you cheering for? Let us know.
Hey, look at Jan immediately stopped bopping. Immediately. He was jamming, not no more.
And now there'll be a check once the white king moves away. He goes with the queen to the other side. And that's it. Magnus Carlsen resigns. Know everything.
Let's do a lie detector sometime, Tanya, and I will reveal all. Let's keep this about the players.
First game in this round, right? So a huge bounce back.
He finds it.
And Denis reacts. A 1-move blunder.
There it is.
Levon.
Looks like a knight.
It was going to play knight or if he played d6.
I think you take the point. So Levon Aronian occupying the bottom 2 spots. In the meantime, Nepomniachtchi as well, fighting it out against Denis Lazavik. Plays the move, but he literally took it back at some point. He had it hovering for a good 10-20 seconds.
King D3!
Wow.
The king on D3!
The g-pawn, it now slides over to the h1 square, and the h-pawn, it's helpless. Nothing's going to defend this one. The rook comes into
the... Rook takes d5. But my idea was like trying to win at 4. I think
he's still trying.
Yeah, he's trying. He's trying. Wow.
But I like how Alireza's knight, it keeps the king to defend that f-pawn, and that's it.
You will get with this opening.
Speaking of wacky stuff, Denis Lazavik has just sacrificed an exchange.
Wow. The eyebrows went up immediately. He just missed it. I think he just completely missed it. Like, oh, my form's this. Then you start talking to yourself all crazy. We all do it.
In the absolute best decisions every single time.
Magnus doing Magnus things. Likely to go on for a while, but favourite there to strike back and force Armageddon. Well, Wesley So, in the meantime, though, shakes hands, accepts a match defeat. It's Levon Aronian against Magnus Carlsen. Levon fighting for the win. Top left. I'm trying to do a count. White is a pawn up.
The top with Mr. Top, and he's still playing right now with the 2 minor pieces against the rook, and we have a result. B6 weakness to play for. H4 was very exciting, but I think what Vincent has done also makes a lot of sense. The pieces, there's so much harmony. You know, you want to get into that.
There it is, yeah. Great move.
Queen comes back. As you say, knight on G8, there's no checkmate.
55, knight coming into F4.